question and gentle flush. Proper ladies did not talk about something as vulgar as trade. My father began with coal mines and several foundries, and I expanded those holdings greatly. But, as the old maxim goes, it isn't wise to keep all one's eggs in the same basket. So I've invested in other areas. Such as? She asked, looking genuinely interested. 2 copper mines, a lead mine, a shipbuilding operation in Bristol, a farm equipment manufactory, several potteries, glassworks, brickworks, and most recently 2 textile mills in Nottingham. My goodness, she murmured. I had no idea that people could learn how to do so many different things. I actually know very little about mills, potteries, or brickworks, so I have people who are far more knowledgeable and skilled than I am to manage each of those. Will I stay here when you go on these trips? I will want you with me when I travel. You will? Is that so surprising? He asked. Her expression said it was. What would I do on your trips? I own houses in the places where I do a great deal of business. While they are all well run, they are crying out for a mistress's touch. She perked up at that news. Are these in towns or in the country? Mostly in large cities. He smiled at her obvious enthusiasm. I must warn you that most of those places are not glamorous. She scowled. You think that is all that interests me? Glamour? Paul avoided that loaded question, choosing to answer the one she'd asked before it. As for what you would do on these visits, I will be expected to do more entertaining now that I am married. In the past, I've only ever given dinners for other businessmen, but now I should host balls and other functions. She swallowed, and he could almost read her thoughts, that she would be entertaining people who would all be far beneath her socially. And she would be right. The people he knew in Leeds, Manchester, Bristol, Nottingham, and Liverpool were all from the merchant class. Some imp prodded him to say, Don't worry, most of them speak intelligibly, although you will be exposed to much regional dialect from the servants. She opened her mouth, doubtless to retort, when she saw that he was smiling. She flashed him a smile of her own, a wry one. You believe I am high in the instep, don't you? Aren't you? I recall the way you regarded me the first, second, and even third time we met. I also recall overhearing the words, vile, hideous, encroaching cit from your pretty mouth. As amusing as I find these sobriquets, it is not something you will want to say when you are presiding over my table. Her cheeks burst into flame. You will never forgive that, will you? There is nothing to forgive, he said. Indeed, I'm grateful to know your true opinion of me. She gave an exasperated groan. You have no idea how much I regret ever saying those words. It shames me that I could say such an ignorant thing. She faced him squarely, looking him dead in the eyes, in the way Paul found so engaging. I can admit I was wrong, my lord. She inhaled deeply and then continued, speaking quickly, as if to get it all out in a hurry. I hope I am not the sort of person who will lift my nose at the very thing, your businesses, for example, that make it possible to live in this house and have baths delivered to my exceptionally opulent chambers, and send my little brother to school, and my mother on a luxurious repairing lease in Bath, and who knows what else. All I can do is tell you that I will do better in the future. Oh, and I can apologize for my parents, she added, because they will probably continue to treat you the same way. You mean as if I were a milch cow? She frowned. I am not familiar with that term, but I can guess the meaning. That you are an easy source of money? He nodded. I'm mortified by their behaviour. She dropped her gaze to her fingers, which were laced so tightly the knuckles were white. "I am grateful to you." "That is one emotion I ask you to spare me," he said, not heatedly but firmly. "Gratitude? But what is wrong with that?" "You need not be grateful for what I feel duty-bound to provide for my wife and family, Phoebe. Are you grateful to your siblings for the things they do for you?" She paused a moment, her expression reflective. "I'm grateful, but I doubt that I actually thank them, at least not in words." "Good. You may do the same with me." He paused, and then added with a faint smirk, "But if your mother ever decides to express gratitude, please send her to me immediately." She gave a startled laugh. "I shall do so, and perhaps sell tickets to the event." It was Paul's turn to chuckle. He eyed her appreciatively. "I enjoy your ready wit and the sharp edge of your tongue far more than I would ever enjoy your gratitude." Again her cheeks darkened. "You are a strange man." "Undoubtedly," he agreed, making her smile. She stood, and Paul joined her, walking her toward the door. "So, all is well then, Phoebe? You are not angry with me for requiring you to take a footman with you?" She hesitated only a second before saying, "No, not angry. It is just something new. I will become accustomed to it, in time." Phoebe left her husband's study feeling as if she'd just been cleverly outwitted, even though Needham had done nothing sly at all, but had directly ordered her to ride with a groom. Phoebe had been obedient to her parents' wishes and demands all her life, so part of her was resigned to the fact she was now under the domination of a new master. She was her husband's property as much as the carpet under his feet or the hounds in his kennel. Life with her father had taught Phoebe that men made the decisions and women lived with the results, so she was a bit surprised how disgruntled she was by Needham's order today. After all, compared to what the Earl had wreaked on his family, destitution and social ignominy, requiring Phoebe to take a groom with her when she went riding was hardly abusive or oppressive. Indeed, his request was entirely proper, and was the same as any ton chaperone or parent would make. "Perhaps the real reason you are so irked is because Needham, a man from the merchant class, needed to curb your improper behaviour," a voice in her head whispered. Could that be it? Could she really be so snobbish and— "My lady?" Phoebe turned at the sound of the childish voice, a smile coming naturally to her lips when she saw her pretty stepdaughter. "Hello, Lucy. I thought we'd agreed you'd call me Phoebe." Lucy's cheeks pinkened. "I thought you might have forgotten. Phoebe. I didn't get much chance to talk to you yesterday. Did you enjoy the wedding?" Lucy had confided to Phoebe the day before the wedding that it would be the first ceremony she'd been allowed to attend, not surprising as she was only 13. "It was lovely," she said, her huge blue eyes sparkling. "The chapel looked so beautiful with all those flowers. What were they called again?" "Peonies. They are my favourite." "That is what Papa said." Phoebe had forgotten to ask Needham last night how he'd known they were her favourite. Of course, they'd been engaged in far more riveting activities. "To see her?" "I'm sorry," Phoebe said, ashamed that she'd been fantasizing about last night instead of listening. "Mamma wonders if you will come to see her. She would like to have tea with you." Lucy paused, her brow creasing with concern. "She said that I should be sure to tell you that she will understand if you are too busy." Phoebe knew what that message meant. The woman was offering Phoebe a convenient excuse to avoid the visit. Indecision, anger, shame, and a half-dozen other emotions seethed and whirled inside her. Phoebe gritted her teeth. How dare Needham place her in such an intolerable position? Phoebe quashed that ugly line of thinking immediately. After all, she had entered this marriage with open eyes. Her choices were simple: accept an offer to tea with the woman, or appear churlish in front of a child. She sighed. Why not have tea with her husband's mistress, or ex-mistress, if he was to be believed? After all, the woman already lived in her house. Or perhaps it is you who live in her house. Phoebe ignored the unhelpful thought. One look at Lucy's innocent expression was enough to smother the angry, jealous flames that had flared in her belly. She forced a smile. Of course I'll have tea with her, Lucy. Lucy's answering smile was blinding. Oh, Mamma will be so delighted. You see, she has had no visitors except me and Papa. So, Needham visits her. Her smile began to crumble around the edges. You are in the East Wing? Yes, it is lovely. Papa has made it so comfortable. Lucy turned and headed toward the East Wing, where Phoebe's great-aunt Dorothy had lived for many years. Although nobody had mentioned that Ellen Kettering and her daughter lived in that portion of the house, Phoebe had assumed as much for two reasons. One, because it was the only self-contained area and possessed a tiny kitchen where her great-aunt's maid and caretaker had prepared all her meals. And two, because her housekeeper, Mrs. Nutter, had conspicuously left out the East Wing when she'd given her a tour of all the recent improvements. Phoebe wasn't surprised the servants knew who she was. They'd have known before the townsfolk. When Phoebe turned to go up the main staircase, Lucy took her hand and pulled her toward the lower gallery. There is a quicker way through here, she said, cutting her an impish look. Ah, you've found the hidden stairway, have you? You know about it? I grew up here, remember? Oh, that's true. I keep forgetting that. So Dotty knows about the stairs too. Judging by the starstruck look in her eyes, Phoebe's most important attribute was her relationship to Doddy. She was accustomed to seeing young girls moon over her gorgeous brother, but did hope Lucy's infatuation wouldn't last. The Countess might have allowed her dowdy second-youngest daughter to marry a wealthy ironmonger, but she would never countenance her son marrying his illegitimate daughter. How is Silas settling in? She couldn't help asking. Lucy grinned. He took to me right away. Doddy said he's never seen Silas like anyone as much as he likes me. Phoebe smiled. Doddy was no fool. He'd found a loving caretaker for his mischievous pet, and was clearly determined to keep her. Once they'd passed through the south corridor, Lucy stopped and pushed the panel that exposed the narrow staircase. The strange little stairwell now smelled like beeswax rather than rot, as it had when she'd been a child. Somebody had lighted candles in sconces all the way up the twisty stairs, so they were no longer grim and scary. This looks much nicer now, Phoebe said. Back when I lived here, it was dark and filled with cobwebs since nobody used it. Are you glad to be living here again? Lucy asked. Was she? Phoebe couldn't decide. On the one hand, Witch House had never looked so prosperous. On the other, she was a bit nostalgic for the house that lived in her memories, no matter that it had been shabby and often uncomfortable. I'm glad to be living here with you, she said, when she saw Lucy was waiting. That was true enough. The little girl was charming. If only it was just Lucy who lived with them. And Silas too? Lucy asked, looking hopeful. Phoebe had to laugh at that. Yes, it's just like home with Silas here. Lucy stopped in front of a door near the end of the corridor and opened it without knocking. Phoebe had believed her new chambers were beautiful and delicate, but never before had Phoebe seen such a heavenly room. There was almost no colour but for a few hints of gilt on some of the wood. All the carpets, hangings, and furniture were varying shades of white and cream, and the windows were covered with filmy gossamer fabric that filtered the bright sunlight into something softer. Phoebe felt like she was on a cloud. The woman occupying the feminine bower was the most elegant item in the room. Ellen Kettering was exquisitely beautiful and painfully fragile as she reclined on a chaise longue, her tall, shapely body swathed in a dressing gown of blush-coloured silk. Her hair, a pure corn silk blonde, was artificially arranged to appear as if she'd just tumbled from the arms of a lover. Her huge eyes were celestial blue and fringed with dark lashes. Phoebe at first thought Mrs. Kettering had painted her cheeks, but realized as she came closer that the fetching spots of pink were signs of her illness, not the result of cosmetics. A knife twisted in her belly at the sight of so much female beauty. So, this woman had lain with Needham, had done the things with him that he had done to Phoebe last night. And Lucy was walking, talking proof of their former union. Phoebe should have guessed she'd be beautiful. Lucy was a surprisingly lovely child, but it hurt to realize just how lovely Needham's prior mistress was. "I brought her to you, Mamma," Lucy announced proudly, breaking the silence that had formed while the two women had taken each other's measures. "Thank you so much for coming," Phoebe's hostess said in a melodic, low voice that was every bit as lovely as her person. Try as she might, Phoebe couldn't hear even the faintest touch of Yorkshire brogue in her words. Indeed, this woman could have passed for somebody of Phoebe's class. The thought was startling. A mistress who sounded like a lady. Phoebe forced a smile and inclined her head. "Thank you for inviting me, Mrs. Kettering." An older woman, garbed in a dark, sensibly cut bombazine gown, bustled into the room, her eyes narrowing when she saw Phoebe. "My lady," she dropped a perfunctory curtsy. "This is Mrs. Peacham, Lady Needham. She has been with me for so long, I don't remember life without her." The harsh-featured servant ignored her mistress's praise. "You won't overtire yourself, Miss Ellen." Mrs. Kettering patted the older woman's hand. "No, Peachy. I shall be a good girl. I only wanted to make Lady Needham's acquaintance." Mrs. Peacham shot a direct, speaking look at Phoebe. "I shan't stay long," Phoebe assured her. The older woman gave her a curt nod and turned to her charge. "I'll bring in your tea." She curtsied again to Phoebe and returned through the door she'd emerged from. "Lucy, darling, perhaps you might give Lady Needham and myself some time to become acquainted?" Lucy cut Phoebe a hesitant glance. For the first time, Phoebe wondered just what the girl thought about all this. She was old enough to know the arrangement was unorthodox. Poor Lucy. Phoebe smiled at her. "I can find my way back." "I shall take Silas out for his afternoon walk, then." Ellen Kettering's face was full of pride and love as she watched her daughter leave. When the door shut behind her, she turned to Phoebe. "I thought we might speak more plainly without Lucy here." "She is a clever, delightful girl." Mrs. Kettering's cheeks flushed with pleasure rather than illness. "Thank you. I am naturally prejudiced in her favour." She shifted on her cushion slightly, and a grimace of pain briefly distorted her features. "Is now a bad time, Mrs. Kettering?" Phoebe asked. The other woman gave a wry smile. "I'm afraid there are no good days, but this is certainly one of the better ones." She lifted an exquisite lace handkerchief to her mouth and coughed so hard it hurt Phoebe just to hear it. "I apologize," she said, her voice raw and hoarse. The door opened and Mrs. Peachum entered with the tea tray. "Will you do the honours, my lady?" Mrs. Kettering asked. "Of course." The servant set down the tray and then hovered uncertainly. "Thank you, Peachy. That will be all," she said, her voice firm. The older woman hesitated, said, "Don't tire yourself," and then she stomped from the room, closing the door with a decisive click. Mrs. Kettering gave Phoebe a humorous look. "She still believes I am 5. "Our old nurse is the same way," Phoebe admitted, busying herself with the tea and grateful to have something to do. "She is right that I become tired quickly, so I hope you will forgive me if I speak my piece rather bluntly." Phoebe glanced up from the tea strainer. "Please do." Mrs. Kettering smiled, and the expression seemed genuine. "Paul said you were direct." The jealousy that seemed to be on constant simmer in her belly bubbled up at this proof of her husband's continuing intimacy with his mistress. "I know you probably hate me," Mrs. Kettering said. Phoebe blinked at the shocking statement and opened her mouth, but couldn't think how to respond. Mrs. Kettering chuckled. "That was gauche of me, but I know it is what I would feel in your position, and I wanted you to know I don't blame you." "How do you like your tea?" Phoebe asked, shaken by the other woman's too accurate assessment. "White, with 2 sugars, please. No pastries or biscuits for me," she added when Phoebe gestured to the tray. "Thank you," she said, taking her cup and saucer. She waited until Phoebe had served herself before speaking. "I wanted to congratulate you on your marriage. I don't think I have ever seen Paul look more satisfied." Phoebe was once again uncertain of what to say. "Second, I wanted to apologize for my presence here." Her cheeks darkened slightly. "I am ashamed to be here. I dare say it won't matter when I tell you this, but I promise you I would not be here if not for my health." Phoebe struggled to absorb everything she was saying. Mrs. Kettering continued when she didn't respond. "I am only here for my daughter's sake. We have always been close, and to send her away during this difficult time would have crushed her." Another fit of coughing racked her slender form, and this time when her hand came away, Phoebe saw blood on the lace. A flare of pity warred with the jealousy Phoebe was still struggling to suppress. Phoebe was no stranger to consumption. Her sister High's dear friend, Charles Maitland, had died from it, and she knew blood was an indicator that Mrs. Kettering was very sick indeed. When she caught her breath, she continued, "I know you have every reason to hate and despise me." Desperation and fear spasmed across Mrs. Kettering's beautiful face. "But I beg of you, my lady, please don't allow your dislike of me to influence how you treat Lucy when I'm gone. She chewed her lip for a moment, and then sighed and met Phoebe's gaze. "That is something that eats away at me day and night. My fear for her future and her relationship with her father." Phoebe set down her tea and stared for a moment at her untouched macaroon before looking up at the other woman. "Lord Needham is correct in that I do value plain speaking. You are right when you say your presence here is beyond mortifying to me. Intellectually, I understand why you are here, but emotionally it is difficult. That said, I like to think I am humane and kind, and would never punish a child for an adult's behavior. Also, I find Lucy to be a charming, intelligent child with lovely manners, and I enjoy being around her." That was all true. If not for Lucy's relationship with this woman and Needham, she would be thrilled to have her living with them. "Please be assured that I will treat her with the same care and consideration as I have my younger siblings." Mrs. Kettering's relief was visible in both her face and posture. "Thank you, my lady. That is, well, my worry for her has been a crushing weight upon me." "I can imagine," Phoebe said, picking up her cup and saucer and taking a sip. "I should also keep in mind that Needham would not allow her to be ill-treated by anyone, wife or otherwise." Mrs. Kettering smiled. "You are right, of course. He is fiercely protective of her, as he will be of your children." It was Phoebe's turn to blush wildly. Mrs. Kettering set down her cup and saucer. "Thank you for coming today, my lady. I will not impose on you again now that we have an understanding." Phoebe was relieved to hear it. As pleasant and charming as Mrs. Kettering had turned out to be, their meeting was one she never hoped to repeat. Chapter 16. Paul had wondered at dinner if something was bothering his wife. He had waited for her to broach the subject afterward, when they had retired to the library, he to plough through the never-ending paperwork, and Phoebe to write letters. But the evening had passed in companionable silence, so he'd assumed she was fine. Or so he thought until he entered her chambers. She was sitting up in bed, an opened book in her lap, wearing a gown remarkably like the one she'd worn last night, long-sleeved with a boggling number of buttons. Paul made a mental note to send a message to Mademoiselle Sonia and have her make several nightgowns that were more to his taste. Or perhaps he might get one from the modiste who lived in the village, Mrs. Dettingham, or something like that. Surely a night rail was an acceptable gift from a husband to his wife? He knew she would be too sore tonight and had no intention of mounting her, but he wanted to accustom her to having him in her bed every night, all night. Paul met her gaze, once again stormy, turned on his heel and went back to his room. When he returned, she was sitting up, book closed, her brow furrowed. He raised his hands to show what he held, a bottle of wine and 2 glasses. It took only a few moments to pour 2 glasses of delicious claret. Paul gestured to the sitting area in front of the dormant fireplace. "Come and sit with me for a moment." She hesitated, scowled, and then shoved back the blankets. By the time she came to sit with him, she'd wrapped a thick dressing gown around her copious nightgown and wore big woolly slippers. If she believed such concealing clothing rendered her unattractive to him, she was dead wrong. When Paul thought about all the seductive clothing his various mistresses had worn over the years to tempt and tantalize him, he had to smile. If they'd only known that flannel and wool aroused him as quickly as silk and lace, they could have been warm and cozy. "What is bothering you, my dear?" "Nothing." She took a sip of wine and then frowned, as if she were drinking bilge water rather than an expensive claret. "Is it not to your liking? I can ring for something else." "No, it is fine." They sipped their wine, and the moments slipped past, the clock on the mantel softly marking the seconds. "I met Mrs. Kettering today." "Ah, here it is." "I see." "Lucy brought me to her because she wanted to meet me," she hastily added, as if he would suspect her of seeking the other woman out. "I assumed it was something of that nature." When she didn't speak, he asked, "Was Ellen rude or discourteous to you?" "No, quite the opposite. She was gracious and very solicitous and congratulatory." Phoebe looked more perplexed with each word she uttered. "You are upset because she was too kind?" "Of course, I'm not upset that she was kind," she snapped, showing that fire Paul so enjoyed. "I'm just so—" She broke off with a growl of annoyance. "I'm so confused and angry and—" She flung up her hands. "I don't know what I am. Lots of things. she added sullenly. Why was Paul surprised by her unhappiness on this subject? He really was an insensitive brute to think she could adjust to this situation without any anguish. He wished she could tell her everything, but he simply could not. Not yet. Not until he trusted her. But at least he could tell her something. What Ellen and I had was a long time ago, Phoebe. That at least was true. I ceased to think of her. He struggled for a word that wouldn't offend her. Romantically, over a decade ago. True again. There are 2 reasons she is here. She is dying, and Lucy would be devastated to be separated from her, and I do not wish to be apart from Lucy. He leaned toward her. But I will not be going to her bed. I know that, she retorted, with more than a little heat. And I know she is very ill. And I believe that she is only agreeing to this because of Lucy. But it still bothers me, and I feel petty for allowing it to bother me. I think those feelings are normal, Phoebe, he said dryly. It is, after all, an unfortunate situation. She made a noise of profound exasperation and glared at him. Paul met her angry gaze. Come and sit on my lap. Her eyes widened in shock. Please? She frowned and chewed her lip as she considered his request. He wouldn't force her, and he was patient. After a long moment, she stood and came to him, glancing down uncertainly. Paul took her hand and gently tugged until she lowered her deliciously plump bottom onto his thighs. He shifted her until he was cradling her with one arm, and then tilted her chin until she met his gaze. There. This is much nicer, he said. I've never sat on anyone's lap before. Then you must make up for lost time with me. She gave a breathy, nervous laugh. Am I not heavy? No. You are perfect. He kissed her very kissable lips, lightly and gently at first, teasing her tongue and luring her deeper into his mouth until she became the aggressor. She started off shyly, but, as was her way, soon took charge of the situation, shifting on his lap until she was facing him, her fleshy arse grinding against his erection and tormenting him delightfully. Paul opened wider to her and allowed her to pull him lower, her fingers digging insistently into his shoulders, while she probed him deeper and deeper with her tongue, nipping and sucking. Her efforts were clumsy, but ardent, and it was absolutely the most erotic kiss in his life. Because they both needed to breathe, Paul eventually sat back, reluctantly breaking their connection. She whimpered, her lips chasing his. Paul's control was already straining at its tether, and it was a struggle to recall that he could not take her tonight. His imagination, vivid where Phoebe was concerned, was picturing her straddled over him, the ugly nightgown on the floor, and Paul's hard, leaking cock forcing its way into her tight passage. To make matters even worse, her eyes were heavy with arousal tonight, rather than worry or fear. But Paul saw something else beneath her lust-filled gaze. Exhaustion. That was enough for him to leash his raging desire. You are tired, Phoebe, he murmured, brushing a curl back from her brow. A little. It has been a hectic month. Tonight we will sleep. She hesitated, but then nodded. Paul's eyes flickered over the layers of clothing. But I want you out of this flannel first. That earned a laugh out of her. It is not flannel. It isn't, he teased, tugging open the sash of her dressing gown and then starting on the interminable buttons of her nightrail. Unlike last night, he would only undo enough of the tiny buttons to remove the dreadful garment. It looks like flannel to me. How can you be a mill owner and not know the difference between flannel and cotton?" "Are they not the same?" he asked, feigning ignorance. "No, of course they—" She gave him a suspicious look. "You are funning me. You know the difference." "Up," he said, lifting her by the waist and then easily stripping her once she was standing. He smiled down at her, amused when her entire body blushed. "Get in bed, and I will extinguish the candles." She turned and scampered quickly, her bottom bouncing in a way that was truly magnificent. When they reached the bed, she covered herself up to the neck, clasping the blankets to her chest, and sat back against the pile of cushions, her eyes wide and watchful, as if she were watching a play. Paul shrugged off his own robe, because that was something else that she needed to become accustomed to, his naked body. Although she turned a fiery red, she didn't close her eyes. Instead, she allowed her gaze to roam over him, but took only brief, jerky glances at his obvious arousal. Progress. Paul strode around the room, snuffing candles. Once it was dark, he climbed into bed and turned on his side to face her. "Come here," he murmured softly, reaching out to bring her closer, until he was the larger spoon to her much smaller one. She was only stiff for a moment, before relaxing and snuggling up against him. Paul lowered his nose to her hair, once again plaited and bound, and inhaled deeply. She smelled of lavender, fresh grass, and the outdoors. No wonder butterflies were attracted to her. Just like last night, after Paul had stimulated her to orgasm by touching and sucking only her breasts and nipples, she fell asleep in a laughably short time. Paul had hardened instantly when their naked bodies pressed together, and his cock was still throbbing against the satiny skin of her back. He sighed. It would be a long, uneventful night for his prick, and probably a sleepless night for the rest of him. Phoebe wasn't surprised to find the bed empty when she woke the following morning, because she'd been awake when her husband took his leave of her at only 5:30. What he did so early in the morning, Phoebe did not know. She had watched him from beneath her lashes, amused and touched when he'd made an obvious effort to collect his robe and slippers and tiptoe from the room without waking her. Once the door had shut, she had drifted into a light doze, waking again an hour later at 6:30, which was still far earlier than Spragg came to her. Rather than get out of bed, she luxuriated, recalling last night. Her husband's answer about Ellen Kettering had been as comforting as it was possible for such an answer to be on such a volatile subject. The woman had been kind. She was also exceedingly lovely, fair, shaped like an hourglass, and perfect, a fact which had niggled at her like burr. The jealousy she had already felt even more corrosive now that she could put a face to the name. And it was jealousy. Phoebe knew that she should feel shame more sharply, as her mother did, but she didn't. Instead, it ate at her to think that her husband, a man whom Phoebe had despised only a month ago, but was now strangely possessive about, had known such a beautiful lover. It was painful to imagine what he must think of Phoebe after having a mistress who looked like Mrs. Kettering. Oh, Phoebe knew she was not ugly, but neither was she beautiful. The best she could hope for was apple-cheeked wholesomeness. As for Needham and her rapidly changing feelings toward him, Phoebe could no longer remember why she'd ever thought him ugly, vulgar, or inferior in any way. She had always believed that Sebastian Lowry's slender, handsome, and elegant person was the epitome of masculine perfection. And yet when she thought about the last time that she'd seen him, the evening of Needham's ball, All she could remember was how weak, sulky, and petulant he'd looked, while Needham had held him by the neck, like an adult cat held a kitten. Phoebe smiled to herself at that analogy. Sometime over the past weeks, she had come to admire Needham's physical strength, rather than see his big body as proof of his lack of gentility. Yet as big and powerful as he was, Needham was no bully. Not like Sebastian, who was self-centered and manipulative enough to think it was his right as a wealthy man to prey on powerless servants. Was Needham domineering? Absolutely. Dictatorial and controlling? Yes to both, and he would probably become even more so as he aged. But he did not engage in any sort of mental and emotional cruelty that Sebastian had shown himself capable of. Thus far in their dealings, he had been nothing but honest to her. Paul Needham would give you the word with the bark on it. That might be uncomfortable, but at least a person knew where they stood. A month ago, Phoebe had found such behavior offensive, abrasive, and uncouth. Now suddenly, she respected it. Things were changing so quickly, it made her feel dizzy sometimes. But although she felt uncertain and tentative in so many ways, she could not say she was unhappy. She missed her family, of course, but it was, she hated to admit, a relief not to be the one who always had to tell one of her siblings no, because their meagre budget would not stretch to cover something they wanted. She was elated that she no longer needed to pinch pennies to make sure her family could pay its butcher bill, or that she had to demean herself and beg the roofer for more time to pay the bill. There were, she saw quite suddenly and plainly, 100 other small unpleasantries she had grown accustomed to shouldering for her family over the years. All were things her mother or father should have done, but which they'd relegated to their children because they were so absorbed in themselves and their hatred for each other. Phoebe had only been married a few days, but already she knew that her husband would never taunt her the way her father did her mother. Nor would he leave her to shoulder all the burdens. Indeed, Needham was far more likely to take on too much and leave her with nothing to do at all. Which was why Phoebe was looking forward to meeting with her new housekeeper, Mrs. Nutter, so she could demonstrate her worth to her new husband by ensuring that his household ran smoothly. Already Phoebe had noticed areas where she could make her husband's life more comfortable. Last night in the library, she had noticed that he needed a better lamp beside his desk, because he'd been squinting at his paperwork. His chair needed fresh horsehair in the sagging seat, and the drapes needed to be replaced. Those were the sorts of things that Phoebe had noticed after only one day. She knew there would be much, much more she could do for him. And while Needham had made haste to get part of the house ready for occupation, there were still dozens of rooms that hadn't been touched yet. When Phoebe thought about his other houses, she had been afraid to ask Needham how many. Her task began to look quite overwhelming. "His name is Paul. You had better become accustomed to saying it." "Paul," she whispered, and then blushed, even though she was alone. What was wrong with her to be so silly? He had done unspeakable intimate things to her, and yet she became hot and shy just thinking his Christian name. Now that Phoebe thought about it, she had never once heard her mother say her father's first name. Indeed, the only reason she knew it was Geoffrey is because it was inscribed on the family crypt, along with an open-ended date. Now that Phoebe was married, she had a difficult time believing that her parents had ever done the things she and Needham, Paul, had done on their wedding night. Phoebe hastily shoved away her wicked thoughts and rang for her maid to dress her. The morning sped by, and after luncheon, she decided to nip into the village to purchase a fresh bottle of hungry water, as she'd been using the dregs of her current bottle for ages. She went to fetch her hat and lightest cloak, and found Spragg in her dressing room. "I'm going to fetch something at Burton's," she said, as she checked her hair in the mirror. "Do you need anything?" "Oh, are you going now, m'lady?" "Yes, why?" "I was meaning to go myself, m'lady. Might I come along?" Phoebe had wanted to have some time alone, as she'd been closeted with servants all morning, but she smiled. "I'd be glad of your company." After returning from town, Phoebe decided to finish a letter she'd begun to Aurelia last night, but hadn't completed. She knew Needham wasn't using the library because she'd seen him ride out with his bailiff just before luncheon, and one of the footmen informed her that he'd not yet returned. But when she opened the door, she found a guinea gold head bent over her husband's desk. "I'm sorry," she said when Mr. Dixon shot to his feet. "I didn't mean to interrupt." "Please, my lady, it is no interruption at all. And if it were, it would be a pleasant one." He shoved a hand through his hair and glared down at the desk so fiercely she couldn't help laughing. "What is vexing you?" she asked, going over to the small secretary desk she'd claimed for herself and removing her half-written letter from beneath the blotter. "I'm trying to decipher this gentleman's handwriting, and believe it would be easier to read Mandarin." He cut her a rueful, pleading look. "I don't want to impose, but are you any good at all at deciphering mysteries?" She set her letter aside. "As a matter of fact, I've spent the last few years helping to tutor my young brother. His pet squirrel has tidier penmanship." Mr. Dixon laughed, the expression rendering him near angelic. Goodness, but he was a beautiful, personable young man. As the younger son of a well-respected viscount, Mr. Dixon was the sort of man that Phoebe might have met and married if she'd ever had the chance to have a season and attend proper ton parties. "Would you mind having a look at it?" he asked. She smiled. "Of course." "Here," he said when she came to the desk. "You take the chair. I shall hover, hopefully." Phoebe laughed and sat, studying the letter in question. After a moment she said, "Oh dear." He made a triumphant sound. "Isn't it dreadful? I would have merely sent a response letting him know it was unreadable, but time is of the essence." Well, let me see. I believe this word here is—" She squinted. "Could this be cylinder?" He leaned over her shoulder. "By Jove, it is!" "This one next to it, I'm afraid it makes no sense to me. It looks like piston?" "How did I not see that?" he demanded. "Do you know that word?" she asked doubtfully. "Yes, it is a mechanical term that is not generally known. But that sentence now makes perfect sense." He grinned down at her and held out a hand to help her up. "You have been invaluable." The door to the library opened, and her husband entered the room with another man on his heels. When Needham saw them at the desk, there was the slightest hitch in his step, and his grey gaze flickered between Phoebe and Mr. Dixon. Mr. Dixon released her hand and turned to his employer. "Lady Needham has just helped to decipher that wretched letter from Mr. Watts, sir. He is confident the bore angle is correct for both cylinder and piston." Needham nodded, his eyes hooded. "Indeed. You are very clever, my dear, and you have saved us a great deal of expense with your translation. I, personally, could make nothing of it." Phoebe smiled and stepped away from both the desk and Mr. Dixon. "I'll just fetch my letter and leave you to your business," she said. Part of her had hoped that her husband would tell her she could stay, but he merely nodded and watched her, his gaze brooding. Paul listened to Dixon and Joe Charm, his bailiff, debate the merits of ceding some pasture or other, his mind on the scene he'd interrupted upon entering the library. Or, more precisely, on his reaction to the scene, which had been visceral, and more than a little disturbing. Paul liked Dixon, and what is more, he trusted him. He had always realized, in a vague sort of way, that the younger man was handsome, but not until he'd seen the way his wife blushed and dropped her gaze at dinner last night had he realized just how attractive Dixon was to members of the opposite sex. Nobody would ever call Paul attractive, not even those few who loved him. As a younger man, he had been downright ugly. Thankfully, he had grown into his prominent nose and big frame over the years, but he was no fool. He knew exactly why women agreed to warm his bed, and why aristocratic men invited him to join their exclusive clubs. Money. It was the same reason that Phoebe had married him, and her parents had allowed what was, for their daughter, a devastating step down socially. For years Paul had avoided matchmaking parents, but then Lady Phoebe Bellamy had marched into his life. While he had teased her with the threat of marrying her lovely sister, the thought had never truly taken hold in his mind. No, the only woman who tempted him in 20 years had been Lady Phoebe. Paul knew that physically, at least, his wife was ordinary, and yet he was more enamoured of her after barely a month than he'd ever been of any of his mistresses. It had been 2 decades since he had last experienced the sharp, searing jealousy that had cut through him when he'd seen Dixon standing close to his wife and holding her hand. The last time he'd felt so powerfully had been over a woman named Christina Bauer. The man in question had been his brother, Gideon, who had always coveted everything Paul had, and had done an excellent job of taking most of it. Gideon had, effortlessly, taken Christina and then laughingly thrown the poor confused girl aside once he'd had her. "You may be the heir, Paul, but when it comes to everything else in life, I will beat you every time," Gideon had taunted even after Paul had tracked him down and beaten him to a pulp. Not surprisingly, gut-churning jealousy was every bit as unpleasant now as it had been back then. But this time, Paul's jealousy was irrational. Dixon was not Gideon, and Phoebe was not a poor, ignorant village lass bedazzled by the local lord's wealthy sons. But rationality meant nothing to him right now. He had wanted to smash Dixon's face when he'd seen him smiling down at his wife, who had been turned up toward him like a flower seeking the sun. Paul wanted to smash Dixon's face just thinking about it. He wanted to smash his own face even more for acting like such a gudgeon. Once his lordship acquires the new land, it would make sense to do that. Do you agree, my lord? Paul looked up from his fuming to find both men looking at him, curious and waiting. "Yes, that is fine," he said, having no idea what he was agreeing to. That night Phoebe wore yet another prim, buttoned-down nightgown, this one almost identical to the last two, but in pale blue. Unlike last night, however, she smiled up at Paul as he entered her room, her innocent, welcoming expression telling him that she had no notion of the irrational stew of possessiveness and jealousy churning inside him. She had not noticed his mood at dinner either, when she and Dixon had chatted like old friends, discussing the many connections they shared, like Dixon's grandmother and Lady Phoebe's great-aunt, both of whom had apparently been friends a half-century ago. By the time the meal was over, Paul had begun to accept that he'd inflicted a gross and repellent injustice on his wife by marrying her. Not only was he 15 years her senior, but he was also a product of the merchant class who still engaged in business, and was an ugly, hulking monster to boot. Dixon, on the other hand, was the sort of storybook prince girls dreamed about. With his guinea gold locks and perfect features, he was the epitome of male beauty. He was also cultured and courtly. He was everything that Paul Needham was not. Paul also knew that the younger man was far too decent and gentlemanly to strip his virgin bride naked and bury his tongue in her cunt on her wedding night. No, Dixon would, like the rest of his aristocratic breed, save such debauchery for his mistress. If Paul had possessed even an ounce of decency, he would have introduced Phoebe to Dixon the same day that she had come to beg him not to marry any of her sisters. But he had not done that. Instead, he had been unspeakingly selfish and snatched her up for himself. And now she belonged to him, by God. And neither Dixon nor any other effete aristocratic fop could have her. So, that was his mood when he entered his wife's chambers. "Get undressed," he ordered quietly, snuffing the candles and darkening the room before disrobing. Because suddenly Paul was the one who craved darkness. And Paul was the one who didn't want her to look at him. When he climbed into bed, she was lying motionless, all the way on the opposite side of the bed. "You should leave her be, and just go to sleep. Things will look better tomorrow." Paul's fists clenched in frustration. Yes, that is what he should do. A man should not make love to a woman, especially an inexperienced one like Phoebe, when he was angry. "Have I done something to displease you?" She spoke in a small voice that was unlike her normal, confident tone. Paul felt like an ignorant clodpole for scaring her, but he couldn't seem to stop himself. "You have not done anything to displease me," he said coolly and quietly. It wasn't a lie. She hadn't displeased him. He was displeased with himself and despised the emotions roiling in his belly. Jealousy was for young hotheads, not mature men. His own emotions shamed him, but the shame wasn't enough to keep him from wanting her, or taking her. Paul pushed back the covers and found her body in the darkness. As badly as he wanted to rip her gown in half, he merely raised it above her waist, spread her thighs, and readied her body for his, taking his time and using his lips and fingers, bringing her climax after climax before he finally climbed on top of her and surrendered to his own desires. Paul was not so lost to decency as to breed her more than once a night. At least, not yet, even though he wanted her again almost immediately after. Instead, he lowered the hem of her gown, covered her with a blanket, and spooned her. "Good night, Phoebe," he murmured into her fragrant hair. She yawned, apparently exhausted by all her orgasms. "Good night, my lord." She quickly passed into a heavy sleep, while Paul lay staring at the darkness, his lips and tongue numb from use, his cock once again hard, his need for her unassuaged. How was that even possible? He was a man of science. Surely logic, dutifully and rigidly applied, could tell him that he wanted her so badly, and why had he become so jealous over nothing? Because that was a problem that needed solving. A man could not burn so hot for a woman indefinitely, at least not without burning himself up in the process. Many hours later, as the grey light of dawn sliced through a gap in the drapes, Paul was still no closer to finding an answer to his questions. Chapter 17. 3 days later, the storm broke. "The acts of sabotage have spread, my lord," Dixon said, handing Paul a letter that had arrived with that morning's mail. "It's not only the new ovens that have suffered damage. Now the older ones are being attacked." The 10 men you sent will not be enough to protect all the areas. Paul knew that, of course, and so did the man behind the vandalism, his brother Gideon, although he had no solid evidence to that effect. His vision wavered with sudden fury at the unwanted, but not unexpected, news that Gideon had expanded his battlefronts. He looked at his secretary. "And does Bateman say whether any suspects have been detained or questioned?" Dixon looked unhappy at the question, as if he were the one at fault. "He says the magistrate has talked to over a dozen different men, but all have witnesses." Of course they would, because it wouldn't be just one man responsible for the acts. They would take turns. Paul knew there were at least 3 of them, not including his brother. Gideon would mastermind the plan, but never get his hands dirty with any actual vandalism. No, Gideon was too clever for that. His tools, the men he employed to do his dirty work, were not necessarily stupid, but they were desperate. Unlike his brother, these men were impoverished, with nobody to rescue them if they came to trouble. Gideon knew that no matter what crime or mischief he got up to, Paul would make sure he never went to jail. "Do you want to arrange for more men, my lord?" Dixon asked, clearly uncomfortable with Paul's seething silence. "Not yet. What I shall need to do is—" The door to the library flew open hard enough to crack against the wall. A fury stood in the doorway. "Is it true that I may not even take walks without a jailer to attend me?" Phoebe demanded, her hazel eyes flashing. Paul, who had already stood, turned to Dixon. "Leave us," he ordered quietly. "Take the rest of the afternoon for yourself. We can attend to this later, after dinner." "Of course, my lord." Dixon scuttled toward the door, dropping a graceful, if speedy, bow. "My lady." Phoebe ignored him, her chest heaving. "Won't you have a seat?" Paul said when Dixon shut the door behind him. "I don't want to sit. I want to take a walk to the village without my maid insisting on attending me. And how dare you give her orders behind my back?" The hot anger that had been straining at the leash only moments before suddenly turned ice-cold. "How dare I?" Paul repeated softly. Phoebe wished she could take the hasty words back as soon as they left her mouth. And that was before she saw the effect they had on her husband. He was always an intimidating man, even when he was in a pleasant mood. But right then, he was positively terrifying. How he was able to be more frightening when he was quiet was a mystery. While Phoebe could not turn back the clock, she could compose herself and not come across as an irrational female, which she could see he was thinking, and which would allow him to dismiss her concerns as hysterical. "Please have a seat," he said again, gesturing to the chair in front of his desk. Phoebe sat, but only because courtesy kept him from doing so while she was still standing. "Let me address your second concern, about me daring to give orders to your maid. She is a servant in my house, a domestic in my employ. I feel that gives me the right to give her orders." His pupils were so small they appeared non-existent. Was it possible for a person's eyes to actually change shades? Because right then, Needham's irises seemed to have been leached of all colour. Phoebe bit her lip to keep from saying something she would almost certainly regret. "As to walking unaccompanied, I'd hoped I'd made it clear a few mornings ago when we discussed taking your groom on—" "But that was a ride. I am merely wishing to walk." His eyes impossibly became even frostier. "May I finish my answer?" "I apologize for interrupting you," she said, needing to force the words out. "Please continue." "You may walk anywhere in the park or gardens, which are quite extensive, without taking somebody with you. But yes, when you leave the grounds, you will not go unattended." She struggled with her temper, torn between wanting to make him understand and wishing to shout accusations. "I take great pleasure in walking," she forced out, every bit as quietly as he was talking. "I often walk for miles, which is more than Spragg or any of the other maids would find enjoyable. Not only that, but—" Phoebe broke off, not sure how to explain the next part. Needham merely waited, his expression unreadable. "I need privacy, my lord, and if I have a maid with me, I feel compelled to accommodate my pace and be sociable." "Have you conversed with Carthage on your morning rides these past few days?" "Not in general. He usually rides behind me at a slight distance." At first that had felt odd, but she'd been pleasantly surprised by how quickly she forgot that he was even with her. Not that she wanted to admit that to her husband. "Can you not instruct your maid to walk behind you?" It was so reasonable a solution, and yet that would still not address the issue of their fatigue. "I dare say it is possible to find somebody, not objectionable to you, who is a great walker and could be available to you at all times." She laughed, but then realized he was not speaking in jest. "You would actually engage a servant just to walk with me?" "Yes." But would that not be a great expense, just so I would have somebody to go for a walk? I don't even go every day. Sometimes I only walk a few times a week. What would the person do the rest of the time?" "If it gives you pleasure, then it is money well spent. As for what they would do the rest of the time, that is immaterial as long as they are easily and conveniently at hand when you want them." Phoebe was left utterly speechless as she took in his implacable expression. She had known he was a very wealthy man. Indeed, she had seen proof of it. But to hire a person whose only duty was to await their employer's beck and call was just— Her eyes snapped up to his face, and she said, "Just like a mistress." Yet again she wished she could take the words back, and then crawl under a rock. His eyebrows arched, and the sardonic expression on his face was like a spur digging into her side, driving her onward to greater folly. "Well, isn't that how men arrange things with their mistresses?" she demanded, sounding breathy rather than sophisticated and jaded as she had hoped. His lips curved into a faint smile, an expression that inexplicably made her face burn. Phoebe opened her mouth to retract her comment, but she was not quick enough. "What an unconventional wife you are turning out to be! I seem to recall you telling me not long ago that decent women did not wish to discuss or even acknowledge such subjects. And yet here you are, asking me how I structure my amorous liaisons with my mistress." Her belly pitched at what was essentially an admission that he had a mistress, and Phoebe struggled for something to say. "As a matter of fact, it is a remarkably similar situation," Needham said. "Your walking companion would be engaged for one task, and one task only: to service your need and give you pleasure whenever and as often as you demanded it." The air positively crackled between them at the evocative words service, need, and pleasure. Images and even physical sensations from the last few nights assaulted her. But this time she imagined him engaging in those same services with some other nameless woman who was, in her too fertile imagination, more beautiful and infinitely more skilled than Phoebe. She shot to her feet. He rose with her and strode from behind his desk, not stopping until he was directly in front of her. Phoebe glared at a button on his coat. As he did so often, he took her chin in his warm, strong fingers and tilted her face until she had to look at him. He caressed her chin and cheek with light, almost thoughtful stroking, his pale grey gaze slowly darkening the longer he looked at her. Phoebe's body quickly, and very inconveniently, tightened under his stare. She had to say something, or she'd collapse at his feet in a blithering heap. "I do not want you to engage a walker companion for me. Please," she added, to soften the sharp tone. "Very well," he said, capitulating with surprising ease. "But you will still take somebody on your walks with you." She swallowed down her angry, rebellious words. What he didn't know wouldn't hurt him. He slid his palm around the curve of her jaw, his lips almost curving into a smile. "I would ask you to obey my wishes, Phoebe. Please, don't turn me into your jailer." Phoebe had to bite her tongue to keep down any one of a half-dozen retorts. Instead, she turned away abruptly, both satisfied and disappointed when he made no attempt to detain her. Indeed, he was at the door in a few long strides and opened it without comment. Phoebe made it to her room, which was, blessedly, empty of Spragg, before she gave vent to her emotions. A pillow was the innocent recipient of her temper. When she had calmed, it wasn't because she'd resigned herself to obedience, but rather because her mind was busying itself with ways in which she might contravene the spirit of his command, if not the actual substance. Chapter 18. It was immediately clear that Phoebe had retreated not to surrender, but to regroup and then launch a fresh offensive, this one an entirely different sort of campaign. This time she didn't attack alone. Instead, she involved the willing, albeit unwitting, Mr. Dixon as her co-combatant. The first skirmish took place 2 days later at the Prince and Weasel, affectionately called the Weasel by the locals. The Weasel was the tiny inn that served as a gathering place in Little Sissington when Burton's Mercantile was not convenient. Paul knew that Phoebe had gone riding both days, each time with Carthage, and had taken 2 walks, one with Lucy as a companion and the other with Spragg, her rather phlegmatic maid. Foolishly, Paul had believed his wife had seen the wisdom of his request and that the matter was settled. Her behaviour, which had been unusually mild and compliant, should have been the warning shot over his bow. Paul had gone to her bedroom and made love to her both nights, and she had responded just as eagerly and charmingly to his overtures as ever. Although she still took up far too much of Paul's mental energy during the day, he was halfway to believing that perhaps his desire for her might not blossom into full-blown obsession after all. Indeed, he was patting himself on the back, metaphorically speaking, on having tamed his inconvenient, uncomfortable passions as easily as he had tamed his headstrong wife. In other words, he was a victim of his own hubris. A line from a poem he'd read a few years ago came back to him. "My name is Ozymandias, King of Kings. Look on my works, ye mighty, and despair." Rather than despair, however, the sight that met Paul at the Weasel filled him with intense aggravation, jealousy, and a certain grudging respect. "Oh, look," his wife said to Mr. Dixon, with whom she was sitting, in an overtly cheerful voice that carried across the small room. "There is Needham now. We may consult him on the matter." Mr. Dixon had the decency to look flustered as he stood. "Good afternoon, my lord." "Good afternoon, Dixon, my lady." Paul stripped off his gloves and dipped his chin toward their table, which was filled with evidence of tea and scones that had been greatly enjoyed. "May I join you?" Dixon all but leapt to procure another chair, banging into Mr. Thomas, the innkeeper, who'd already gone into action upon seeing not only the local lord, but also his landlord, now that Paul was in the process of purchasing the land the Earl of Addiscombe had sold off a few years earlier. Paul tossed his gloves into his hat and handed both to Thomas, without taking his gaze off his wife, who was smiling at him and looking exactly like a cat who'd been at the cream pot. "A pint of your home brew, if you please, Mr. Thomas." "Right away, my lord." Dixon hesitated, his hand on the chair back, his posture shrieking uncertainty. Again, Paul didn't take his eyes from his wife while he spoke to the man. "I left a draft of the letter to Bateman on your desk, Mr. Dixon. Perhaps you might have time to finish recopying it and get it on its way before dinner. I shall escort my wife back to Witch House." Dixon couldn't have left quicker if he'd been launched from a cannon. Phoebe no longer appeared triumphant, but almost sulky, although he suspected the uninitiated wouldn't recognize the subtle hints of her displeasure. "What was it you wished to ask me, my dear?" he asked mildly, nodding his thanks to the innkeeper when he set down his pint. "Anything for you, my lady?" Phoebe bestowed a glowing smile on the innkeeper. "No, I am quite unable to eat another bite. Please do pass my compliments to Mrs. Thomas, and also my enduring hope that she will one day share her secret recipe with me." "She won't even tell me, Lady Phoebe. Lady Needham." Thomas chuckled uneasily, clearly sensing something in the atmosphere. Or more likely, he had watched the new Viscountess and the Viscount's handsome secretary and wondered what was in the works. As had the people who were occupying every single one of the other tables. Quite a crowd for this time of day, Paul would imagine. "Thank you, that will be all," Paul said, when the innkeeper hovered uncertainly. "You were going to tell me what I should look at," he reminded his wife. Ever conscious of appearances, Phoebe smiled and slid a book of fabric swatches across the table. "I thought the dull gold would do nicely for the library." Paul glanced down at the swatch in question, unsurprised that it was lovely and exactly the sort of thing he approved of. "I like it," he said, amused by the coincidence. He too had been in town looking at swatches at the tiny millinery shop owned and operated by Mrs. Debenham. While she'd not had exactly what Paul had in mind, he had found 3 bolts of material that had pleased him very much, and which had shocked the middle-aged dressmaker to her toes. Apparently using expensive silk netting for anything but overdresses had never occurred to the woman. "You want me to make a nightgown?" she had repeated, uncertainly. Paul smiled at the memory. "What is so amusing, my lord?" Phoebe asked him. "I am pleased you are taking charge of the refurbishment, as I found Mrs. Nutter's choices rather pedestrian. Your taste is exquisite." She flushed at his compliment, clearly not expecting it. "I take it that Mr. Dixon also possesses some insight into the matter of draperies?" Her expression said this was more what she'd believed he would say. "His father's house, Brookhurst, is considered one of the finest examples of the early Baroque style. He will have grown up accustomed to living in a house that is graciously and elegantly appointed." "Unlike you," was the thrust of her comment. "What does that mean, exactly?" "What does it mean?" "Early Baroque." "You want to know what early Baroque is?" she repeated. "Yes. When was that? What years? How is it different from, say, is there a middle Baroque?" She was flustered and desperately tried to hide it. "Surely you don't wish to discuss architecture? Such information can be of no use to you." Paul almost stood and clapped at her impressive rebound. From breathlessly flustered to throwing a proper facer in less than a few seconds, which effectively put him in his place, Paul's place being far from a gentleman of Dixon's character and breeding. His new wife was a scrapper for all that she was such a small thing. "I am always hoping to better myself, my dear, and I believe all knowledge is worth having." She squinted slightly, as if peering through a fog, certain there was something obscured within it. Paul smiled mildly, presenting the very picture of an encroaching cit who was eager to learn from his betters. "There is a book on the subject in the library," she said, once again finding her feet. "I shall fetch it for you. I dare say it will do a more credible job on the subject than I could." Oh, his Phoebe! What a treasure! It was at that moment that Paul suspected he was falling in love. A few days after the exchange in the Weasel, Paul was riding back from one of the abandoned outbuildings on yet another parcel of land he'd contracted to purchase. As Twickham had predicted, the man who'd bought the bulk of the Earl of Addiscombe's unentailed 32,000 acres had become badly dipped thanks to several ill-advised investments on the exchange, and was in a burning hurry to sell. Fortunately for Paul, not so fortunately for the seller, there were few buyers, so Paul had used that fact to drive the asking price, already much reduced, down by more than 12%. While the property had cost him considerably more than a song, it had still been the best land bargain he'd made in 15 years. Twickham was working on acquiring the remaining 2 properties that Addiscombe had sold. Paul hardly needed them. He had plenty of land on which to build his new house, if that is what he decided to do. But he had developed something of a mania to stitch the once grand property back together. He'd also developed a mania to figure out what his wife's next offensive would be. And Paul had no doubt that is exactly what she was doing, scheming and planning. Phoebe should never, ever gamble. If her father's countenance at the card table was as transparent as his daughter's, it was no wonder that he'd lost his fortune. Already Paul could read her expressions like a book. For instance, he knew she was at her most devious when she appeared most docile and submissive, 2 things she most certainly was not. Paul almost felt bad for her. She was new at campaigning, while he was a scarred, grizzled veteran. So that is why, when he saw 2 figures on the abandoned, weed-filled stretch of road, he wasn't surprised that one of them wore a charming emerald green habit. Paul kept his distance until the couple turned off the road into a small cluster of trees, and then he urged Cole into a gallop. When he came to the spot where they'd turned off, he saw there was a faint trail through the foliage. "It is time to advance, my lad," Paul murmured to his horse. It was almost as if Cole knew to be quiet, his huge hooves scarcely making a sound as he picked his way down the overgrown trail. Paul heard them before he saw them, laughing and talking. Their horses were loosely tethered a short distance from a tiny derelict cottage. At first, Paul's secretary was leaning so close to Paul's wife that he didn't see her much smaller body. Fear struck him sharply, like a knife in his belly. "Please, God, don't let this be like Gideon and Catherine. Please don't." His wife's voice came from somewhere behind Dixon. Yes, just a bit harder. That's almost perfect," she said, her tone exultant. Just then, Cole clipped a stone with his hoof and sent it bouncing. When Dixon turned around to face him, Paul became almost dizzy with relief at the sight of Phoebe, fully clothed. She was crouching and poking a length of wire around in the keyhole while Dixon fiddled with the handle. "Good afternoon, my lord," Dixon said, his fair cheeks flushing. Paul didn't trust his voice yet, so he merely looked from one to the other, before allowing his gaze to settle on Dixon. "Her ladyship says the structure is cool enough and the temperature stable enough to store perishables," Dixon offered. "That is very interesting," he said in a flat tone. Dixon's fair skin was almost as red as Phoebe's. Indeed, the two had a similar look, all aquiline elegance and breeding, and could have passed for siblings. Paul only had to look at the other man for a moment before Dixon cleared his throat. Actually, my lord, I am pleased you came along. I just remembered a letter to Mr. Brindle that needs to go out with the last mail. I would hate to rush Lady Needham on her way. But now, as you are here, perhaps you might escort her back to Witch House." "I would be happy to do so." An uncomfortable silence fell over the small clearing as Mr. Dixon hastened to mount his horse, his foot slipping twice before he was finally astride. "I shall see you at dinner, my lord, my lady." He inclined his head and urged his horse into a canter. Paul turned to his wife. Her face was also red, and her eyes were throwing sparks. "That was excessively rude," she growled. Yes, it was definitely a growl. "Where is your groom?" Paul asked. She blinked, clearly startled by the question. "I do not need him. I was with Mr. Dixon." "I think you must know that it is improper for a newly married young woman to go off on extensive jaunts with an attractive young man." "Oh, is he attractive? I hadn't noticed." "You can rest assured that the people at the Prince and Weasel noticed." She flushed, her mouth tightening before she turned her back on him and began untying the horse's reins from the post. Paul waited until she realized there was no way for her to mount. Once she did, she spun around, her eyes throwing sparks. "What is the matter with you, my lord? Are you afraid your employee will lose control and ravish me?" Paul smiled coldly. "Perhaps it was not Mr. Dixon's self-control I am worried about, my dear." Phoebe's hand flew before she even knew it had moved, and she struck his face hard enough to make his head snap to the side and send his hat flying. She gasped and stared at her hand, as if it were some stranger that had acted of its own volition. Phoebe looked from her stinging palm to her husband. He wore the faint smile and hooded gaze she now knew hid a hot, smouldering anger. He bent and picked up his hat, dusting it lightly before setting it on his head. He picked up the reins she had dropped when she'd assaulted him, because that was exactly what she had done, assaulted him. I'm sorry," she said, her voice shaky. "I shouldn't have done that. I've never struck anyone before." "Well, you shan't be able to say that again, shall you?" he asked, dark humour glinting in his icy gaze. Any remorse she'd felt dissipated. "You think this is amusing? It entertains you to make filthy assumptions about my behaviour?" "I think your reaction is amusing." "How dare you say such an odious thing to me?" He looped the reins over Brandy's neck. "Because I am odious, my dear." "So, you vent your spleen on me, even though I have done nothing to deserve it?" He turned to her and gave her a steady look. "Is that true? You are blameless?" Phoebe's face flushed. "Just because you are a slave to your baser passions does not mean the rest of us are the same," she shot back at him. Now, where had that come from? He smiled. "What?" "It sounds as though you've been thinking about my baser passions." Needham took a step closer. "Is that true?" When Phoebe tried to step back, she bumped into the old hitching post. "Tell me about my baser passions, Phoebe." She shook her head weakly, mesmerized by his gaze. It was bright outside, even under the canopy of trees, making his pupils tiny specks in a field of silver grey. "No clever answer?" he murmured, cocking his head. Before she knew what he was doing, he captured her chin and lowered his mouth over hers, holding her gently but firmly and kissing her breathless, not stopping until her pulse threatened to burst from beneath her skin. When he released her, he gazed down at her with eyes that blazed. "You are playing a dangerous game, Phoebe." "What game? I'm not—" He kissed her again, this time harder, almost brutally, his hands dropping to her bottom, which he cupped and then lifted her, holding her in such a way that her spread thighs were forced to balance on his thigh for support. Phoebe groaned at the exquisite friction, her hips instinctively bucking and grinding, seeking the pleasure he was slowly and surely teaching her to need as much as air or water. Just when her crisis began to reach its peak, he lowered her abruptly and stepped away, again holding her chin, his gaze no longer hot, but as cold as frost crystals. "There is something I don't think you understand about me, Phoebe. Or perhaps you've just refused to accept it. But I am, in the main, the sort of man who guards all his possessions." She tried to jerk her chin away. "I am not your He held her more firmly and continued as if she'd never spoken. "Where you are concerned, I am an exceedingly jealous man. I don't like it when you have nuncheon with Dixon, just the two of you, flaunting your behaviour for all our neighbours to see and speculate about. I don't like it when you flirt and charm him every night at dinner, and then answer me in monosyllables. And I don't like it when you go off riding with my handsome young noble secretary. But we didn't do anything. But you wanted me to think you might, didn't you, Phoebe?" She opened her mouth to lie and deny it, suddenly ashamed that she had hoped to get a response out of him. But not one this frightening. Phoebe chewed her lip. What in the world could she say? "I don't... I—" "It doesn't matter," he said coolly. "What matters is that I don't like watching or knowing that Dixon gets to enjoy the pleasure of your company while you deny me. You are mine, Phoebe, mine alone. Mine to enjoy however and whenever I please." He kissed her ruthlessly, his big hand cradling her head in a firm, unbreakable hold while he plundered her. Phoebe desperately wanted to resist him, or, better yet, to reject him. But it hurt to deny herself the pleasure of his touch. So, yet again, her resolve melted faster than butter on a scorching hot pan. She dug her fingers into the thick muscles of his shoulders, kneading him while she thrust her tongue into his mouth, their angry jousting so arousing she couldn't resist rubbing herself against his hard thigh. Yet again, it was Needham who ended their kiss, leaving her panting like a dog in heat. He glared down at her, and the possessive fire in his gaze made her knees weak. "I don't wish to share you with Sebastian Lowry or Dixon, or any other handsome young man." He brushed a big brutish thumb gently over her lower lip, his nostrils flaring. "You are mine, Phoebe. Mine." It was almost impossible to recall why she was angry with him when he said things like that, and when he looked at her with such unabashed desire. But Phoebe dug deep and mined one last nugget of resistance. She sneered. "So, if I wish to ride with an old, ugly man, you will not forbid it?" He looked amused. "Let me just say that none of the grooms or footmen I employ are the sort to send a young, impressionable girl's heart pounding." Phoebe was torn between fury at the way he was treating her as a possession, and elation that she had apparently captivated a powerful, intimidating, sophisticated man like Paul Needham. "You are positively Gothic." She wrenched her chin away from his fingers, or at least tried, but he held her in an unbreakable grip. "Let me go." "You will go when I say you may," he murmured, and then he claimed her mouth again. Phoebe resisted his erotic handling for all of 3 seconds before her traitorous body melted. Her mind raged on for a few seconds longer, but then it too gave in to his sensual mastery. "I am so lost to him." That was the last rational thought she had before Paul showed her yet again how her body, and even her mind, belonged to him. His to control and command. Utterly and completely his. Chapter 19. Paul was standing by the study window when Phoebe came cantering from the direction of the stables, Carthage a proper distance behind her, his huge barrel-shaped body surprisingly graceful astride the large-boned bay. His wife had an excellent seat, and her shapely little body looked positively edible in her new sapphire-blue habit. It was one of the garments he'd ordered from Mademoiselle Sonia. It had arrived several days earlier, but Phoebe had refused to open any boxes until today. Paul's lips curved into a smile at her small rebellion. It amused him when she showed her fire, especially when she tried to resist him, as she'd done in bed last night. At dinner, she had, once again, answered his questions in monosyllables, while lavishing all her attention on poor Dixon, who'd looked ready to expire from terror. After enjoying his port and cigarello with Dixon, Paul had gone to the library, hoping to find her there, since it appeared to be a favourite haunt of hers. But the maid he'd spoken to when he rang for tea said the Viscountess had gone up to her chambers directly after dinner. Pouting, he'd assumed. It turned out correctly. When Paul had gone to her chambers, she had lain as still and stiff as a board when he'd climbed into her bed. "Do you not feel well, my dear? Shall I leave you to your rest?" Her jaw had moved side to side, her expression mulish. And then she lifted her chin. "I am prepared to do my duty." Paul had laughed at that, which had only made her look more resolved not to enjoy herself. She'd not resisted him when he'd stripped off her nightgown, yet another puritanical gown that she'd insisted on wearing, even though an entire mountain of unopened clothing boxes sat conspicuously in the middle of her dressing-room floor, like a gauntlet. She hadn't tried to cover herself when he'd lain her bare, nor had she made a sound when he'd shrugged off his own robe, feigning disinterest, although her eyes had briefly slid to his erect cock, which he knew she was curious about, before jumping to something over his shoulder. When he had nudged her soft, creamy thighs apart, or at least tried to, but she'd held them as tightly clenched as a mousetrap, she had reached for the candle he'd left burning beside the bed. "Leave it," he ordered. "I wish for the light off." "I wish for it on," he'd replied. "So I am to have no say in my own bedchamber?" "Not on that matter." "I see. What else?" "I shall tell you as things come up," he'd said, amused by her acerbic tone and stormy expression. He'd glanced down at something else that had come up, his cock, which was hard and leaking as it jutted out from his hips. His balls had been full and aching all day thinking about their tussle the day before, both at the cottage and last night in her bed. His new wife would never know how close she'd come to getting her first rogering in the splendour of the outdoors the day before. Her wilful antics at dinner hadn't diminished his desire for her one iota. Quite the reverse. They'd made him look forward to taming her yet again when he went to her bed. Her martyrish behaviour from the moment he'd opened her door had fed his lust for her even more. Indeed, He'd been so bloody aroused at the sight of her covered from the neck to wrists to ankles that he'd been tempted to toss her gown up over her waist and breathe her hard and fast to dull the sharp edge of his need, saving a slow pleasuring for later. But the way she'd been seething and glaring told him that a fast, hard fuck would be ill-advised tonight. His most impressive bed skills were necessary to soothe her ruffled feathers, no matter how amusing he was finding her daily resistance. It had been a challenge to hold her gaze when what he'd really wanted was to look down to where her tiny pink nub was eagerly thrusting from her dark curls. While Phoebe's mind might have been angry with him, her body had been primed and begging. "Open your thighs for me," he'd ordered. Her jaw had firmed and her knees had remained locked. Their eyes had locked as well, his no doubt cold and determined, hers mulish and angry. Paul had been pondering his next response when she gave a growl of annoyance and flung her knees apart, opening her legs wide. "There," she'd snarled. "Is that wide enough, my lord?" "That is perfect," he'd murmured mildly, giving in to his urge and looking down. The sight that met his eyes, her prim, puffy lips and the tender pink petals they shielded, had knocked the words from his head. Any thoughts of taunting or teasing her had fled instantly, and he'd fallen on her like the obsessed deviant he was. Oh, how he had feasted on his angry young bride! And how futilely she'd tried to ignore the pleasure building inside her. It had been difficult not to laugh as she struggled to remain non-responsive in the face of a full sensual onslaught. Paul had ravaged her like a man possessed by her, forcing orgasm after orgasm from her sweet little cunt. Just the thought of how she'd swelled and slickened and writhed and begged beneath his mouth and tongue was enough to make him hard again. She might never love him, but by God, her body did. He had given her all the pleasure she could stand. 4 times she'd climaxed before she'd whimpered that she couldn't do it again. Only then had he entered her, sheathing himself to his root and then riding her to a 5th and final orgasm, that last one shared. Afterward, she'd been too sated to even notice when he'd turned on his side and wrapped an arm around her, dragging her back against his front, tucking his spent cock into the cleft of her arse, and cupping a generous handful of tit in the palm of one hand. She had fallen asleep almost immediately, but Paul had been awake for at least an hour afterward. It hadn't been unpleasant, not like those nights when his mind raced with ideas that wouldn't let him sleep even though his body was exhausted. No, it had been a lazy, dozy experience, in which he'd felt both physically and emotionally sated, and he'd revelled in the moment, for once not wanting or yearning for anything else. Of course, such contentment hadn't been able to last. He'd eventually fallen asleep and woken a few hours later with a ragingly hard cock. The rigid tension of her body in his arms told Paul that he wasn't the only one conscious of his throbbing prick nestled between her cheeks, pressed snugly against her tight little pucker. Oh, the thoughts that had given him. But there would be plenty of time to initiate her into the joys of that particular union in the months and years ahead. Instead, he'd lifted her leg and brought it back over his hip. It was the first time he'd taken her twice in one night. His thick shaft had slid easily into her tight but primed sheath, and her body had been warm and pliable in his arms as he'd fucked her with a slow, erotic rhythm. Mounting a woman from behind like that was one of his favourite positions. It left the front of her body exposed and his hands free to explore. Paul had made the most of the opportunity, teasing her sensitive bud until she bucked and ground against him, trapped between his teething fingers and his probing prick. There was something about their size difference. Paul so huge and hard, and Phoebe so small and soft, that rendered him insatiable for her. Paul had always been highly sexual. Indeed, it was rare that he was without a mistress. But he'd ended things with Margaret once he'd become betrothed to Phoebe, which had meant he'd gone several weeks without a woman, which might explain why he was so hungry for her all the time. But he didn't think that was true. It was Phoebe herself, pure and simple. Paul was aware that he was being even more domineering, demanding, and dictatorial with his new wife than he normally was with his women. While it was true that he had always liked, no, he needed, to control everything and everyone within his orbit, and a great deal that was well beyond it, Paul was even worse with Phoebe. He had no idea why he was so taken with her. She wasn't beautiful. Indeed, she was the sort of woman it would be easy to overlook in a ton ballroom. She was exceedingly small of stature, but sturdy rather than sylph-like. Her features were pleasingly regular, but nothing out of the common way. She was not especially accomplished. He was probably more proficient at the piano than she was, and Lucy was a far better watercolourist. Given the position of authority that she'd held in her father's household, the only one with common sense, it seemed, she was managing, opinionated, and argumentative. As those were three qualities that Paul possessed in spades, they were destined to lock horns, and one of them would have to lose. Paul knew which of them it would be. The only thing he could think that accounted for his wild infatuation was her seeming untouchability. It wasn't just that she was a lady. He'd fucked plenty of women with titles attached to their names. No, it was her reserve, her remoteness. He'd suspected she'd built a wall of reserve around her heart after that puling twit Lowry had broken her heart, or at least her pride. If there was one thing Paul knew about, it was building walls. It wasn't that he wanted to smash her defences. He respected her strength and vitality too much to want to do that, but he most certainly wanted to conquer the reserve she'd placed between them and gentle her to his touch. Paul wanted, in cruder parlance, to have her eating out of his hand. He had already accomplished that in their marriage bed, and hoped that the power skirmishes over her wandering around the country unattended would soon come to an end as well. Last night, in bed, he had discovered something interesting. Rather than look annoyed when he'd taken her a second time, she had, for the first time he could recall, looked genuinely at peace this morning. This was when he'd realized that just like him, Phoebe was highly sexual and required frequent release. A well-sated Phoebe was a more tractable Phoebe. Paul was thrilled that he'd be the one to keep her satisfied. But while he would allow her a certain degree of latitude when it came to their private lives, when it came to the household, there was only one master, and that was Paul. He was honest enough with himself to admit he'd probably become more rather than less controlling as he got older, especially on matters like Phoebe's safety. He was relieved that she'd obeyed him on the matter of a groom, both yesterday and today. As invigorating as it was to lock horns with her, he did not enjoy actual conflict. He could think of far better ways to generate passion. "My lord?" Paul jolted at the sound of Dixon's voice. He'd forgotten the man was working at the other desk. Paul turned to his secretary and smiled. "I'm sorry to keep you waiting while I gather wool and fantasize about fucking my wife. I am ready to go over the day's mail." Dixon cleared his throat. It was a habit Paul had noticed in this younger man whenever he was in a position to deliver information that he didn't think would please the listener, primarily Paul.
There were more incidents.
Paul waited for the rest.
3 of the new ovens were completely destroyed, and another 20 will require a month to repair. That will, naturally, slow the completion of the next batch.
Paul felt a familiar rage building inside his belly and turned away from his secretary so he wouldn't frighten the younger man. This was the 5th act of sabotage at the Silkstone operation this year alone.
And still nobody was apprehended in connection with the vandalism?
No, sir. Not that Paul had any doubts in his mind, but it would have been nice if the local constabulary had exerted themselves. Still, he knew that was unreasonable of him. They were all related in the area, and the local magistrate would be leery of stirring the nest when he would have to live with the results.
I suppose I had better pay a visit. Very good, my lord. I shall make preparations for the journey. When would you like to leave?
Paul stared sightlessly at the wall of books across from him, his mind working through the details before he spoke.
Tomorrow,
he said, turning to focus his gaze on his employee.
I shan't need you with me.
Yes, sir.
I've plenty to keep me busy here. I shall be taking Lady Needham with me, so I'll want extra outriders.
Dixon hesitated only a fraction of a second before nodding.
If you have something to say, please say it. Shall I send a message for Mr. Humboldt to accompany you, sir? Perhaps he might bring several of his associates with him.
Humboldt was a Bow Street runner who'd guarded Paul in the past and could pass for a groom.
Yes, that is good thinking. He can guard my wife.
Between Humboldt and Carthage, she would be well protected if any trouble should arise.
I think Humboldt will be enough for the ride there, but send word that 4 others should follow us up there later in the week. Very good, sir. What other business was there today?
Paul asked, his mind already on the journey ahead of him and what his wife would say when she learned that they would soon be visiting the very place that produced both Paul and his vulgar cit wealth. Tomorrow, Phoebe said, even though she had heard her husband perfectly well.
Yes.
He glanced down at the stack of papers, clearly wishing to get back to them. He had sent word that he wanted to see her immediately after she'd returned from her ride. So she had come to him without changing from her habit, her boots dirty and body sweaty, smelling of horse. But what about the dinner party I was to give next Thursday? His grimace told her that he'd forgotten about their first function as a married couple.
I am sorry, he said, sounding it. You will have to cancel it.
She shrugged and then smiled when he looked surprised. I wasn't really looking forward to it without any of my family being here. I shall send out messages directly. Might I know what has happened?
Some issues have arisen at the new property in Leeds, in Middleton, to be precise. I thought I could manage them from here, but my presence is necessary.
Would it be all right to tell people that you've been called away on a matter of some importance, then?
Yes, that will do.
And how long shall we stay?
I don't know,
he admitted, looking rather harried as he pinched the bridge of his nose above his spectacles.
I'm sorry,
he added, although she'd not said anything.
I am not purposefully being vague.
I only ask because I have accepted a few invitations for us the week after next. I shall just cancel them all.
That would be best.
Phoebe had left him then, eager to get on with it. The rest of the afternoon fled so quickly it had been bedtime before she knew it. She'd had Spragg prepare her for bed as usual, vaguely aware that her neck and back felt achy. Not until she'd sent her maid away and crawled into her own bed had she realized how exhausted she was. She had only intended to close her eyes for a few moments, to rest before Needham came to her. But the next thing she knew, it was morning, and Spragg was standing beside the bed. A quick glance at her husband's pillow showed it was undisturbed. Phoebe stared for a long moment, even though there was nothing to see. He must have come to her room, found her asleep, and returned to his own bed. It startled her to realize that she regretted not staying awake for him. She shook herself and pushed back the blankets. There would be more nights. Many more. Not until she'd risen and stripped off her nightgown did Phoebe discover that she had started her courses sometime during the night. So, she was not pregnant. For some reason, she had the strangest urge to cry. Chapter 20. The Great North Road. Phoebe stared out at the falling gloom, her mind on the rapidly approaching journey's end. This was the farthest she'd ever been from home, both geographically and temporally, and it was proving more jarring than she would have guessed. She missed everything about home, not just her family, but her routine and the familiar surroundings. Even though 3 days had passed, she was still strangely dejected that her courses had begun the morning of their trip. It astounded her how much she'd hoped to be with child. Indeed, if somebody would have asked her 6 months ago if she was desperate for children, she would have denied it. Yes, but 6 months ago, you wouldn't have proof of your husband's virility living under your very own roof. The thought shamed her, even though it was only inside her head. Could she really be competitive about such a thing? She hoped not. Phoebe wasn't only saddened that she wasn't pregnant, she was also confused and more than a little worried. Was something wrong with her? After all, her mother, her only source of information on pregnancy, a rather reliable one, as she'd been in the felicitous state many times herself, had made it sound as if only one episode were required to make a normally fecund female pregnant, which begged the question whether Phoebe was even capable of becoming pregnant, as Paul, it was still difficult to think his name, even in the privacy of her own head, had bred her often, a few times twice on the same evening. She glanced from under her lashes to where he sat, as usual engaged in poring over inscrutable documents. He wore spectacles when he needed to read, and something about the sight of such a big, powerful man with delicate gold-rimmed spectacles perched on his giant beak of a nose caused a fluttering in her belly. Even the unpleasant cramping she'd been experiencing over the 3-day journey, which he had purposely taken more slowly for her sake, couldn't ruin the delicious sensation. His expression was one of utter concentration, and his fascinating mouth, yet another thing that gave her flutterings as she remembered how skilled his stern, thin lips could be, was compressed in a frown of concentration as he compared something on one document with another and then used a stub of pencil to scribble something in the margin. His lashes were easily as long and thick as Doddy's, except soot-black where her brother's were golden. They were almost amusingly delicate and pretty on a face that was decidedly neither of those things. Was it wanton of her that she had missed him these past 3 nights? He had engaged 2 chambers at each of the inns where they had stayed. They dined together in private parlours, but after their meals he had excused himself, leaving her to entertain herself until bedtime. Phoebe was accustomed to having all her sisters and her brother to liven up an evening with card games or other foolishness. Even at Witch House, she'd had Lucy to amuse her during the days, and Mr. Dixon at dinner, Paul afterward in the library, although they had done very little talking. She was, she realized with a shock, rather lonely without any social interaction. Phoebe yearned to ask him what he did when he left after dinner, and wished she had the courage to ask if she might join him. Even if he only went somewhere to read, surely they could sit in companionable silence, as they'd done during the carriage ride. He had been everything that was polite, courteous, and thoughtful on the long days on the road. The carriage itself was wonderfully luxurious, and filled with plush rugs and cushions to assure of her every comfort. With 4 liveried servants and another 2 outriders, they travelled in a manner which was as grand as any duke's. The innkeepers had, without fail, rushed out to greet them when they'd stopped each night. Not only was Lord Needham well known, but he appeared to be well liked, and almost venerated by those they encountered. It is his money they respect. His wealth is the reason they toad eat him. "Did you need something, my dear?" the man she was thinking about and staring at asked, his low baritone shattering the silence. Phoebe blinked at him, confused. "You were looking at me as if I were a puzzle, and not an especially pleasing one." Predictably, her face heated. "No, I was thinking of something entirely different." She turned to look out the window, the sight beyond the glass depressing in its ugliness. "When will we arrive at Hill House?" "Shortly," he said, putting his paperwork into his satchel and then rising from his seat just enough to move over to her side. "Scoot over a little," he ordered, when she merely gawked up at him. Phoebe pushed herself all the way to the corner of the seat. Even so, when he sat beside her, his huge body touched hers from calf to shoulder. He leaned even closer, the heat from his body and the faint lemony scent of his cologne annoyingly intoxicating, and pointed to a hideous sort of tower with smoke puffing out of it. "There is my newest blast furnace." Phoebe stared at the eyesore, one of many in the area that was riddled with them. What was she supposed to say? How pretty? "Oh, how interesting," is what she managed. He chuckled, his laugh vibrating through her body. "Not attractive, I'll grant you, but extremely productive and lucrative." The carriage crested a slight rise, and she saw evidence of even more industry marring the landscape. But there were also several rows of quaint little cottages some distance off the road, each a bit different, but somehow similar enough to know they'd been built by the same craftsman. "Are those new?" she asked, scrambling for something to say that wasn't offensive. "Yes. They are all occupied by people who work for me." He paused and then added, "The company has constructed over 200 of them in the last 5 years. Phoebe's jaw dropped. "Goodness, that seems a great many." "Yes, but we still need a great many more." "You must have a lot of workers." "Thousands." Phoebe took a moment to consider his answer. Thousands? That was far, far more than she ever would have believed possible. She tried to imagine being responsible for so many employees, and simply could not wrap her mind around it. She'd found it daunting to make sure that Mr. and Mrs. Parks and Maisie were paid every month. "That is a great many people," she finally said, unashamed that she sounded awed. It was awe-inspiring. "Needham Iron provides 1/8 of all British cast iron production." She heard the pride in his voice, and, for once, she understood it and found it touching rather than vulgar. The carriage slowed, and she saw they were nearing a small village. People stopped what they were doing and turned to watch. Others came out of shops and stores and stood as if witnessing visiting royalty. Phoebe had to twist her body to look at Needham. His hooded gaze was on her rather than the crowds that were rapidly gathering. "They have come out to greet you," she said. His mouth pulled into a smile that was cold. "Paying tribute to a Cit." Phoebe huffed. "You will never forget that, will you?" Rather than answer, his eyes slid to the window and widened at something. His expression shifted from bored and sleepy to positively savage. Phoebe followed the path of his glare to 3 men standing at the edge of the crowd. A woman stood beside them, a baby cradled in her arms. All 4 scowled as they watched the carriage roll past. "Who are they?" she asked. He sat back and stared straight ahead. "What do you mean?" "The 4 people you were glaring at, and who were glaring right back at you." He shrugged, his shoulder brushing against hers. "They are people who are not happy with what I've done here." "But why, if you are building houses and bringing jobs?" "Some think they are not the right kind of jobs." "You mean ironwork?" He gestured to the window on the other side. They had already left the village behind, and the road wound between several large structures, all belching various quantities of smoke into the air. "There are also 2 potteries, a glassworks, a brickworks, and a rolling mill." Indeed, it all appeared to be a great hive of industry, with people bustling all around the buildings, even though it was dusk. "What is a rolling mill?" she asked. He gave her a quizzical look. "What? Why are you looking at me like that?" Phoebe asked. "Do you really want to know the answer?" "I wouldn't have asked if I didn't." He turned to look out the window. "I wouldn't have thought vulgar industry was of any interest to you." Phoebe then did something she'd only ever done to her 2 younger siblings. She reached out with her gloved hand and took his chin, the way he had done to her so often, and turned his face to hers. She would have laughed out loud at his shocked expression if she'd not been so peeved. "The clothing on my back, my brother's schooling, indeed, everything I have comes from your vulgar industry. I've said foolish, apparently unforgivable, things about you and your business in the past, but I am hardly so hypocritical as to reap the rewards, yet revile the source of all my comfort. So please, my lord, if you cannot forgive the foolish things I said, perhaps you might strive to at least forget them." His brooding stare was almost tangible in its weight. She had in some way obviously insulted him again. Phoebe dropped her hand and began to turn away, only to have her chin seized in response. "You are right," he said. Her lips parted in surprise. He barked a laugh. "You are right to look bumfuzzled, because it is rare that I am in the wrong." "Or at least rare that you admit it," she retorted. Merry glints lighted his strange eyes. "I will both forgive and forget, under one condition." Phoebe rolled her eyes, remembering the last time he'd had only one condition. He nodded, even though she'd not spoken. "Yes, I am a merchant, and I always require payment in either coin or like kind." "Very well, let us bargain, although I should warn you that I have a good deal of experience with haggling myself," Phoebe said. His eyebrows shot up. "Indeed?" "Oh, yes. Mr. Andrews the butcher in Little Sissington more than once thought to fob me off with inferior cuts of meat." He grinned, and the rare expression warmed her. "Duly noted." "What is your condition, my lord?" "I shall endeavour to forget the past if you will call me by my name. Not in front of others, of course," he hastened to add when she opened her mouth to demur, "but when we are alone." His cold eyes heated, "especially when we are intimate." Phoebe raised her hands to her cheeks, the cool kid leather heating quickly upon touching her hot skin. "You do like to make me blush, don't you, my lord?" She heaved a sigh. "Paul?" He smiled. "There. That was not so difficult, was it?" It had actually been very difficult, but there was no need to be truthful. "No, it was not." Before he could respond, the carriage slowed and then turned. "Ah, we are almost there," he said, again pointing to the window on her side. "There is your first look at Hill House." Paul saw both admiration and relief colour her features when she saw Hill House. "Oh, it is quite lovely." He could see that she'd been dreading some reproduction Gothic monstrosity that several industrialists had recently built, complete with turrets and a moat. "It was built in the 1640s, he said. "Some insist that it was one of Indigo Jones's early projects, although there is no proof of that." Her gaze fastened to the entrance of the house, where the servants awaited the carriage, neatly arranged in one long row to meet their new mistress. "That is an unusual but lovely entryway," she said. "It is known as an edicular doorway, which draws its inspiration from a Roman shrine." She turned her torso slowly until she was facing him. "I am impressed." "Don't be. My knowledge of architecture extends only far enough to understand my houses. I dare say it shall be years before I am fully conversant with which house." She smiled. "By then it shall be Doddy's home, and you will be forced to memorize some new property." Paul's breath caught in his throat at her teasing, and something unpleasant uncoiled in his belly. He wondered if his answering smile was as stilted as it felt. Fortunately, they were at their destination and the carriage came to a halt before she might have noticed. Paul opened the door before any of the grooms or Phoebe's footman could do so, putting down the steps and then handing her out. She had an expression on her face that he recognized from the day she had met the servants at Witch House, none of whom had been there when she'd been a girl. It was a gracious, ladylike smile that managed to be pleasant without being too friendly. It was yet another characteristic that was probably bred into her blood and bones. Paul couldn't ape a similar expression if he practiced in front of a looking-glass for a year. The pride that bloomed in his belly as he took in his aristocratic wife both annoyed and amused him, as if he had anything at all to do with her breeding. He was becoming as big a sycophant as his father had been when it came to aristocrats, albeit only with one particular woman. Paul turned to find Mrs. Hodge and Norris waiting for him. "It is a pleasure to see you," he said, speaking truthfully. He'd known both servants for most of his life. "We've just managed to finish the master and mistress chambers yesterday," Mrs. Hodge said, smiling from Paul to Phoebe. "It will be all new and fresh for you, my lady." Phoebe cut him a startled glance. "How efficient you are, my lord." Paul tried not to preen. The next few minutes were taken up with yet another masterful, or should it be mistressful, display of ease and refinement as Phoebe met her new servants, all the way down to the 10-year-old boot boy, who happened to be one of Norris's many nieces and nephews. "What will it be, my dear? A tour or a rest first?" he asked. The tightness around her eyes told him her answer before she spoke. "I will save the tour for tomorrow, when I am fresh. Tea and then a bath would be lovely," she said, smiling at Mrs. Hodge. The housekeeper nodded. "Right away, my lady." "I shall show my wife up to her chambers," Paul said, his nod dismissing both upper servants. "Thank you for agreeing to postpone the house tour," she murmured as they ascended the staircase. "I never would have imagined that sitting all day could be so fatiguing." No doubt that was compounded by her courses. Paul had had enough mistresses over the years to know that some women suffered greatly for 5 days every month. Indeed, Ellen was all but prostrate, even before her illness had worsened. Paul was wise enough to keep those observations to himself. "Is this where you grew up?" she asked as he led her to the second-floor landing and turned right. "Here, and at Castleton, which is a house my father had built in Cumberland." "Do you go there often?" "It is now occupied by a tenant." No need to explain who that tenant was, and why Paul never went there. Paul opened the door to the chambers that had once belonged to his mother and watched his wife's reaction. "Oh, it is lovely," she said, her eyes wide as she gazed around at the sea-foam green and pale blue room, which looked cool and refreshing, as if it were underwater. "It was my mother's room," he said as they walked through to the dressing room and then on to the private sitting room. "It hadn't been occupied since her death and was desperately in need of refreshing. I believe the furniture is mostly the same, but all the hangings, carpets, and so forth are newly done." She looked delighted when she turned to him. "It is beautiful, so cool and restful. It was very thoughtful of you. Thank you." "It was my pleasure." And it had been too. Paul wanted to make her happy, to keep her satisfied in every possible way. Yes, he was a besotted fool for his wife. There was a light knock on the door, and then Spragg entered, accompanied by Charles, Phoebe's personal footman, who was laden down with a trunk of prodigious size. Paul had advised her to pack for as long as 3 weeks, but he hoped to have matters in hand long before then. "Oh, that is not mine," she said, when another servant deposited a smaller version of the big portmanteau. "You may leave it here," Paul said to the servant, and then turned to his wife. "It is yours," he smiled faintly. "A wedding gift from me." "And for me," he might have added. Her cheeks coloured prettily. "Oh, thank you." Just imagining her wearing one of the garments he'd chosen made him hard, and he wondered how much longer until her courses were over and he could visit her bed. Paul had been amused that Phoebe had chosen to use their body servants to communicate such delicate information. Spragg had told Simmond, Paul's valet, about her mistress's courses, and then Simmond had relayed that information to Paul. The aristocracy, he knew from experience, disliked embarrassing personal conversations even more than poverty, filth, or discomfort. Personally, Paul had been torn between disappointment that she was not breeding and relief that childbirth, and all its inherent dangers, had been put off for at least another month. As badly as Paul wanted to see her swollen with his child, he couldn't forget that his own mother had died in childbed. Although he'd been told that a woman's size had nothing to do with ease of pregnancy, Paul couldn't help being worried for Phoebe, who was so small he couldn't imagine her having an easy time of it. Phoebe began to direct her servants on where she wanted things, so Paul left her to her unpacking and went to the book room. He pulled the servant cord and didn't have long to wait until Norris was at the door. "Has my brother been here recently?" he asked, seeing no point in beating about the bush. Norris's fiery blush told him the answer before the man could summon words. "I know we would have made it difficult for you, Norris, so you needn't feel guilty." Norris sagged with relief. "Thank you, my lord. I was drafting a letter to you about his visit, but you thought a conversation would be easier?" Norris grimaced. "Well, perhaps not easier, but less complicated." Paul sat at his desk and looked at the drawer on the bottom right, which was slightly open when it should have been locked. Inside the drawer was a cash box. Paul already knew what he would find. Nothing when he opened the lid. He closed the drawer and looked up at Norris, whose face was puckered with misery. "I'm sorry, my lord. He was here less than 5 minutes. I'm afraid the newest footman didn't know he was not to—" "Hush," he murmured, feeling guilty for making the older man so anxious, and furious at his idiot brother for putting Norris in this position. "Do not punish the new footman, Norris. The poor fellow would not have guessed my own brother wouldn't be allowed into the house. So, when did this take place?" 6 days ago, my lord." "Is he at his mother's?" Gideon's mother, Susan Temple, owned a lavish, gaudy mansion a mere 4 miles from Hill House. Paul knew that Norris had at least 3 family members working for Mrs. Temple.
He keeps a room there, but apparently spends much of his time, carousing, and rarely even dines at home.
Paul snorted. That would have displeased her. Gideon was Susan's only child, and the light of her existence. The fact that he treated her execrably only seemed to make her love him more.
"Any more vandalism here at Hill House?" he asked. "Not since you sent the 2 men to keep watch, my lord."
The men in question were ex-runners, both of whom Paul employed full-time for a variety of issues. Norris softly cleared his throat.
"There is one more thing."
Paul sighed.
"Yes?" "Dick Whitten's daughter came to call on you. She'd been told you were arriving yesterday. Mrs. Hodge sent her away with a flea in her ear, but she is a bold piece. Begging your pardon, my lord."
Paul chuckled.
"I recall Sabrina quite well. Still cutting up her poor father's piece, I take it." "She has aged poor Whitten badly,"
Norris said in a rare moment of candour.
"He'd believed her betrothed to Ned Bateman's son, but—"
He shrugged his shoulders.
"Yes, I heard that was over. Any idea what she wants from me?" "She wants a chambermaid position."
"I thought she was working for Mrs. Temple."
Not any longer, sir."
So his stepmother had fired the girl, had she? Paul couldn't say he was surprised.
"What are your thoughts about giving her a job?" Paul asked. "While it is true that she is a handful, Poundstone, Mrs. Temple's butler, you know, said she was good at her job. It is only with the male members of staff that there was some trouble."
That was a kind assessment. Paul had known Sabrina Whitten all her life. Dick Whitten had always indulged her, and now, at 17, she was an astoundingly beautiful and willful young woman who believed she could manipulate everyone as easily as she did her father. Paul often visited Whitten to check on him, bringing a basket of delicacies as he did with all his injured employees, and Sabrina had made it clear the first few times he'd visited their house that she was for his taking. Indeed, she'd become so pestersome that Paul had sent one of the servants with the last basket, not wishing to deal with her.
"Why did she leave Mrs. Temple's?" "There were vague accusations about misplaced items, but Mrs. Temple never laid an information against the girl. It's my belief that she didn't want the girl about when Mr. Gideon came to visit, my lord."
Paul snorted. He could see the wisdom in that. Sabrina Whitten was appealing enough to tempt a dead man.
"Do you want to hire her? Won't she upset the happy balance you have here?"
Norris sighed.
"She needs work, my lord. Whitten is in a bad way, and I know he worries what will happen to her when he is gone."
Dick Whitten had been a friend of Paul's when they'd both been lads. Later, he'd worked for Paul as a keel bully, one of the men who loaded and unloaded coal, before his leg had been badly crushed in an accident. Paul had given him one of the new cottages and carried him without any rent, as well as giving him a quarterly allowance, which he did for any employee who'd been injured while at work. If Dick managed his money, he should enjoy a comfortable living, but that didn't include taking care of a daughter who liked to live beyond her means.
"I'll go talk to Whitten," Paul said. "In the meantime, hire the girl, so long as Mrs. Hodge does not disapprove," he added, earning a faint smile from the other man.
Norris and Hodge were both married to others, and yet often reminded Paul of a long-married couple who could read each other's minds.
"What have you heard about the Knott family lately?"
Norris's expression became grim.
"She came up here demanding that we send word to you that she needed more money."
Paul tried not to scowl.
"Why didn't you mention that Lily came here in your last letter? It only happened a few days ago, sir."
The Knott family was comprised of one married brother, Robert, two unmarried brothers, Tom and Nate, and their unmarried sister, Lily, and her out-of-wedlock child. Paul had made enemies of the Knotts when he'd bought the greater part of their property from their father, who'd been deeply in debt to a moneylender in Leeds and had come to Paul begging for help. He sometimes wondered if Richard Knott had expected Paul to just give him the money, because apparently purchasing it at well over market value had not been enough to satisfy the old man or his sons. Richard Knott drank himself to death, poisoning his sons' minds against Paul in the process. Although a rich coal seam ran through the corner of their property, the Knotts had, over several generations, extracted most of the easily accessible coal using shallow bell pits. By the time Paul bought their land, they were barely eking out a living. After Paul purchased the property, he began to mine the seam using a series of adits and had built honeycomb ovens to process the coal into coke. While it was true that he would get a great deal of money out of the property over time, it required a lot of capital to develop it, more than the Knott family would ever have been able to save or borrow. If Paul hadn't purchased the land, the Knotts would have been forced to sell to somebody else within the next year or two, and likely for far less than Paul had paid. Common sense told Paul that the three brothers, none of whom were employed, were at least some of the vandals his brother Gideon was working with. While the Knotts weren't the most popular family in the area, people would still close ranks around them, and it would make it difficult for local officials to investigate. The men Paul was bringing from London would have both an easier and harder time finding answers. Easier because they had no loyalties at stake, and harder because the locals wouldn't be forthcoming. All in all, it was an explosive situation, and Paul did not feel optimistic that it would have a good ending. And he could thank his brother Gideon for creating most of the trouble. Chapter 21. Phoebe quickly discovered that she had nowhere near as much work to do at Hill House as she'd needed to do at Poor Witch House. Thanks to Mrs. Hodge, the house operated as smoothly as a finely made watch. The housekeeper had worked for Needham's family since before Paul's birth, and she was vocal in her affection, near worship, for the current master of the house. In fact, all the servants looked positively overjoyed that her husband was visiting. Mrs. Hodge, over a cosy cup of tea and Cook's Divine macaroons, had confided in Phoebe just how Master Paul had come to be such a universally loved employer. "I've been with Master Paul the longest. In fact, I started off as a housemaid here, working for his father," she said, and then flushed at her declaration, almost as if she were embarrassed to be boasting. Phoebe thought it charming. Her mother and father had never engendered such love and loyalty in their servants. "You knew his lordship's mother, then?" Phoebe said. "Oh, yes, Mrs. Needham, because this was before his lordship was ennobled, was a lovely woman." As the housekeeper had already shown Phoebe the small portrait gallery, complete with a full-length portrait of Needham's mother, she knew the housekeeper was not speaking literally. It had been unnerving just how much her husband resembled his mother, both in physical size and appearance. It would be stretching it to call the woman handsome. "She was the second Mrs. Needham," Mrs. Hodge went on. "The first Mrs. Needham, bless her, also died in childbed." Phoebe swallowed that information like a dry lump of bread that did not want to go down. Suddenly, she wasn't all that remorseful that she wasn't yet pregnant. "The master was such a good little boy," Mrs. Hodge said, smiling fondly. "He got into mischief, of course, but never in a cruel or destructive way like so many little boys can be." Phoebe had trouble picturing her stern, hard-working husband getting into mischief. She had envisioned a sober child who did all the sums his tutor assigned and then asked for more.
The house was so empty and quiet when he went away to school.
Mrs. Hodge's mouth puckered, giving Phoebe some idea what she thought about the aristocratic practice of sending young boys away to be schooled. Phoebe struggled to dredge up the little Needham had shared about his family, which was almost nothing. "Did his lordship's father remarry after his second wife's death?" Phoebe asked. Mrs. Hodge jolted, and the cup and saucer slipped from her fingers, spilling tea all over her lap. She yelped and leapt to her feet. "My goodness!" Phoebe exclaimed, handing the older woman her table napkin. "Did you burn yourself?"
"No, no, I am fine,"
she insisted, ineffectually daubing at her gown.
"I do beg your pardon. How clumsy of me. I don't know what—"
A sharp knock on the door cut her off.
"Yes, come in,"
Mrs. Hodge called out. The maid who entered looked startled by the scene.
Sorry to disturb you, but Mrs. Temple is here to see her ladyship."
"What?"
the housekeeper shrieked. Phoebe winced.
"You didn't tell her the mistress was at home to visitors, did you?"
Mrs. Hodge demanded.
"I didn't mean to, ma'am, but you know how she is, and—"
"Hush!"
Mrs. Hodge ordered sharply, looking so pale that Phoebe took her arm. "You should sit down, Mrs. Hodge." She turned to the servant. "Fetch some hartshorn from my maid and bring it back directly."
"Oh, that is not necessary," Mrs. Hodge protested feebly. "I have some in the cabinet."
Sally scurried to where Mrs. Hodge pointed. "Who is Mrs. Temple, ma'am?" Phoebe asked the housekeeper while the girl put a few drops into a glass of water.
"Is the master here, Sally?"
Mrs. Hodge asked, ignoring Phoebe's question.
"No, ma'am. He's gone out to the new kilns and shan't be back until just before dinner."
Phoebe's antennae, which had already been twitching at the housekeeper's strange behaviour, began to positively vibrate. "You stay with Mrs. Hodge, Sally. I shall go see Mrs. Temple." Mrs. Hodge whimpered.
"Oh, I don't think that is such a—"
"What room is she in, Sally?" Phoebe asked.
"I put her in the rose room, my lady."
Phoebe brushed off the housekeeper's efforts to detain her and strode from the room. She didn't know what to expect based on her housekeeper's reaction, but it certainly was not the woman she encountered. Mrs. Temple, whoever she was an exceedingly lovely woman in perhaps her mid-50s. She was dressed in the kick of fashion, although perhaps a bit too flamboyantly for a morning call in the country.
"Ah, Lady Needham, such a delight to finally meet you,"
the woman said in a heavy Yorkshire accent. "Finally?" "The honour is mine," Phoebe said coolly. "Won't you have a seat, ma'am?"
"Yes, thank you. You are probably wondering what I'm doing barging in when when you are not yet receiving callers."
Phoebe was wondering about that, but was too well-bred to say it. "I am pleased that you called," she lied quietly. Mrs. Temple crowed with delight.
"There now, I knew you'd see it that way. I thought as we were the closest thing to family that we shouldn't stand on ceremony."
"Family?" Mrs. Temple, who had lovely sky-blue eyes, gave a chuckle that was probably meant to sound indulgent, but came off bitter and angry.
"Oh, that naughty Paul did not tell you about his stepmamma, did he?"
Or at least that is what she thought the woman said, as her accent was almost incomprehensible to Phoebe's southern ears. As Phoebe struggled to decipher the words and then absorb their meaning, the door to the sitting-room opened and Norris entered, looking as though he'd sprinted across the house to get there. "Yes?" Phoebe said, when the normally staid butler merely glared at Mrs. Temple.
"You can't protect her from the truth, Daniel."
Mrs. Temple smiled triumphantly at the butler, who looked at her with such open loathing it took Phoebe's breath away. "Please have a tea tray sent up," Phoebe said, effectively putting an end to whatever was transpiring between the two of them. Norris's expression went from angry to mortified. "Of course, milady." He cut Mrs. Temple one last stern look before leaving them alone. "Perhaps you might tell me what this is all about," Phoebe said, using her coolest yet still polite tone. Mrs. Temple laughed. "Oh, no, don't poke her up. You were so prettily polite before." Phoebe waited. Mrs. Temple sighed, and Phoebe saw something of the ravishing girl she must have once been in the petulant gesture. "I was not the former Lord Needham's wife, but I am the mother of his child." Phoebe's eyes widened. "But I thought the Viscount's mother died in—" "Lord, not Paul!" She gave a raucous laugh that was at odds with her delicate appearance. "No, Gideon is my boy." The next quarter hour proved to be almost as shocking as the day Paul had come to her parents' sitting room at Queen's Bower. Mrs. Temple, it turned out, had been a chambermaid in the former Lord Needham's employ, and then she'd become his mistress and borne him 3 children, only one of whom had survived infancy. All this had apparently happened while Paul's father had been married to Paul's mother. Phoebe clutched at the tea tray like a lifeline when it arrived, her mind reeling over what she'd just learned. "And how old is your son, Mrs. Temple?" she asked as she engaged in the familiar, soothing ritual of preparing tea. "Oh, do call me Suki. I still think on me mother when I hear Mrs. Temple." Which meant there had never been a Mr. Temple. "Gideon was born almost a month before his brother." Mrs. Temple glanced around the sitting room, and her expression soured. "But for a flip of the blanket, all this would have been my Gideon's." Phoebe's mouth opened, but she couldn't think of what to say. "Oh, I beg your pardon," Mrs. Temple said, chuckling. "That won't be the sort of thing a lady says at tea, will it?" Or any other place. Rather than answer, Phoebe said, "You moved away when your son was born?" Suki frowned. "Course not. Why would I?" Good God. Phoebe noticed that her hand hurt and realized she'd been squeezing the handle of the tea strainer so hard it left marks in her skin. "It was a good thing I stayed," Suki added with a forthright nod. "Why, Paul was just a wee motherless thing. He nursed at my own breast, just like his brother." She smiled fondly. "Those were peaceful times, me holding one at each teat." She clucked her tongue. "2 more different weans you'd never find. My Gideon as delicate and pretty as an angel, and Paul such a big ugly thing." Phoebe frowned at her crude description, but Mrs. Temple was so lost in the past that she didn't notice. She was then angry at herself for feeling offended on her husband's behalf, when he was clearly bent on following in his father's footsteps when it came to keeping wives and mistresses beneath the same roof. Which of the housemaids at which house had Paul selected to be wet nurse to Phoebe's infant if she were to die in childbed? "It's in their blood, lass." Phoebe looked up from her awful thoughts to find Mrs. Temple eyeing her almost kindly. "I beg your pardon?" The older woman just smiled at her frosty tone, making Phoebe feel like a squalling toddler. "Did you see the painting of my Jonathan in the gallery?" she asked. Phoebe assumed she meant the first Viscount Needham. "Yes." "He looked nothing like Paul, and not much like my Gideon neither." Phoebe had noticed that Paul's father had been a small, rat-faced man who'd shared almost no resemblance with his monstrously huge son. "There might be no physical resemblance between father and sons, but they're as alike as 3 peas in a pod when it comes to running about and spreading their seed." Phoebe gasped, and the other woman laughed. "Oh, I am such a thoughtless, vulgar thing, aren't I?" She set down her largely untouched cup of tea
and pushed to her feet. "I shouldn't have come, but I wanted to have a look at you. Ellen said you were just a plain dab of a thing, but as dignified as a queen."
Phoebe's face heated, not at being called plain. She was accustomed to that. But it was unnerving to discover that her husband's mistress was corresponding with her husband's father's mistress. Mrs. Temple heaved a tragic sigh and, once again, made that annoying tongue-clucking noise. "Poor Paul." Poor Paul? What in the world did that mean? Phoebe was dying to know, but she refused to ask. It turned out she didn't have to.
"Ellen was the love of Paul's life, you know," Suki said, her expression contemplative as she strolled around the room, examining various items as she went. "The way he carried on about Catherine made a person believe there wouldn't be another for him. But then only 5 years later, Paul was knocked sideways yet again."
It was astonishing how painful those words were, even though Phoebe should have suspected something like that. While she had never seen Paul and Ellen Kettering in the same room, she'd seen him with Lucy often enough, and it was clear that he loved her dearly. "Who was Catherine?" Phoebe asked, before she could stop herself. Mrs. Temple looked pleased by her interest.
"Just a little village tart Paul thought he was in love with," she snorted. "Why, he was barely 16 at the time. Just like all young lads who fall for the first girl they—"
She broke off and grimaced, her humorous gaze on Phoebe's likely horrified face.
"Never you mind about Catherine. She's married to the Wainwrights and has 5 strapping children. But Ellen, now, she is a whole different kettle of fish. For a time I thought Paul might marry her, but he was like his father in that way, and would not demean himself by marrying downward. And Ellen was certainly a long step down at least by then."
Phoebe struggled to follow the woman's vague story, ashamed by how desperately she wanted to know more. Suki stopped pacing and fingered one of the gold brocade drapes.
"Oh, these are lovely. I'll wager Hodgie picked them out, didn't she?"
She cut Phoebe a conspiratorial look.
"She always did like to behave as if she were the mistress of—"
She broke off and squinted out the window.
"Well, what's she doing here?"
Phoebe knew she should just run from the room while the other woman was distracted, but something drew her to Suki's side, like her own personal siren luring her toward rocks. Outside the window, a striking red-headed woman was engaged in what looked to be a heated dispute with 3 male servants. Mrs. Temple did a bit more clucking.
"She's a beauty, just like her ma was."
Phoebe had to agree. Even from a distance, the woman's loveliness was blinding. "Who is she?"
"That's Lila Knott."
The woman, Lila, held up the bundle in her arms and jerked her chin at the house. "Is that her child she is waving around so roughly?" Phoebe asked, a sick feeling in her stomach.
"Aye, poor wee fatherless babe."
"How did his father die?" Phoebe asked. Suki gave her a startled look and then barked a laugh.
"He didn't."
Phoebe's face scalded as she took the other woman's meaning. Lila Knott had seen them in the window and had stopped her ranting. Instead, she was staring, her exquisite features twisted in anger. Phoebe recalled where she'd seen her before. This was the woman who'd glared at their carriage with so much hostility when they'd first arrived. She had worn a bonnet then, so her distinctive hair had been covered.
"I dare say she's here for more money. It's not like Paul to be so mean."
Phoebe turned to the other woman. "Are you intimating that is my husband's child?" Mrs. Temple's eyes went round with shock, and for a moment Phoebe thought she would apologize. But then she burst out laughing. When she could catch her breath, She met Phoebe's seething gaze and patted her cheek with one lilac-scented hand.
"Oh, you poor innocent thing. Why, it's a good thing I've come today, although I'll likely get a proper scolding from Paul when he learns of it. That'll be soon, as I'm guessing even now Hodgie or Norris will be running to tell him."
"What are you implying about that woman's baby?" Phoebe repeated. Mrs. Temple gave her a pitying look.
"The Needham men are virile, my lady. Lord knows I tamed my Johnny as much as I could, but he still wandered, even at his age. They're just more needful of variety than most other men."
She jerked her chin toward the woman, who'd gone back to arguing with the servants.
"Mostly Paul is real generous with his by-blows and their mothers, but the Knott boys have been causing problems for him since he bought that land out from under them. That trouble is why Paul is here, I suppose."
She snorted and added sourly,
"The good Lord knows he never comes home for the pleasure of it."
Suki frowned at whatever she saw on Phoebe's face, likely rage, frustration and despair. Predictably, she clucked her tongue.
"Oh, you poor, poor child. You can't tame or change men of their sort. They're gods, or leastways kings, to the people here. They can do whatever they want, with nobody to stop 'em. It's difficult to fault them when the women round here are after them like bitches in heat."
Phoebe flinched, but Suki was too caught up to notice.
"There's a word for doing things and getting away with it." Mrs. Temple's brow creased. Something.
"Impunity," Phoebe said quietly.
"Aye, impunity. The Needham men do whatever they like to whoever they like, and the people here allow it. The men all work for Paul, so they pull their forelocks and bow, while their wives and daughters flock to him like flies to honey. They're made that way, and you just need to enjoy what they choose to share with you."
Her gaze, suddenly acquisitive, flickered around the room.
"And Paul has given you a considerable amount, hasn't he, dearie? Not only has he made you a viscountess, which is more than my Johnny did for me, but I'll wager he was plenty generous with settlements, wasn't he?"
Phoebe had no intention of answering such an impertinent question. Mrs. Temple looked amused at whatever she saw on Phoebe's face.
"Don't fret. You'll get all this." She waved a hand around them. "And plenty of him, too, if Paul's even half as randy as Jonathan was. And all it costs you is to look the other way on occasion."
Phoebe couldn't bear contemplating a future where her husband's mistresses and illegitimate children were everywhere she turned. She had been foolish to believe that it wouldn't hurt to think of him with other women. Not that she would change what she had done, even if such a thing were possible. As miserable as it would be to endure such a marriage, she could not regret saving her sisters from such a dreadful fate. "Not to mention that you are utterly infatuated with him, and can't bear to think of anyone else with him." Phoebe didn't bother to deny the accusation. Susan Temple had accurately described Paul Needham in one way. He was like a king. And while his enormous wealth and power was certainly part of his appeal, it was the man himself Phoebe found irresistible. Just when had she begun to feel that way about him?
"Well, look at that!"
Mrs. Temple's voice startled Phoebe out of her uncomfortable musing.
"I've overstayed my welcome and been here almost an hour. I'll show myself out."
Mrs. Temple chuckled.
"Lord knows I'm familiar enough with this house, since I've cleaned every inch of it."
Phoebe didn't bother to answer or walk the woman out. A horrific breach of manners, and by far the rudest she'd ever been to a caller. Instead, she watched the small drama that was still playing out on the lawn. Lila Knott shouted something at the biggest man, spat on the ground, and then spun on her heel and stormed off. She was almost to the shrubbery, which is where she must have slipped through, when she stopped and turned. It was too far away to see her face clearly, but Phoebe knew she was staring at the house, staring at her. Not until she felt a slight tickle on her chin did she reach up. Her hand came away wet. She was crying. What was wrong with her? When had she become so emotional? And over what? Yet another mistress and illegitimate child? Stop snivelling, she scolded herself. You married him with your eyes wide open. Yes, she certainly had. When Phoebe looked up again, the woman and her child were gone. Paul knew there was trouble when Norris and Mrs. Hodge met him at the door. He frowned at them. What are the two of you doing awake? It is almost 3 o'clock in the morning, and I told you not to wait up for me. They exchanged nervous glances, but neither seemed eager to speak. Paul glanced down at his filthy clothing and scowled. But as you have both seen fit to disobey me, you can heat some water for me, and I will take it up to my room. His butler instantly opened his mouth to argue. I can bring— No, you cannot, he snapped at Norris. I've told you more than once that I don't want you hauling buckets or heavy trays up the stairs like a draft animal. He narrowed his eyes, the anger from earlier beginning to slip its leash. Norris didn't deserve it, so Paul gritted his teeth and tightened his grip on his temper. Instead of yelling, he lowered his voice and said, When I give an order, even if it is for your own health, Norris, I expect to be obeyed. Norris looked mortified. Yes, of course, my lord. Good. Now help me out of this coat and see that you don't let any more dirt than necessary fall off onto Hodge's clean floor. The butler gave a slight smile at Paul's mild attempt at humour. So, Paul prodded, while Norris helped him off with his sopping wet, filthy garment. What disaster happened today? He looked at Mrs. Hodge when he asked the question, but she only swallowed. Out with it, ma'am. It can hardly be worse than the day I've endured. Mrs. Temple called upon her ladyship. Paul thought his head might just explode. God damn it! Mrs. Hodge winced at his blasphemy, but straightened from her cringing position and glared. Paul Edward Needham? I taught you better than that. I beg your pardon, Hodgie, he muttered, amazed that she could still make him feel guilty even though he was 35. And Lila Knott was here to see you, Norris blurted, staring down at the ruined coat rather than at Paul. Paul swore, but under his breath this time. Is there anything else? Did it rain locusts and toads? I told Sabrina Whitten she could start work today, Hodgie said. Paul groaned. Well, he'd brought it on himself, hadn't he? Did she do something already? Break the Sevres vase, steal the silver, elope with a footman? No, my lord. But she is increasing. Paul inhaled deeply and then let it out. Who is the father? Both servants looked at their feet. Damn! He caught the epithet before it came to fruition. I see, Paul said. How far along is she? Mrs. Hodge said. Perhaps 3 months. What does that mean? Is she showing? Not unless she makes a point of it, the old woman retorted so tartly that Paul assumed that's exactly what the young hoyden was doing. She's afraid you'll send her away, my lord, and she says her father will not last out the summer. Paul was too bloody weary to contemplate having a visibly pregnant maidservant working in his house, cringing at the rumours that would circulate. I will talk to her tomorrow. They both nodded. He turned toward the corridor that led to the kitchen, but heard a throat clear and turned. This time it was Mrs. Hodge. Yes? He asked in a dangerously quiet voice. Was there something else you forgot? Your boots, my lord. He glanced down at them. I dare say they are ruined. Simon will doubtless scold me for wearing my newest pair. They are encrusted with mud, my lord. Mrs. Hodge looked deliberately at the marble floor, and he saw that he'd left clumps of slimy, sooty mud.
"Ah, you wish me to take them off, I suppose?"
She merely smiled. Paul sighed and went to sit.
"Perhaps not there, my lord,"
she hastily said, looking pointedly at the pale yellow silk on the chair cushion.
"Mr. Norris will bring you something else."
Paul had to laugh. No matter how wealthy and powerful he became, Hodgie could always knock him down a few pegs and make him feel like a little boy.
"Yes, ma'am,"
he said mildly, exchanging an amused look with Norris, who opened the cleverly concealed cupboard panel and removed the short wooden stool the footman often used while waiting up at night. He set it before Paul and then bent his old back to act as boot-jack.
"While your water is heating, you can sit and eat the cold supper that cook prepared just for you,"
his housekeeper said. He toed the heel of his boot to help Norris get the wet leather off. Simmond would weep at such a thing, but then the boots were already ruined.
Potted tongue?"
he asked, glancing up hopefully. His housekeeper chuckled.
"Perhaps."
"Did Susan upset Lady Needham, Hodgie?"
he asked, her old nickname slipping out naturally. There had been a time in his life when Hodgie had been as close as a mother to him. Not only had she loved and cared for him, making up for Jonathan Needham's cool indifference, but she'd shielded and protected him from Sukey Temple's jealous, uneven temper when Paul hadn't been able to protect himself.
"Her ladyship did not appear happy, my lord."
"How long were they alone together?"
"Long enough, and it didn't help that Lila Knott was raising a fuss at the same time."
So he would have some explaining to do. But not tonight. No. She'd be long asleep at almost 3 o'clock in the morning, and he was simply too weary. It was not a conversation he was looking forward to having with her. Phoebe sat in front of the mirror and fumed while Spragg arranged her hair. She'd woken that morning in a happy frame of mind, as she always did, and then recalled why she was alone in her bed. Because her lord and master had not returned home until almost 3 o'clock that morning. Yesterday, after her visit from Mrs. Temple, she had been prepared to tell her husband that he needn't bother coming to her that night, even though her courses had finished. But he'd not even given her the courtesy of coming to dinner so that she might treat him with blighting coldness throughout the meal and then reject him afterward. 2 hours before dinner she'd been in her private sitting room writing letter after letter to her sister Aurelia, and throwing each of them away, as she was the sibling Phoebe had always gone to for advice and comfort. But every time she mentioned the meat of the matter, her husband's amours, she cringed and been unable to carry through describing such a mortifying subject. And so she'd been in a vile temper when the servant had delivered the message that her husband wouldn't be home for dinner.
"Where is he?"
she demanded before she could check her temper. The footman, not her own Andrew, but one of Needham's men, had flinched back from either her question or the heat with which she'd asked it, or both.
Mr. Norris did not tell me that, my lady."
And Phoebe could just imagine why. So, he'd lasted an entire 2 weeks before he'd gone to another woman's bed. Perhaps he didn't wait. Perhaps he already has a mistress, a second one, established in Little Sissington. No, she didn't believe that. But only because he would not hesitate to tell her as much if it were true. Indeed, he was direct enough, and proud enough of his seed-spreading virility, to use Mrs. Temple's odious phrase, to want to share the fact with her. And why not rub her face in it? After all, she'd already accepted the presence of one mistress in her house. There were 37 bedchambers at which house? He could fill them all with his women and ill-gotten children. Phoebe had told herself last night that she was grateful he wouldn't be dining with her, or coming to her bed, because she'd needed time alone to calm her temper. But being alone had not helped. Indeed, rather than use the time to reflect on the situation and her powerlessness to effect any changes, she had jealously listened for his return, imagining him tangled in some other woman's arms, bedsheets wrapped around his sweaty, muscular torso. By the time she'd heard movement behind the connecting door at 3 o'clock, she'd been like a kettle that had been put on the hob to boil and then been forgotten. No longer steaming, but red hot and molten. He'd not been able to go 5 nights without a woman. Because what else did a man do in the country until 3 in the morning?
"Shall I tell Simon that his lordship may visit you tonight?" Spragg asked as she set down the hairbrush, snapping her from her trance.
Phoebe's face heated, a common reaction that she hated, and she met her maid's eyes in the mirror. "Not today," she said, the words abrupt and sharp. She turned away from the other woman's curious gaze. "Please look at my emerald habit. I believe there is a rip in the coat pocket, and I should like to wear it tomorrow. I find the blue one a trifle cool for this climate." Not to mention the fact that Needham had purchased the garment for her. Indeed, he'd bought several gowns and even new riding boots, the nicest she'd ever seen. Phoebe had no intention of wearing any of them, ever again. As Phoebe descended the stairs to the second-floor landing, she saw 2 figures coming out of the bookroom. One was Needham, and the other was the new housemaid, Samantha or Sarah, or something that began with an S. Phoebe had immediately noticed the girl yesterday because she was an exceedingly beautiful young woman, and now she was standing close, far too close to Phoebe's husband. The maid said something that made Paul chuckle, and he flicked a finger over her cheek in a way that was achingly familiar, as he'd done it to Phoebe on more than one occasion. She must have made a noise, because the 2 of them turned in her direction.
"Ah, there you are, my dear," Needham said, greeting her as if she'd not just caught him caressing the cheek of a servant girl. "Off you go, Sabrina," he said dismissively. Sabrina dropped a curtsy that was so low that she was practically kissing Needham's boots.
"Thank you so much, my lord."
She sashayed, because that was the perfect word for her hip-swinging walk, toward Phoebe, her destination the servants' stairwell, which was at the other end of the corridor. She barely inclined her head and murmured, "Milady," and then she did something odd. She laid a hand on her midriff, the gesture caressing, her fingers resting lightly on a distinct bulge. Phoebe's eyes bounced up just in time to catch the girl's smug, cat-like smile.
"Good morning, my dear," Needham said, striding toward Phoebe when she remained rooted to the spot. "I was hoping to have a word with you before I left for the day. Is now convenient, or are you heading to the breakfast room?"
"No, I ate in my room," she lied. She doubted she could keep down any food at this point. She stalked toward the doorway, avoiding his gaze, her own eyes strangely hot and almost itchy. Once inside the pleasant room, he waited for her to sit before taking the chair behind his desk.
"I shan't beat about the bush," he said. "I understand Mrs. Temple paid a visit to you yesterday."
"I had that pleasure." He looked amused by her sharp tone.
"I'm sorry I was not here. I know she can be trying, and she is hardly the sort of woman you are accustomed to receiving calls from."
She cut him what she hoped was a scathing look. "I dare say I had better become accustomed to entertaining women of her sort." His eyebrows rose, and he leaned closer, resting his elbows between the tidy stacks of paperwork that filled the entire top of his desk.
"Please explain that comment."
"I should think it speaks for itself."
"I don't think so. I wouldn't like to misinterpret."
"She was your father's mistress and bore him a child. both of whom lived in this house with you and your mother. Did I misinterpret any of that?"
"No, that was most succinct."
"How many more women of her ilk should I expect to call upon me? How many other siblings will I encounter? Perhaps I might send out invitations for tea, and have done with introductions all at once."
He chuckled. "No, that won't be necessary. Mrs. Temple was the only one of my father's mistresses who raised her son in this house."
"I can't help noticing how carefully you state that. Did other women raise his sons in other homes?"
"If they did, you can rest assured that he would have taken care of his indiscretions. But then, my father's infidelities are not really the issue, are they?"
"Not entirely," she agreed. "As to your own indiscretions, how do you anticipate managing them?"
He opened his mouth, but Phoebe couldn't keep hers shut.
"Wait, no, that is not the right question," she said, her voice a bit louder than she would wish for.
"Then what is, pray?"
He was no longer smiling, and any amusement that had been twinkling in his pale eyes had faded away. Indeed, they seemed even paler and more silver in the daylight that filtered through a nearby window. He looked even more inhuman, his craggy, harsh features fixed and inscrutable, like a stone carving. "You had best curb your temper," the voice of reason urged her. Phoebe ignored it. "It occurs to me now that I should have demanded to know, before I agreed to marry you, just how many mistresses and base-born children you intended to install in my house." Surely it was her imagination that the air had chilled.
"It was as well that you did not do so, Phoebe," he said in a velvety soft voice, his brogue more pronounced suddenly. "I don't respond well to threats or demands."
She leapt to her feet. "And I don't respond well to you filling my house with your women and their
"Careful now," he said, as quietly as a snake's hiss. He came around the desk, not stopping until they were almost touching. He towered over her. Phoebe glared up at him, refusing to move back. His face was cold and hard. Fear made her limbs feel leaden but sped her pulse. Not fear that he would strike her or physically hurt her. That was not his way with women. She knew that instinctively. What terrified her was how tenuous her hold on this man was. A man who held her future, her happiness, her very existence in the palm of his hand. A large, powerful hand that could easily crush her. While he would not strike her, what else might he do to a wife who was willful, rude, and disobedient? He did not love her. She knew that. All she had was his regard, and that, once lost, would be impossible to regain. But it wasn't only fear which froze her spiteful tongue. She was disgusted with herself for what she'd almost said. It was not the children of men like her husband who deserved scorn, and she'd been unjust to even think the word bastard. "I apologize for what I was about to say." She forced the words out, not for him, but for her own dignity and peace of mind. "Thank you for stopping me." She'd rarely seen genuine surprise on her husband's face, but she saw it then. "What?" she demanded. "You think I like turning into a virago who vents her rage on innocent children? It is you and your behaviour I deplore, my lord, not people like poor Lucy." "Deplore all you like, my lady, but you would be best served never again to mention my daughter's name in anger."
Phoebe forced her mouth to stay shut.
"Now, was there anything else you wished to say?"
"No."
He nodded. Phoebe turned on her heel, but his voice stopped her before she reached the door. "Have your courses finished?"
A wave of heat swamped her at his indelicate question, especially after the argument they just had. What a callous oath! How dare he? Phoebe became angrier the more she thought about his question. Anger for him and herself, as well as self-loathing for the way her sex clenched and her thighs tightened at the thought of him returning to her bed. Right behind that infuriating lust was rage at her body for betraying her. And it was her rage that had, once again, lured her into opening her mouth and demonstrating ill-breeding. She refused to turn around. "Yes," she said through gritted teeth, her voice pulsing with anger and loathing. "You may rest assured that I am once again available to be bred like the bloodstock I am, my lord." When a low chuckle came from right behind her, she jumped. How did he move so silently? Her scalp tingled as he leaned close enough that she felt the heat of his next words. "Then I will come to you tonight." Phoebe reached for the door handle, desperate to get away from him before she did something rash, like throw herself into his arms. His hand landed on top of hers and kept her from turning the handle. "It would please me to see you wear one of the nightgowns I chose for you. I especially want to see you in the black one." Her stomach fluttered at his provocative words, and it was all she could do to retort, "Is that a command, my lord?" "If it needs to be." "It will be as you say, my lord." He hesitated a long moment before opening the door for her. Phoebe waited only until the door closed behind her, and then she ran, her eyes blurring with angry tears she could no longer hold in check. She hated him. Never in her life had she hated a man so much. Thankfully, she saw nobody on her frantic flight to her room, where she found Spragg closely examining the green habit for a non-existent tear. "Leave me," she ordered. The startled woman scurried from the room, and Phoebe locked the door and flung herself onto her bed like a child of 10 instead of a woman of almost 21. She squeezed her eyes shut, but the tears still came. Her emotions so raw and confused she didn't know whether to laugh hysterically or sob. Thankfully, she did neither. Instead, she wept quietly into a pillow, fiercely refusing to allow anyone to hear her. Phoebe had been the one to make a bargain with this hell-beast, and now she would have to pay the piper and take him into her bed and her body. "You can lie to yourself all you want, but the fact is that you are aroused and wet from only 10 minutes in a room with him," the voice in her head mocked. Indeed, just thinking the words was enough to make her sex clench, which in turn sent ripples of pleasure out to the rest of her body. Phoebe hated that the sly voice in her mind spoke the truth, and knowing that he was coming to her tonight would make the hours in between drag. She ground her teeth and pressed the pillow harder over her mouth and nose. Was it possible to smother oneself? Phoebe sighed and flung away the pillow, glancing at the clock, and then sighed again. She would be receiving callers today, and she knew, thanks to a subtle warning from Mrs. Hodge, that the neighbourhood luminaries were all a-twitter to meet her. Indeed, Needham had told her there was to be a supper at the end of the week. She snorted when she recalled the brief conversation. He'd been so concerned that she would be overwhelmed to host a dinner party that it had been amusing. "I managed my family's house for years," she reminded him. "Organising a dinner that doesn't rely on stretching one small joint of meat to feed 8 people will be a pleasure by contrast." And, of course, it was only northern provincial merchants they would be entertaining. "There is also the fact they are eager to be pleased. For many it will be the first meal they've shared with a genuine peeress," Needham had pointed out, reading her thoughts with unnerving accuracy. She'd opened her mouth to say something, but his next words had stopped her.
Don't take offence, my dear. I was only teasing you."
Phoebe realized she was smiling at the memory. It had been nothing but a little gentle ribbing. At the time it had cheered her up that maybe they were moving beyond their initial awkwardness and bridging the gap between their disparate backgrounds. And now, this. But what did you really see? She frowned at the thought. I saw my husband flirting with a beautiful servant girl, a pregnant servant. No, what you saw was her flirting with him. She chewed her lip, replaying the brief encounter. Very well, she finally admitted. But then why did he not deny my accusation? How do you respond to accusations, especially unjust ones? Phoebe cringed away from that question, her mind returning to that afternoon when her husband had encountered her with Dixon. She had been angry and had behaved afterward by flirting even more with Dixon, which had not been a way to ease Needham's concerns. As Phoebe played back the course of their conversation from earlier, she was forced to admit that he had never said the maid's child was his, nor had he said anything about other mistresses. You immediately went on the attack. That was true. She'd been so desperate to hurt him as badly as she hurt that she had simply launched an offensive. Needham had reacted in a way she was beginning to see was standard for him whenever she insulted him. He became cold and unresponsive. Phoebe cringed when she recalled her behavior when he'd asked if he might come to her tonight. She'd been shrewish and accusatory, as if he'd used her as nothing but a broodmare when she had enjoyed those nights with him every bit as much as he had, if not more. Ugh, she groaned, thrashing her head from side to side. And then there was the issue of the nightgown. How could Phoebe explain her complex reaction to the delicate, erotic garments when she barely understood it herself? She was Phoebe, the sturdy, squat, practical Bellamy sister. The gowns he'd chosen were sensual works of art, meant for beautiful, willowy women, not ones like her. And yet he had commissioned the gowns for her, so he really did wish to see her in them. Wouldn't he be offended to have his gifts so churlishly refused and rejected? Wouldn't she feel the same if he acted that way? Phoebe massaged her temples while she tried to work through what had just happened downstairs. Both of them were quick to anger and take offence, and often spoke with the intent to wound, because they felt wounded. Phoebe sighed. One of them would need to take the higher ground. It was unjust that it would likely be her role as the wife to be peacemaker, but such was the reality of married life. She would wear the nightgown tonight, and she would pretend as if this morning's hostilities had never happened, and then she would see if that worked, because she had to try something new. These arguments led only to more unhappiness. Feeling a bit calmer at having made a decision, she glanced at the clock on the bedside table. She had only an hour to make herself decent for callers. No doubt her hair, which poor Spragg had just dressed a short time ago, would be a rat's nest thanks to her thrashing on the bed. Phoebe pushed the thought of the new maid, and Lila not, from her mind, and prepared to face the curious neighbours. But first, she needed to ring for Spragg and apologize for behaving so rudely. It would be good practice for tonight. Chapter 22. The day had started out wretched and miserable, and hadn't stopped yet. Paul had spent the entire ride from Hill House to his newest blast furnace, which he hoped to have up and running by the end of the day, castigating himself for his idiotic behaviour with Phoebe. If he'd not been such a stubborn, proud, prickly arse, he could have dissipated the argument with a few assurances. But she'd come at him with all her cannons blazing, and his reaction had been knee-jerk. He was ashamed of himself. He'd behaved like an ignorant brute. He knew how Sabrina must have looked, batting her lashes up at him, my-lording him in that sinful bedroom voice of hers. Thank God Phoebe hadn't seen the girl 10 minutes earlier, when she dropped to her knees and covered his hand with grateful kisses. She was a trouble-causing minx, and Paul had needed to speak sharply to her, demanding that she quit trying to manipulate him with her body. Sabrina had been sulky and mulish after that, and it had taken Paul far too much time and effort to gain the truth from her. He'd almost wept with relief when she'd admitted that Gideon wasn't the father of her unborn child. Unfortunately, the truth had been almost as bad. The father was one of the bloody Knott brothers. Not either of the unmarried ones, but the one who already had a wife and 9 bloody children. Of course, nobody could know that, so Paul would have to find some young man willing to marry Sabrina and be a father to another man's child. Paul had been frazzled by the time he'd chivied Sabrina out the door, only to find Phoebe seething in the hall. After he'd cocked that up, there'd been a nasty surprise waiting for him at the new blast furnace. "What happened?" he'd demanded of Jerry Tompkins when he'd arrived to find the blast furnace not merrily puffing away, but cold and dead. Jerry's green-grey complexion told him the answer before the man spoke. Somebody had damaged the furnace. While it had been an annoyance and expense to repair the beehive ovens, the blast furnace was a significant setback. Paul had spent the rest of the afternoon arranging to have yet more men brought in to guard the furnace, which would cause tempers to rise even among men who weren't engaged in the mischief, because the miners were insular and despised outsiders, especially ones who were armed with truncheons. After Paul had taken care of that problem, he'd ridden out to the Knott property to confront the brothers, only to find the place empty. Next he'd gone to Robert Knott's hovel, where he'd found only Knott's unhappy wife and her filthy shoeless brood. "Don't know," had been her sullen answer to where the men had gone, and when they'd return. So that had been that. And now, with scarcely 2 hours before he needed to be home for dinner, which he could not miss again after this morning's skirmish with Phoebe, he was going to face what was certainly the most unpleasant part of his day: his brother. It had been 3 years since Paul had last seen Gideon, not since he'd given him the property in Cumberland, telling him that would be the very last time. "You owe me this, Paul." Those had been Gideon's last words to him before Paul had capitulated and signed over the large tract of coal-rich land. Just as he'd financed a pottery in Manchester, funded a canal scheme in Birmingham, and provided money for a half-dozen other ventures before that. Each and every one of them had been failures, some of them spectacularly so, like the cloth mill that had suspiciously burned to the ground. According to the men he'd spoken to since arriving in Middleton, Gideon had resurfaced almost a month ago, which coincided with the recent spate of vandalism, and was now living off his mother. The door to Suki Temple's imposing new mansion opened before Paul even reached it, and Poundstone, her butler, greeted him with genuine warmth in his eyes. "It is a pleasure to see you again, my lord." "Thank you, Poundstone. I hope Mrs. Temple has time to receive me, despite the odd hour." "Madam has gone to visit her sister in Wolverhampton, my lord." Paul almost laughed, not in amusement, however. Suki loved her boy, but she'd known there would be fireworks when Paul discovered that Gideon had returned to a place he'd been forbidden to visit. "Where is my brother?" he asked the butler, handing over his hat and gloves. "In the library, my lord." "I know the way," he said shortly when the elderly butler began to escort him. Indeed, he should know his way, as he'd been the one who'd paid for the construction of the house. The structure was a monument to excess, as was everything in it, from the garish objet d'art cluttering up every flat surface to the truly horrific carpet beneath his feet. Paul entered the library without knocking.
"Hello, brother,"
Gideon said when Paul hesitated in the doorway, squinting to make out the other man.
"Why are you sitting in darkness?"
Paul demanded, striding to the fireplace where he could just make out a gaudy brass bowl full of spills.
"An active imagination requires no excess illumination,"
Gideon chuckled at his own wit as Paul lighted a small brace of candles. Paul scowled when he could see his brother better.
"Now that I see you, I understand your desire for darkness. When is the last time you shaved or bathed?"
Gideon grinned, unoffended by Paul's observation.
"You, however, are looking in the pink of health, old man."
Even scruffy and dirty, Paul's slightly elder half-brother managed to look like an angel come to earth. Paul's father, who'd been no fool, for all that he'd been infatuated with Suki Temple, had often jested that Gideon, who resembled an angel, was rotten to the core, while Paul, who was brutishly ugly and villainous-looking, was largely virtuous.
"I understand from Mam that you've come with your wife,"
Gideon said, holding his glass out to Paul.
"I'll wait for my dinner invitation to meet her, shall I?"
Paul ignored Gideon's dig and refilled his empty glass without comment before pouring a whiskey for himself.
"You need to stop what you're doing,"
Paul said, sitting down across from his brother, who gave him a wide-eyed, innocent look.
"You mean drinking Mam's fine spirits?"
he teased. Paul went on as if he hadn't spoken.
"It will kill your mother to see you sent to prison or transported, Gideon."
Gideon slammed down his glass, spilling amber liquid all over the hideous gold-leafed Sphinx end table.
"And you would just hate that, wouldn't you? I bear your mother no ill will."
That was true, now. But when Paul had been a child, he'd both feared and hated her. It had taken years to forgive the ignorant harpy for terrorizing him. Not until Paul was an adult could he see her character clearly. She was a beautiful, jealous, thwarted woman, and his father had put her into a position of power in his household and over his legitimate son. Jonathan Needham had been wise enough to know better, but he simply hadn't cared.
"That which don't kill you will make you stronger,"
his father had said the one time Paul complained about Suki's rough treatment. Paul supposed his father had been right, although Suki Temple had come damned close to killing him on more than one occasion. As had her son. Paul took a sip of his drink and looked at the drunk and broken creature across from him. Thanks to his own machinations, Gideon now had very little to lose, which made him a very dangerous man in Paul's opinion.
"What will it take to stop you sowing discontent?"
Paul finally asked, too weary to beat around the bush. Gideon chuckled.
"I'm enjoying myself too much. I find it refreshing that not everyone who lives on your bounty licks your boots like a dog."
He smiled evilly.
"It is good for you, I think, to realize you are only a man and not a god. You've been accustomed to buying everything you want for too long," he sneered. "And now you think to buy me?"
"It has always worked in the past," Paul reminded him dryly. Gideon's eyes briefly widened in surprise, and then he laughed.
"I suppose you are right."
Paul had to smile. His brother always had possessed the ability to laugh at himself. But Paul had not come here to laugh.
"The knots have become more and more reckless, Gideon. I am not going to wait until they kill somebody before I stop you."
I'm offended that you think I am the one behind these recent acts of sabotage, Gideon said, smirking.
We both know that you are far too lazy, and too wily, to wield the sledgehammer yourself. His brother cocked his head. A compliment from you? Are you trying to turn me up, sweet Paul? The knots are not stable, Paul continued. You have chosen weapons which might very well malfunction and end up hurting people. You included.
That would make you even sadder than hurting my mother, wouldn't it?
Paul sighed and set down his glass, largely untouched. I'm tired of having this same conversation with you. For all that Gideon looked as languid as a predator that had just feasted, he moved remarkably fast, his arm a blur as he flung his glass at the mirror over the mantel. The explosion was ear-splitting, and Paul, who was 5 feet closer to the mirror, did not turn away fast enough to avoid a series of sharp pricks along the side of his neck, cheek, and temple. Paul stood and carefully brushed the shards of glass from his hair and clothing.
That's what I think of your weariness, Paul.
The library door flew open, and poor Poundstone stared around with such a wild look that Paul knew the older man had feared one of them had killed the other. That was still a possibility.
Get out!
Gideon snarled. The mirror broke. It was an accident, Paul lied. It can wait until I'm gone to clean up Poundstone, he assured the poor old man, who was obviously hesitant to leave them alone together. The butler nodded and closed the door. Gideon turned on him.
You have a great deal of nerve to order my mother's servants about as if they were your own, don't you?
He gave a bitter bark of laughter. But then, they are yours, aren't they?
Everything is.
He plucked at his none-too-clean shirt-sleeve.
My clothing, the mirror that is all over that hideous rug.
He paused.
Do you think I ruined that damned rug?
The question seemed genuine. We should be so fortunate, Paul said.
She'd just buy another one. Probably worse, even if I did.
Gideon laughed, and Paul joined him. And for a heartbeat, it was like it had been all those years ago, before Suki had poisoned relations between them, and before their father had left not so much as a farthing to one son and all of it to the other, effectively murdering any chance that they could ever patch things up. And before you stole even more from him, Paul's conscience reminded him, all without Gideon knowing just how badly he'd been robbed.
How is Ellen? Gideon asked.
The question eerily close to what Paul had just been thinking.
She is not well.
Anguish, intense but fleeting, flickered across his brother's face. Gideon glanced about him, looking for something, probably the glass he'd just hurled, and then sighed when he didn't find it.
How long does she have?
The doctors say she will not last the year.
Does she still love me best of the two of us?
Paul had to laugh. It isn't a subject that has come up of late, but I'm guessing the answer is still the same. Gideon snorted, his expression sullen.
She loves me best, but it is with you that she had a child. Oh, the irony.
Paul did not comment on that. Instead, he looked at the full-length portrait of Gideon on the opposite wall. The artist had managed to capture both sides of Gideon's character, depicting both the angel and the demonic imp, lightness and darkness, good and bad. Bad, not evil. He didn't believe that Gideon was truly evil, just deeply, deeply troubled.
I want to go to America.
Paul turned from the painting back to his brother.
I am told there is enough room that a man can live without falling within another man's shadow, Gideon said.
Paul felt genuine fear for the first time in ages. It wasn't Gideon's departure that he feared, but his own hope that he might finally be free of the other man. He glanced down at his clenched fingers and forced them to relax, praying that Gideon had not seen the hope in his gaze and guessed what it meant. When he looked up again, his mask was firmly in place. "Do you have anything in mind?" Gideon's hyacinth blue eyes sparkled with sudden excitement. "I spoke to a man, an ex-soldier, who fought there. He said there is free land for the taking. He said it is near impossible not to become wealthy." Paul sincerely doubted it was that simple, but held his peace and waited. His patience bore fruit quicker than he'd hoped. "I want a fair slice, Paul." Paul looked into his brother's eyes. "I know what you are thinking," Gideon said, when Paul didn't immediately answer. Paul laughed. "I doubt you'd guess the whole of it." At least he hoped not. The truth was that he'd pay a great deal to put an ocean between him and his brother. "So, then what are you thinking?" "How much do you have in mind?" Paul asked. Gideon named a figure that made him smile. "That might be a fair share now that I've been in charge a decade, Gideon. But do keep in mind that our father did not have even half the holdings I now possess." "Fine. I'll take a quarter, then." It was still a great deal too much, and they both knew it. Jonathan Needham, desperate for ennoblement, had gifted the most lucrative of his patents to the Crown some years before he died. While it was true that he'd left Paul a very wealthy man, it was also true that Paul's empire was far vaster and much more diversified than his father's had ever been. Paul's wealth was not in a bank vault, but sunk into more than a dozen ventures. He would need to sell more than a few holdings to get the money, but it would be well worth it. But only with certain guarantees. "I have several requirements," he said. "Of course." Judging Gideon's gleeful expression, he already believed that he'd won. Not that it mattered. Gideon's removal to America would be a bargain at twice the price. "You will get nothing until this sabotage stops." That wiped the smirk from his face. "But I don't care." "You don't even know what I was going to say," Gideon protested. "It doesn't matter. I still don't care. I want a year without any destruction before I transfer the entire amount." "A year? But how will I survive an entire year?" "I shall give you a sufficient amount to live on, and you needn't stay here. In fact, once you've convinced your compatriots that it is unwise to continue, you will take yourself off to Bristol and hop on the next ship bound for America." "A year?" Gideon muttered again. "That is the first condition. The second is that you do not return to England for 7 years. Anything of value will take at least that long to establish. You will sign a statement to that effect." Gideon waved a dismissive hand. "I hadn't planned to ever come back. Is that all? Or is there more?" "That is all." "Well, I have a condition of my own. I want to see Ellen before I leave." "No." "What do you mean, no?" "I mean no. You go within 100 miles of Ellen, and I will go to the magistrate and lay an information on you myself." An ugly, hate-filled look took over Gideon's handsome features. "You really are an inhuman monster. She doesn't love you, Paul. She never did. The only reason she's with you is because of your money." Paul shook his head in wonder. "You really are self-deluding, aren't you? You know why she is with me. She never would have come to me in the first place if you'd not laid hands on her, Gideon." Gideon winced.
You will never stop throwing that in my face, will you?
You are correct. I won't. Not as long as you pretend the past never happened. Gideon shoved a hand into his greasy gold curls.
You don't understand. I couldn't help it. It wasn't as if I meant to do it. It was a mistake. An accident. I didn't.
Having too many pints is a mistake. Tripping and breaking your mother's favourite shepherdess figurine is a mistake, Gideon. Beating a woman so badly you break her arm, fracture her skull, and cause her to miscarry your own child is unforgivable brutality. Gideon's face crumpled like a sheet of parchment.
I regret it more than anything else in my life. Why won't either of you forgive me?
He covered his face with his hands, just as a sob tore out of him. Paul stood. You are drunk and maudlin, Gideon, and it turns my stomach. He strode to the servant cord and pulled it. Sober yourself and go talk to the knots, tonight. Do not wait until tomorrow. I don't want another day like today, where I am dealing with wreckage and trying to find work for people thanks to your idiocy. Are we agreed? Gideon nodded, his eyes red-rimmed and puffy. The door to the library opened, and Poundstone looked in.
You rang, my lord?
Bring lots of tea and food for my brother.
Of course, my lord.
The door shut behind him, and Paul took out his billfold, removed all his money, and tossed it onto the desk.
That is all I have on my person. Tomorrow, if you've done as you promised, I will give you more.
Gideon sniffed and nodded. He hesitated and then added, I really do appreciate what you are doing, Paul. I really hope you find what you are seeking in America, Gideon. I'd like to meet your wife before I leave, Paul. I think that would be a bad idea. Gideon grinned, looking more like his old self. Worried she'd fall in love and run off with me to America. Paul snorted. Tonight, Gideon. I want you to put an end to this tonight. I'll see to it. You can trust me. Paul would believe that when it happened, and not a minute before. That is a very pretty gown on you, my lady. Phoebe wrenched her eyes off the peas she divided into 3 separate units, or perhaps they were battalions, or maybe brigades. She could never keep the various military designations clear in her mind, and looked up at her husband. I'm sorry, she said. I said that shade of pink suits you. Thank you, my lord. He ate a mouthful of peas rather than forcing them to do military manoeuvres. Once he'd swallowed and taken a sip of wine, he said, I saw the cards on the table in the foyer. You must have had a busy afternoon. Yes, quite busy. A busy, dull afternoon that had been entirely forgettable. Were morning calls always so insipid? It seemed unlikely that this group of ladies should be any worse than any other. Phoebe had been ready to fall asleep by the time she'd exchanged the same pleasantries with the 10th woman. Are you not hungry this evening, or is the food not to your liking? Needham asked, making her aware yet again she was staring at her plate. No, the food is delicious. She cast a glance at the footman behind her husband's chair. It would not do for cook to hear that the mistress did not care for her food. I dare say it is because of all the tea and cakes I had this afternoon. Needham chuckled, but Phoebe had not been speaking in jest. The afternoon had been interminable, and she'd been positively awash in tea by the end of it. And how was your day, my lord? His eyebrows rose, as if the question surprised him. Did she really never ask about his day? Busy. He gestured for the servants to remove their plates. Too full for dessert? He asked. Tonight's dessert was floating islands, her favourite. I think I might have room.
He looked amused and nodded at the footman, who left to fetch the desserts. "Busy with what, my lord?" Phoebe asked after the silence began to stretch. "Your day," she clarified when he looked confused. "Just business matters." The door opened and 2 servants entered and set a floating island before each of them. Needham smiled. "Thank you. You may leave us." "I feel like you are avoiding answering me, my lord," Phoebe said when the door closed behind the servants. "Not at all. I just don't think you'll find it of much interest." "Why don't you let me be the judge of what interests me?" He flashed her one of his rare smiles. "Very well. I had some breakage at my new blast furnace. That brought the work to a halt until it can be repaired." Phoebe savoured a bite of sweet, creamy custard, considered another spoonful, but decided against it. When she looked up, she found her husband watching her with the oddest expression. "What is it?" she asked. "Do I have something on my face?" She daubed at her mouth with the damask napkin. "No, it is nothing." "So was the breakage the result of carelessness on the part of a worker?" she asked. A scowl flickered across his face. "No." Her eyebrows rose. "You mean it was deliberate?" "Yes." "Is this like those workers who broke weaving looms?" "No, this was not the Luddites. It was not disgruntled workers seeking better condition or pay, or reacting from fear of losing their livelihood. This was a malicious act of vandalism that was personal." "Aimed at you?" "Yes." "So you apprehended the person who did it?" "Not yet, but I hope to do so." Phoebe took up her spoon and enjoyed another bite. If it were up to her, she would have floating islands every night. Of course, she would soon be 20 stone because she was positively greedy for it. It was a struggle to set her spoon down between each bite, but she mastered herself. Once again she found her husband watching her. "You are looking at me very oddly," she accused. "I'm just enjoying watching you savour your dessert." She gave a small, mortified laugh. "My mother always scolded me for too obviously savouring my food." Except the Countess had been far crueler. "You are fat, Phoebe," she had said on more than one occasion. "You are the sort of woman who should never eat dessert." Needham frowned. "What is wrong with enjoying one's food?" The last thing she wanted to do was confess that her mother called her fat. So she said, "There is nothing wrong with enjoying it, but showing one's enjoyment is—" Phoebe bit her lip, suddenly not wanting to say the word. "Vulgar?" he suggested, with a faint quirk to his lips. "I was trying to think of another word, given our recent history with that one." His smile broadened. "How about crass? Crude, indecorous, rude, plebeian?" Phoebe laughed. "I am impressed. She tapped her lower lip with her spoon. "I think you missed ill-bred." He grinned. "Unseemly." Phoebe almost choked on her second-to-last mouthful of dessert. "Boorish." "Brash." "Unrefined." She racked her brain. "Oh, no, I can't think of another, but I know there must be one." "Improper, indecent, unbecoming." "You are so good at it." "It?" "Yes, we played a similar game at home, but in reverse, where somebody thinks of a word and the rest of us try to guess it. You have an impressive lexicon." He looked thoughtful and then said, "Gauche." Phoebe dissolved into laughter at that point, amazed and pleased when her husband joined her. Paul felt lighter after dinner than before it. That wasn't because he hadn't eaten enough to feed a horse. Rather, it was because Phoebe hadn't been furious or cold, as he dreaded. True, She had been a bit distant at first, but they'd ended the meal by laughing together. Indeed, it was one of the best evenings he could recall, and it wasn't close to over yet. Paul skimmed the razor down the side of his nose and examined the results in the mirror before setting down the blade. Then he took the steaming hot cloth his valet held out for him. "That will be all for the night," he said, revelling in the delicious heat. "Very good, my lord." Simon gave a last yearning look at Paul's shaving kit, but left without another word. He knew the man would have liked to shave and dress him, but Paul drew the line at such coddling. He shaved himself and kept his own kit in order, his razor sharp and keen. He also tied his own neckcloths and fastened his own coats. After checking his face and neck for cuts, there were none, he snuffed the candles and opened the door to his wife's room. And then stopped, his jaw sagging open like the end gate on a farm wagon. It was his wife, but not his wife. At least, not like he'd ever seen her before. She was wearing the silk net gown as he'd requested, or, he admitted, boorishly, commanded, and it exceeded his fantasies, which themselves had been excessive. Her face darkened and she began to sit up and cross her arms. "You are making me feel—" "No, don't move," he ordered, his voice already thick with desire. "As you were," he added when she hesitated. She gave him a mulish look, but obeyed. "Thank you," he said, slowly approaching her, enjoying the view every step of the way. He stopped and expelled the breath he'd been holding. "You are feminine perfection, Phoebe." If he thought she'd been read before, he was mistaken. He swore he could see her rosy flush spreading even beneath the silk netting of the gown. He could certainly see her erect nipples, which were pressed against the nearly transparent fabric in a way that made his mouth water so copiously he had to swallow repeatedly. She had draped herself on the chaise longue, giving him a view of the entire front of her body. The neckline was cut so low it skimmed her nipples, and the sheer fabric cast interesting shadows over her voluptuous curves, making the dark V between her thighs even darker. She looked more naked than naked. She shifted and squirmed, embarrassed by his lustful gazing. Although that made him throb even harder, he knew better than to push her too much. So he held out a hand, and she took it with amusing alacrity. When she was standing, he was, once again, reminded of how small she was, the top of her head not even reaching his shoulders. Indeed, her mouth was the height of his nipples. That was a thought that made his already erect cock leak like a spigot. He set his hands on her waist. "Look at me, Phoebe." The look she gave him from beneath her lowered lashes was shy, and yet there was a hint of daring. "I have never seen anything more beautiful in my life than you on that chaise longue." The effect of his words was electric. Her full lips parted in wonder, and her large hazel eyes softened. Quite suddenly he understood that she would not have heard those words before, not in a family in which she was always considered the plain sister. He cupped her flower-like face in one hand, his palm dwarfing her. "I adore your body," he murmured in a low voice. "You are perfect." He claimed her mouth then, thrilled when she not only pressed against him, but wound her arms around his neck and returned his kisses in a way that was still adorably innocent. Paul allowed his hands to roam while they reacquainted themselves with each other's bodies. Those nights without her had been barren. For once, he'd not just wanted any woman, only Phoebe. Although Paul had never given the matter much thought, He knew he would never treat his wife the way his father had treated Paul's mother. But until that moment, he'd not realized just how little he wanted any other woman. Paul lifted her easily and carried her to the bed, their mouths still joined. Only when he'd set her on the mattress did he pull away. "You mentioned your love of games," he said, stroking her sweetly rounded jaw with the backs of his fingers. She blinked, her eyes dark with lust. Yes. We have always played games as a family."
"I have an idea for one."
"You wish to go to the study and play one now?"
Paul grinned at the disbelief and frustration in her voice. His little sensualist wanted her pleasure, and she wanted it now. "No. This is a game we would play here, in your bed, without any clothing." She caught her plush lower lip with her teeth, her glance darting around the room as she considered his proposition. He waited patiently. He would not force her to do anything she didn't wish to do. After a long moment, she turned to him and said, "How does one play this game?" Needham's beautiful eyes shone with humor and something else. Could it be affection? Phoebe's heart, already pounding, sped at the thought. "It is a simple game," he said. "You touch me on my body where you'd like to be touched on yours." It took Phoebe a moment to untangle that sentence. When she did, she gulped. That is all there is to the game?" He nodded. But? How does one win?" His pupils, already large, swelled even more. "This game will have 2 winners, I think." Her cheeks heated so quickly she felt dizzy. "Oh." "Would you like me to go first?" She nodded, not trusting herself to speak, afraid she might squeak or cough or otherwise embarrass herself. "I will undress you." His gaze dropped to her chest, which was rising and falling far too quickly. "Although it is a pity to take this off," he muttered more to himself. Phoebe had felt positively wicked when she'd seen herself in this gown. She'd had Spragg dress her in her regular nightgown, and then waited until the maid left to quickly change into this one. She had almost changed back when she'd seen her reflection in the mirror. How could clothing be more naked than bare skin? But it was. It was still the same old Phoebe, short and plain, with too large of a bottom and thighs, and she'd somehow looked potent. Yes, that had been the word for it. She'd not believed she could feel more naked, but when he raised the gauzy gown over her head and tossed it aside, she knew she'd been wrong. His lips parted, and a low humming noise rumbled in his chest as he looked at her bare body. That was when it struck her that it was Phoebe who was causing her husband to flush and breathe harder. Exultation surged through her like sweet, slow-moving honey at the realization. She was the one making this man, who always appeared so untouchable, shake and sweat and gaze with hunger. Yes, that was the expression. She recognized it because she felt the very same thing. Hunger. For him. A rare moment of indecision flickered across his face, as if he couldn't decide what to do, where to touch her, first. It was such an intoxicating feeling that she closed her eyes and savored it, amazed that a mere feeling could be more delicious than her favorite dessert. His touch, when it came, was warm and gentle, his huge palm closing around her right breast. She shivered and opened her eyes to find him looking at her, his expression similar to the one he'd worn at dinner. "You make me so hard, Phoebe." Her lips parted in shock, and his gaze, suddenly black, dropped to her mouth. It was sweet torment to watch you eat your dessert.
It was?
He nodded slowly, his hand gently caressing her breast, which was growing heavier, her nipple already so hard that it hurt when his thumb grazed it. When you licked a bit of custard from your lower lip, I feared I might spend in my pantaloons.
Phoebe gasped. Needham?
He shook his head, his fingers tightening on her nipple. Paul. Say it.
Paul,
she gasped again, but this time in pleasure rather than shock, astounded by how good it felt to be pinched in such a sensitive place. Good girl, he praised, soothing her aching nipple with a caress. Lie back for me now. She moved to obey, but then recalled something as she looked up him.
Wait, isn't it my turn?
His eyes widened and then he chuckled. You are correct. I was trying to cheat. Phoebe's gaze lowered to his body. As usual, he wore no nightshirt, only his grey silk banyan. At first, it had shocked her that he slept without a nightshirt. Now she was thrilled to know only his robe stood between them.
I am to undress you? She asked, darting a quick look at him.
He nodded. Phoebe swallowed and then reached for his sash. Her hand was almost touching the silk when she allowed her gaze to drop. His membrum virile was jutting, somehow looking even bigger enshrouded by the heavy silk. She had seen him many times already, so she should have expected what greeted her when she opened his robe. But it robbed her of breath, the way it had the very first time. Perhaps even more now, because she knew that it would fit, and that he would bring her sublime pleasure with something that looked so blunt and terrifying. Emboldened by that thought, Phoebe tugged his robe down, and he bent his knees so she could shove it off his shoulders. Then he stood before her, naked and magnificent. What was it that she was supposed to do? She chewed her lip, darting a quick look at his face.
I don't remember.
His lips were curved in that slight smile she found so arousing. You touch me where I touched you. Oh, that was so simple. How could she have forgotten? But then her mind wasn't precisely operating normally. Neither was her hand when she reached for his right nipple, which was tiny and erect, just as hers were. Her fingers shook badly, and he took her hand and held it in his. Phoebe? She made herself look up again. Is this frightening you?
No, it's just... well, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm afraid I'll do it wrong.
There is no way to do this wrong, sweetheart.
Sweetheart. Had any word ever sounded so, well, sweet to her?
If so, she couldn't recall it. This is just a way to discover each other's bodies, Paul went on. We don't have to play. We can get beneath the blankets, snuff the candles, and...
No, I want to play. And I want the candles.
She could see her words pleased him. Well, they were true. She was intensely curious about his body, but usually too shy to do anything about it. Tonight, he'd given her carte blanche, in a manner of speaking. He released her hand, and she set her fingers on the muscular bulge that was his breast. He hissed in a breath and pressed against her fingers, just as Phoebe had. His skin was so hot and silky soft, while the muscles underneath were rock hard. When she caught a glance at his face, she was stunned to see his stern, thin lips were suddenly slack with pleasure and anticipation. She swallowed again and turned back to her task, trying to recall what he had done to her. Her nipple. He'd first stroked it. She grazed the tiny little nub with her thumb, and his body jerked, a growl rumbling deep in his chest. He laid his hand over hers. More.
Phoebe was entranced by his slitted gaze and flaring nostrils. She could actually feel his desire, which roared like an inferno. When she pinched his tiny pebbled nipple, he groaned and dropped his hand to his thick shaft. Phoebe's lips parted when she saw the tiny slit was already leaking. Why did such a crude thing excite her? He squeezed himself hard enough to make the thick ropes on his forearms bulge beneath his skin, forcing out yet more pearly liquid. She swallowed the moisture that flooded her mouth. Phoebe decided to take his reaction as a sign that he liked what she'd done. He lifted his eyelids. "My turn." "No," she argued. "You got to go first. Now I get to go, and then you." In a burst of daring, she pinched his nipple, hard. He gasped, the muscles in his chest and abdomen flexing in a way that was positively entrancing. She bit her lip to keep from laughing. How could such a tiny thing affect him so? "You vixen." His heated gaze burned into her. "Very well. Take your next turn, or you earn a forfeit." "You didn't mention that rule," she argued. "Phoebe." "I'm thinking. Just 30 seconds," she begged, her gaze flickering over him. Where did she want him to touch her? You know where. She squeezed her eyes shut. Could she be so bold? 10 seconds, Phoebe. She opened her eyes and looked at it. 7, 6, 5, 4. Bloody hell! He shouted when she reached out and grabbed it. Chapter 23. "I'm sorry," Phoebe squeaked. "Was that too hard?" She began to withdraw her hand, and Paul quickly closed his own hand around hers. No, it was perfect. Paul tightened his fist and then slid their joined hands slowly down. Her wide-eyed gaze was fastened to his crown as he stroked back up, until only the slit peeked from his foreskin. On the next downward stroke, he thrust his hips at the same time, making himself look huge as he shamelessly preened for her. "It's so soft," she marveled. He stopped. "Soft?" "Yes, the skin." "Oh." Paul resumed their stroking. "This was supposed to be my turn," she reminded him, but she sounded amused rather than put out. Paul forced himself to release her hand. "You are right." He rested his hands on his hips and watched her with interest. She chortled and resumed stroking, her grip deliciously tight. "I'll wager you don't say that often." "And I'll wager you learn to say wager from your brother." "You would lose, my lord," she said, her eyes on what her hand was doing. "It was our old stable master who started almost every sentence with, 'I'll wager.'" Her brow furrowed. "Am I doing this too hard?" She cut him a quick look. "Harder." Her small hand tightened and Paul moaned. "Yes, just like that, Phoebe." For a moment, all that was heard in the room was the raspy sound of breathing and the wet sounds of friction as she worked him dangerously close to his climax. "My turn," he said abruptly, removing her hand and then lifting her beneath her arms and moving her higher up on the bed before climbing up after her. "Wait, I wasn't finished." "I almost was," he muttered. She laughed, clearly taking his meaning. Paul pushed her legs apart and parted her petals with trembling, eager fingers. "My God, I've missed you." He slid his thumb through her slick, swollen folds, circulating her little nub, which was already engorged and thrusting from beneath its protective hood. "I think you're... Oh!" she gasped as he slid his middle finger into her, his thumb still caressing. It took only a few deep thrusts before she quivered and cried out, the already swollen walls of her cunt clamping around him as she surrendered to her climax. The game rather lost its structure after that. Somewhere at the back of her mind, Phoebe knew her husband was cheating again, but this time she let him. His mouth was so soft and hot, his lips firm, and his wicked tongue teasing at the entrance to her body. Because she was a wanton, depraved harlot, Phoebe spread wider for him and canted her hips, desperate to feel his tongue inside her. "Please," she whispered. Without hesitation he thrust into her, and Phoebe whimpered, the mere thought of what he was doing almost as erotic as the hot, wet stroking itself. Once again, he drove her mercilessly toward bliss, pushing her over the edge into ecstasy. "You cheated again," she said, when she finally came back to herself, smiling woozily up at him. He smirked as he rose up above her. "And now I'm going to cheat again." Her inner muscles clenched hard at the sight of his red, swollen lips, which were slick with her juices, and they both groaned at the exquisite sensation. But when Phoebe tried to do it again, she couldn't seem to find those same muscles. "You will learn how to control them," he said. "How do you know what I was thinking?" "I just know." He positioned himself at her entrance and then impaled her, burying himself to his root. Phoebe moaned and arched up to meet him. "You have no idea how good you feel, Phoebe." Oh, she had some idea. 6 days without you, without being inside your body, was a torment. She swallowed at his raw words, forcing herself to meet his gaze. "I missed you, Phoebe. You," he added, punctuating his words with a sharp pump of his hips. She whimpered and caught her lip, her body rising to meet his. "Good girl," he praised, his face hard and stern. "Grab your legs behind your knees and lift them as high as you can," he ordered in a breathless voice. He nodded when she hesitated. "It will bring you even more pleasure." Phoebe complied, feeling naughty when she realized that pulling on her knees opened her wider. He glanced down between their bodies. What must she look like? "You look so beautiful taking me," he said, as if she'd spoken aloud. He shifted slightly and rolled his hips in such a way that he touched her even more deeply. Phoebe squirmed at the ache such deep penetration created, each thrust echoing through her body. "So good," he murmured, his hips pumping harder, his pelvis brushing against that wonderful button of flesh with each thrust. His eyes were glazed as his hips hammered into her, his thrusts becoming more savage and uncontrolled. Phoebe wanted to watch him because she never got to see him come apart, but, yet again, he drove her over the edge of pleasure first. "Can't wait any longer," he gritted out, pounding into her with several hard, driving thrusts, and then hilting himself and flooding her with warmth. Phoebe could actually feel his shaft thicken with each spasm, and she gloried in their connection. Although their joining was so raw, almost primitive, it still felt like something more than just physical pleasure. He shivered, groaned, and then lowered his body over hers. Phoebe didn't hesitate to close her arms around him, even though she'd never embraced him before. Something had changed between them tonight, and Paul had mirrored her thoughts when he'd admitted the days apart had been torment. Phoebe had missed not just his body and his presence in her bed, but him. Already she was attached enough that it would be painful if he stopped coming to her at night. And if she were foolish enough to allow her burgeoning infatuation to turn into something more, like love, Then it would be agonizing when he tired of her and went back to his mistresses. He rolled onto his side and pulled her into his arms, shifting until they were both slotted together like two spoons. "It's good," he mumbled. "It's good," she whispered back. It was better than good. It was delicious and wonderful. Phoebe had never felt so cherished. She squeezed her eyes shut, caught on the horns of a dilemma. How could she continue to have him in her bed and not fall in love with him? What if she already had? Chapter 24. Phoebe nibbled her toast and studied Paul from beneath lowered lashes as he flicked through the third newspaper he'd brought to her room. He'd woken her at dawn and taken her on her side, lying behind her. She adored the slow sensuality and how she drifted in and out of sleep, sliding back into her dreams after she'd climaxed. The next time she woke up he was dressed in his riding leathers, the faint smell of horse telling her he'd already been out. She glanced at the clock and goggled. It was almost 11. "Look who is finally awake," he teased, looking up from the paper as he closed it. Phoebe glanced around for her robe, or any clothing. Paul shook his head. "I want you to have your breakfast in bed this morning." He pulled the bell and then brought her the black silk dressing gown that had come with the nightgown. Her face scalded when he held out the robe for her to slip into. She hesitated, and he smiled at her, clearly unwilling to look away. Phoebe fumbled out of the bed, trying to hide as much of herself as possible, even though it was the bright light of day. He wrapped the luxurious garment around her and then encircled her with his arms, pulling her back against his fully dressed and hard, yes, even at that part, body. "You feel so good," he murmured, nuzzling her neck and covering the sensitive skin with hot kisses, and then cupping her breasts, squeezing and plucking at her nipples until they were tight and tingling, just like her sex. Phoebe allowed her head to fall back against his chest as she luxuriated in his sensual fondling, forgetting all about modesty or daylight or anything but his expert touch. "I wish I didn't have to leave you," he said, the words hot on her scalp, his fingers teasing and pinching and tormenting her nipples until she ached for him to fill her. A frustrated whimper slipped out of her before she could catch it. He chuckled and ground the hard ridge of his arousal against her lower back. "Poor darling." He slid a hand between the flaps of her dressing gown and stroked her swollen sex as if it were perfectly natural to do such a shocking thing. "Wet and hot and needy," he murmured, gently pinching the source of her pleasure with one hand while penetrating her with a finger from his other hand. He pumped her slowly, and the wet sounds of her own arousal causing her face to burn. "I wonder," he mused, pushing another blunt finger up alongside the first and thrusting harder and deeper. "Can you come for me before the servant arrives with your breakfast, Phoebe?" Phoebe squeaked and bolted forward a step at the horrifying thought of being caught in such a position. She pulled her robe closed and spun around. He grinned and then put the two fingers that had just been inside of her into his mouth. He sucked them clean, as if he were eating the most delicious thing he'd ever tasted. Phoebe gasped and stared, her head buzzing with shock and arousal. He smirked. "Get back into bed," he ordered, turning her as if she were a doll and then swatting her behind. She yelped and clambered up the bed steps onto the high mattress. Before she could scold him, the door opened and she had to hurry to cover herself. "Set it on the table here, Sabrina," he directed, "and then you may leave. I will be her ladyship's servant this morning." This last part he said while grinning at Phoebe. She wanted to strangle him and knew her face would be flaming. Sabrina gave him a sour look when he didn't spare a glance for her. "That will be all," he said abruptly when she lingered. She flounced, yes, that was the proper word, from the room, but Paul didn't seem to notice, his interest taken up by the contents of the tray. "Coffee or tea?" he asked. "I've seen you drink both at breakfast." She was charmed that he'd noticed. "Coffee this morning, please." "And very light with 2 sugars?" Her lips parted. "I don't know why you are so surprised. Do you think me an unobservant man?" Phoebe smiled her thanks when he brought her cup and saucer to her. She took a sip and sighed. "Perfect. As to your question, no, I don't think you unobservant at all. In fact, I think you are always watchful." Where Phoebe was concerned, at least. "I'm observant too," she said. "You drink your coffee and your tea black, although you have a weakness for macaroons, cream cakes, plum tarts, and butter biscuits." He laughed, a genuine laugh rather than a brief chuckle, and she realized how rarely he did so, and how attractive it made him look. She shook herself. If she wasn't careful, she'd be fawning over him just as badly as Sabrina. "Are you not working today?" He'd worked every day they'd been there, even Sunday, albeit only at his desk. "I must go out for a short while to check on something, but hopefully I will return in time to take you for a picnic lunch, or a picnic tea, rather, as I expect I shan't be back until 3-ish. How does that sound?" "It sounds delightful." "Sorry, I suppose I should have asked if you had plans first." Phoebe raised her eyebrows. 2 apologies in 24 hours. "You shouldn't become accustomed to it," he teased, tossing aside the paper that still sat on his lap. "Do you read so many different papers every day?" He sat back and sipped his coffee. "Yes, I like to get them from all over the country. Although the London Times purports to report stories from all over the nation, I find they do a less than impressive job of it." "What sorts of stories are you looking for?" "It is difficult to describe, but I know it when I see it. That is how I found my most recent venture, which is a partnership in 2 new warehouses in Liverpool. I discovered the opportunity when I read an obituary. The gentleman who died had been in the process of constructing the warehouses. It seemed logical that his partner would need a replacement." He smiled faintly. Ghoulish, perhaps, but effective. "Warehouses for what?" she asked, nibbling a corner of toast. "For whatever people need to store. Ships come in and need a place to store cargo, or merchants need somewhere to keep their goods while they await shipping." He shrugged. "Any number of things." "Is there anything you don't do?" she asked, only half teasing. He smiled and set down his cup and saucer. "If I don't tear myself away, there is at least one thing I won't be doing, which is getting back in time to take you on a picnic." He leaned close enough to kiss her, and then take her chin when she would have looked away, startled yet pleased by the gesture of affection. His pale eyes bored into hers. "You gave me a great deal of pleasure last night, Phoebe. Normally when I come to Hill House, I work late into the evening and only dine with other men of business. I am always eager to leave. Thanks to you, I find it hard to tear myself away." He kissed her again, this time on the lips, lingeringly. "Thank you," he said, when he finally pulled away, leaving her breathless. She was still reeling when the door shut behind him. He was always a tender, thoughtful lover, but never had he been so affectionate when they weren't in bed. His behavior this morning felt like something completely different. Could it be that he was coming to care for her? Her mind raced in about 10 different directions at that startling possibility. The next time Phoebe took a sip of coffee, it had gone cold. She glanced at the clock. No wonder. She'd been staring at nothing and reliving last night for almost 25 minutes. She sighed. It was probably time to ring for...
"Everyone says you're lying, Brina."
The voice was so loud that Phoebe jolted and looked around. For a moment, she was at a loss, but then recalled the servant corridor that contained a linen room and broom closet was just on the other side of her dressing room. There was a transom window between the two rooms, which Mrs. Hodge said had been installed to keep air circulating and fight damp.
"I'm not,"
a familiar voice retorted.
"Shh, keep your voice down. The mistress will hear you." "I don't care if she does. His lordship won't let her punish me or—"
There was the sound of clanking, and Phoebe missed the rest of what was said. Normally Spragg shut the window when she woke Phoebe in the morning, but this morning Paul obviously hadn't done so. Phoebe pushed back the covers and slid off the bed, not bothering to put on her slippers as she strode toward the dressing room. Just as she reached up for the chain to pull the window shut, she heard Sabrina say,
"It is too, his lordship's." "Then why are you still cleaning chamber pots? Why aren't you like Dotty Nolan, who has her own cottage, and even a maid-of-all-work to do for her and the babe? Or like old Suki Temple, who lives like a queen? Paul wants to keep me close at hand, for when her ladyship bores him."
The other woman gasped at the same time Phoebe did.
"If Mrs. Hodge or Norris heard you talking like that, you'll be out on your tail, Brina." "No, I won't, because he won't let anyone dismiss me. He needs me too much to let that happen. You've heard the stories about him. They're true."
She gave an earthy chuckle.
"He's like a beast who can't get enough."
The other servant gave a scoffing laugh, but her words, when they came, bore more than a tinge of respect.
"You had better mind your step even so. It won't matter if you're his favourite if you cause mischief between him and her ladyship."
"Oh, her!" Sabrina laughed, and Phoebe heard the sound of a door opening. The next words were fainter.
"Once he's put a bun in that oven, he won't have to go to her until the next time. He's already told me he'll leave her down south, where her sort belongs, and—"
The door shut with a loud click, cutting off whatever else she was about to say. Phoebe realized her hands were still on the chain and dropped them. Her heart was pounding so hard she felt faint. She barely made it to the basin before emptying her stomach, which continued to heave even after there was nothing to bring up. She staggered to the nearest chair and slumped into it, shaking her head in disbelief. Suki Temple had spoken the truth. Like father, like son. Phoebe sat staring at nothing for almost half an hour before fury rose up in her, so thick it almost choked her. She got to her feet and charged into her dressing room, where she yanked down the smaller of the two portmanteaux, almost braining herself with it in the process. Once she'd fumbled it open, she began throwing clothing into it, willy-nilly, filling it so full she had to sit on it to buckle the straps. She did the same with the second, until there wasn't a stitch of clothing remaining in the dressing room. Which is when she recalled that she was only wearing a dressing gown. Infuriated beyond reason, she yanked open the bigger trunk and threw everything onto the floor until she found what she wanted. One of her old mourning gowns. A dress she could put on without a maid's assistance. Once she'd shoved herself into that, savaging a few buttons in the process, she rammed her feet into her ankle boots, forgetting all about stockings, because they were at the bottom of the other trunk, and then went to the dressing table and ruthlessly brushed her hair until tears streamed down her cheeks. She dropped the brush on the table and stared at her reflection in shock. What was she going to do? Why was she packing? Where would she go? She was his wife, his possession. If he wanted to, he could have her locked up in the cellar and beat her daily, and nobody would make such as a peep. He wouldn't do that. You don't know what he'd do if you displease him. What am I supposed to do? Tolerate his mistress under my nose? Watch as she raises his child in my house? Perhaps you'll be fortunate and— Her head jerked toward the window when something struck it. Phoebe frowned and stared stupidly, jolting when a second pebble pinged against the glass so hard that she was surprised it didn't break. It was the window that looked out over the back garden. Outside, near the hedge, was the red-haired woman from a few days before. Lily. No, Lila not. And she was waving. Stupidly, Phoebe pointed to her chest, and the woman gave an exaggerated nod and used both hands to make a "come here" gesture. She wasn't carrying her child today. Paul's child. Her gestures became more and more frantic, and she kept looking around, as if she were afraid of being caught. Phoebe stared for a moment longer and then snorted. Why not go talk to her? She had at least one mistress inside the house and another back at Witch House. What did one more matter? She made a stay and wait gesture, and then quickly plaited her hair before tucking it beneath a bonnet. She rooted around in the trunk until she found her old cloak, the one she always wore when she went walking. Less than 5 minutes later, after dodging 2 footmen and a parlour-maid, Phoebe squeezed through the hedges. Lila hovered on the other side. "Finally!" she hissed, grabbing Phoebe's arm and pulling. "Wait! I'm not going with you. I just came to see what you wanted." "I wanted you to come with me." Phoebe dug in her heels. "No, I'm not. It's my baby. They're going to take him away." "Who is?" "My brothers sold him 'cause of who his dar is." "They sold him? But that's not legal. They can't just— Help me! You're his lordship's wife. They'll listen to you. I came looking for Needham, but the servants drove me away. He's not at home, but let me go and—" The woman was weeping openly now. Up close, Phoebe could see she was younger than she'd thought, perhaps even younger than the maid, Sabrina. It sickened her to think of Paul using these powerless girls as if they were his own personal brothel. "Please," she wailed. "We've not got much time. If you'll tell them to stop, then we can get his lordship and magistrate after. But I need you now." She grabbed Phoebe's arm, and this time she didn't fight her. "How far are we going?" Phoebe demanded, as the other woman pulled her into a near run. "By the road it's 3 miles, but—" "3 miles? I can't run 3 miles. Slow down." "It's shorter through the waste." Phoebe didn't like the sound of that. "What sort of waste?" "Just old bell pits, slag heaps, and few collapsed adits, but nothing to worry about." Since Phoebe had no idea what any of those things were, she was hardly convinced. But at least the woman had stopped sobbing. "Tell me about these people who've come for your baby." "It's a banker's wife. She can't have a baby of her own, and so her husband paid for mine." Lila pulled on her arm. "Please," she begged. "Just run. If we're too late, he'll be gone, and I'll never find him." Phoebe jerked her arm away. "Let go of me and I'll move faster." The woman hesitated and then took off at a half-run, half-walk. Phoebe stared after her for a moment, torn. "What else do you have to do today?" She scowled at the thought. But it was true. She had good boots on, and her gown wasn't binding, and she'd run with Doddy plenty of times, so— Lila stopped and turned. "Please!" she shouted. Phoebe took a deep breath and ran as fast as she was able. Chapter 25. Paul threw his gloves into his hat and handed both to Andrew.
"Where is your mistress?"
he asked.
"I've not seen her ladyship this afternoon."
He paused and then added,
"Miss Spragg said she's not rung for her yet."
Perhaps she was still lounging in bed. Paul grinned to himself at the thought and took the stairs 2 at a time, imagining her sleepy and warm and willing. His cock, which had been painfully tumescent on the ride home in anticipation of this afternoon's picnic, where he planned to fully debauch his wife under the open sky, hardened the rest of the way. He opened the door quietly, so he wouldn't startle her if she was still sleeping. Paul gawked at the scene that met his eyes. It looked like a whirlwind had struck the room. The bed was empty, and heaps of tangled clothing were strewn out the dressing-room door and across the floor. There was a basin sitting in the middle of the floor, and when he approached it, he saw it contained a good deal of vomit.
"Phoebe!"
he shouted, suddenly frightened. He strode through the chambers, flinging open doors and calling her name. The carnage was the worst in the dressing-room, where 2 portmanteaux were in the middle of the room, both open with their contents flung about. His wife was nowhere to be seen. Paul pulled the servant cord, yanking it hard enough to burn the palm of his hand. He strode through the rooms again while he waited, as if he might have missed a full-grown woman.
"My lady?"
The Abigail's voice came from the bedchamber.
"She's not here,"
Paul yelled as he stalked toward the cringing woman.
"Where is she? Have you seen her?"
he barked.
"Not this morning, my lord. Not since you told me to let her sleep. I kept waiting for her to—"
Paul pushed past her and went into the dressing-room again. He threw the remaining garments out onto the floor. Once the trunk was empty, he looked up to find her watching him as if he were a lunatic.
"How many habits does she possess?"
You mean how many are here?"
"Christ, woman, I'm hardly going to care about the ones that are elsewhere."
"I'm sorry, sir. 2, my lord. Just 2.
Her teeth were chattering, and she backed away.
"Check the pile out there,"
he ordered, going through his own pile again. The maid's voice came a few seconds later.
"They're both here."
So, she hadn't gone riding then. Paul strode out of the room and encountered Mrs. Hodge and Norris, who'd no doubt been drawn by his bellowing.
"What is it, my lord?" "Assemble the indoor servants immediately and find out who last saw my wife. I'm going to the stables myself."
5 minutes later, Paul had questioned every stable worker and gardener, and nobody had seen Phoebe that day. The hack she preferred hadn't been ridden.
"How the hell is it possible for a woman to simply disappear?"
he raged at the men, all of whom looked back at him with wide, worried eyes.
"My lord!"
Paul turned at the sound of Norris's voice to find his normally expressionless butler dragging Sabrina toward him, his face grim as he glared down at the squirming maid.
"I think we might know why she left, my lord, although not how." "What have you done?"
Paul thundered at the girl, who quailed, her normally willful smirk nowhere in sight.
"I didn't know. I didn't mean it. Please, my lord, it wasn't—"
He grabbed her by the shoulders and leaned down until their eyes were on the same level. He didn't shout, he didn't shake her, which he was mad to do, but he didn't even squeeze her. He held her gently but firmly and said, in a calm, level voice, "What have you done?"
"Stop!" Phoebe gasped. "I can't go any further."
She bent over at the waist, her lungs heaving, and fought down the urge to throw up for the 2nd time that day.
"We're almost there. It's just around those overgrown briars."
Lila's hand landed on her arm.
"Please, We're almost there."
Phoebe stumbled after her. "I should tidy myself," she mumbled. "Nobody will take me seriously looking like this."
"We can go into the barn first before going into the house."
Phoebe didn't like the sound of that, but she didn't like the idea of facing a banker and his henchman looking like a demented woman either. The barn looked more like a shack, the second story of the structure lifting dangerously to one side. Phoebe hesitated. Come on!" Lila flung open the door and yanked her inside. Phoebe couldn't see a thing going from the bright light into the dimness. The smell of old straw and sheep was almost overwhelming. Lots of sheep. Phoebe turned around, but the door slammed shut, cutting off the light.
"What are you—"
"I've got her!" She jumped at the sound of Lila's voice, which was loud and right behind her.
"Took you long enough,"
a male voice snarled before two men stepped out of the gloom and into the faint light that was cast by a lantern on a hook. Phoebe wasn't entirely surprised to see it was two of the three men she'd seen that first day. Both gingers like their sister, but neither handsome. Or perhaps that was only the twisted snarls on their faces.
"Will you let Mr. Gideon go like you promised now that I've brought her?"
Lila asked in a wheedling voice. One of the men's hands flashed like a burr, his open palm connecting with his sister's face hard enough to knock her to the ground.
"Good God!"
Phoebe shouted, dropping to her haunches to help the woman. But before she could reach her, strong hands closed around her arms and yanked her to her feet.
"You don't worry about that slut. You worry about yourself,"
he snarled before turning to the man who was standing gawking.
"You go fetch Robert. Now!"
Lila pushed to her feet, blood oozing from her split lip.
"Nate! Please, this won't—"
"You shut it!"
Nate, the one holding Phoebe, ordered.
"Make yourself of use and grab that lantern and come along."
He yanked on Phoebe so hard she stumbled as he dragged her deeper into the rank, stale-smelling building.
"Why are you doing this?"
she asked. Cobwebs slithered across her cheeks, and she flinched. He pulled her again, and this time it hurt so badly it felt like he'd yanked her arm from its socket. Phoebe cried out,
"Please, stop, you're—"
Nate shook her so hard her teeth rattled.
"Shut up! You give me any trouble and that slap Tom gave our sister will seem like a love tap. Get over here, Lila."
The woman brought the light closer, and Phoebe saw, with more than a little dismay, there was a rude door with a bar on it.
"Hold up the light,"
Nate ordered, as he lifted the bar with one hand, holding the back of Phoebe's neck with the other. There was a loud creak of a hinge, and then a new voice came from the darkness.
"It's about bloody time. I'm parched and need some water." "You shut your gob,"
Nate said. Lila raised the lantern, illuminating the voice's owner. Phoebe caught her breath at the sight of the angel, crumpled and filthy, but still beautiful, huddled on the floor of the cupboard. She barely had time to take in a pair of tilted hyacinth blue eyes, familiar eyes she'd only ever seen in one other person, when Nate shoved her. Phoebe tripped over her own feet and fell on top of the angel. The door slammed behind her, and the man beneath her thrashed and squirmed.
"Ow! Get off me! Those are my jewels you've got your boot heel on. Bloody hell!"
He shoved her roughly aside, knocking her into the wall. Phoebe bit her lip to keep from whimpering as pain shot from her shoulder. The bar fell into place with a dull thunk, and another slap came from beyond the door, followed by Nate's voice, loud and vicious.
"You get back into the house, slut. Go see your precious bastard."
Lila said something, but the voices moved away from the door and dropped to a murmur.
"Well, I take it you're the new Lady Needham."
The voice was not precisely uncultured, but neither was it polished like Paul's. "Who are you?" she asked, although she could guess.
"I'm your bastard brother-in-law, Gideon Temple."
She flinched at the ugly word, her mind spinning with the implications of what she'd seen a moment earlier. This man was, without doubt, Lucy's father. Another suspicion sprouted right behind that thought. It was tiny but growing rapidly.
"I don't suppose anyone knows you're here? My brother, for example?"
Gideon asked, a sneer in his voice. Phoebe squeezed her eyes shut, grateful for the dark. She heard a dry, mirthless chuckle.
"Walked right into it, just like a rabbit into a snare, eh?"
"I'm so pleased my predicament amuses you." He whistled.
"Don't you sound just like a lady?"
"What a stupid comment! I am a lady, you buffoon." He laughed, and this time it was genuine.
"Say that again."
"Say what?"
"Stupid. Only say it the way you did. Stupid."
Phoebe felt as if she were in a strange dream, a nightmare, in fact. "Have you yelled for help or tried to escape or done anything of use?" she demanded frostily.
"The door is barred, and we're in a cupboard in the middle of a sheep barn in the middle of nowhere."
He hesitated and then added,
"The last time I yelled, Tom Knott opened the door and kicked me in the ribs for my pains. I doubt he'd be any gentler if you tried it."
Phoebe knew he wouldn't. She'd seen the way he'd struck his sister, the rage in his face. These men were so furious, they looked almost mad with it. "So, you have no plan?" she asked. "You just intend to sit here?"
"My only plan is to do nothing to anger them, and hope they decide to let me go now that they have you."
Phoebe gasped. "You are despicable."
"So I've been told. Often."
She seethed in silence, carefully rotating her shoulder. It hurt like the dickens, but at least she could move it. Once her breathing settled, she appraised her situation. As much as she loathed having to speak to him, Gideon Temple was all she had at the moment. "Those men are the ones damaging the facility, aren't they?"
"The very same."
"Did you catch them? Is that why they put you in here?" He laughed.
"Oh, you are an innocent darling, aren't you? Let's just say my plans went badly awry."
He spoke the last few words in an accent she assumed was meant to be hers. Phoebe ignored his mockery. "That woman, Lila, she is, you are—"
"Lovers is the word you're so clumsily searching for."
Naturally she blushed like a naive ninny at the word.
"Yes, how very astute you are, my lady. However did you guess the fair Lila and I were making the two-backed beast, as the bard would say?"
It took her a moment to puzzle out the meaning of his words. Once again, she was grateful for the darkness. "It was not difficult to discern," she snapped. "She begged for them to release you, to trade you for me." He grunted.
"That was damned foolish of her."
"The child is yours." It wasn't a question. He snorted.
"You're a great deal wiser than the Knott lads are. They refuse to believe their eyes, even though the little bastard is my spitting image."
Phoebe thought about Lucy, and now this child. How many others had Paul been blamed for? And why did he claim them? "And you just allowed everyone to believe that—"
"That dear old Paul is the father?" he supplied. "Oh, yes, and I dare say you believed it too, didn't you?"
Phoebe swallowed her shame and said, "There is a girl who has recently come to the hall. Sabrina something. She is pregnant. Is she? Lord, don't tell me Paul hired the little slut. I don't care for that word, she retorted coolly. That's a shame, darling, because it fits too well not to use on little Sabrina Whitten. I wasn't the first, and I doubt I'll be the last. She can't be more than 16. If that, he agreed. You are a vile, odious swine. I dare say you're right about that, he agreed cheerfully. But you're dead wrong if you think she didn't beg for it. I brushed her off the first few times she offered herself up to me, but her sort come into heat early. Have you ever seen the way a bitch behaves around a pack of male dogs, my lady? I do not wish to hear this. You are— She'll squat for any and all of 'em, but she especially wants the dominant dog to take her. I dare say that's what happened with Sabrina. She went after Paul first, but he is far too virtuous to get up to any rantum-scantum in his own backyard. So she had to settle for second best. He chuckled, the sound bitter. Why, I've seen a greedy bitch take it from as many as 5 male dogs, one after the other. That is Sabrina Whitten. Phoebe knew she should cover her ears, but she was too transfixed. I threw her out of my bed when I was finished with her, hoping she wouldn't get any ideas. But the little minx was naked between the sheets the very next night. He snorted. I could see where that was leading, so I had to drop a hint in dear Suki's ear. He laughed. My mother is a right match for young Sabrina, since the two are cut from the same cloth. Suki would never have hired the girl if she'd known I was coming for a visit, and she was glad for a reason to send her packing. You impregnated this girl, and then you had your mother sack her? That's exactly what I did. Why? Did you think I should get down on bended knee and offer my heart to the little tart? He scoffed. I wouldn't even if I could. I may be a maid's bastard, but I've still got a little pride. Phoebe didn't doubt that. The repugnant man was positively stuffed with all the deadly sins. I don't understand. Why does Paul allow it? And here I was, starting to think you were a clever girl. Before Phoebe could think of something equally rude to say, he gave another of his unpleasant laughs and said, Paul allows it because he knows that it is better for a woman to have the wealthy lord's bastard than the feckless, impoverished half-brothers. And you chose not to disabuse people and own up to your responsibilities? And cheat Paul out of playing the gracious lord? God, no. Phoebe needed a moment to leash her disgust before asking, How many are there? Oh, there are quite a few. You are proud of yourself for what you're doing? Victimizing these poor girls as well as your own brother. Don't pity Paul. He could deny his paternity, but he chooses not to. That's because accepting blame and playing the great moral lord feeds both his guilt and martyrdom. Phoebe stopped asking questions about the matter before she kicked him. Instead, she said, Why do the Knott brothers want me? Because they want to hurt Paul. It was her turn to laugh. They've been dreadfully misinformed if they believe hurting me will do much more than inconvenience your brother. That's not what I hear, he said in an infuriating sing-song voice. Phoebe didn't want to give in to his baiting, but it was impossible not to ask. What have you heard? That my cold-hearted beast of a brother has finally been hit by Cupid's arrow. Which one? There was a pause, and then, Which one what? Cupid had 2 arrows in mythology. One filled the recipient's heart with love, and one rendered the heart devoid of love. Is that so? If you are going to spout mythology, perhaps you might have a better grounding in it. She hesitated, and then couldn't stop herself from adding, "You unlettered dolt." He laughed so hard she thought he might choke on it, which would only serve him right. When he could finally speak again, he said, "I can see why my brother is finally in love. He has met his perfect match. A woman who is bossier and more irritating than he is." Her heart fluttered at his words, not about being bossy and irritating, but about Paul being in love. "How do you even know this? You've not seen us together." "No, but the servants have, and they talk. And what they say is that the mighty has been brought low by a homely little dab of a woman." Phoebe clenched her jaws. "Oh," he added after a significant pause, "that was rude of me, wasn't it? Well, what can you expect from an unlettered dolt?" Phoebe supposed she'd earned that one. "Are these men thinking to ransom us?" she asked. He laughed, and this time it was grim. "Nothing so direct or simple. They hate my brother with a passion. I would say their hatred of him is what's keeping them going." "They hate him for what they think he did to their sister?" "God, no. Lila's fall from grace is just an excuse. They hate him because their feckless father drank and gambled away their land, rich with coal. And Paul stepped in and saved them by assuming the old man's debt. Without Paul, the Knots would be homeless." "You're saying they hate him because he saved them from being dispossessed? That makes no sense." "Has anybody ever saved you?" "Yes. As a matter of fact, your brother." "And how did it feel to know your future was dependent on his goodwill?" Phoebe opened her mouth to retort. She was grateful, but then stopped. She had been angry at him at first, but that had been because she was being forced to marry a man who kept his mistress under the same roof as his wife, hadn't it? You thought him a vulgar cit from that day on the road. You hoped even then, weeks before you met him, that he'd not lease Witch House. You hated the fact that a merchant was the only one who could save your family." Gideon snorted. "I can tell by your silence that you take my meaning. And you are a genteel woman who was raised to accept such assistance. For poor, hard-working men like the Knots, it robbed them of their most prized possession, their pride." Phoebe was the last person to scoff at pride, which was surely the worst of the 7 deadly sins, at least for the bearer. "So then, what? Are they going to use us as bait to lure him here?" "They might do that," he said agreeably, as if they were discussing the Knots taking them all out for an ice at Gunter's. "Unfortunately," he went on, his voice taking on an edge of fear, "I believe they have a surprisingly diabolical and clever plan." "How do you know what plans they have?" "Because I might have been the one to give them the idea." "What idea?" "To make both of us disappear. Forever." Phoebe frowned, confused. "But how would that bring them any money? And why would you have put that idea in their minds?" "Oh, my idea didn't involve our dying. It just involved removing you from my brother's possession for a while, making him believe that you had run away with me." Phoebe gasped. "Why would he believe such a ridiculous thing?" "Because it happened once before, when his wicked stepbrother ran off with his betrothed right before their wedding." "Good God," she whispered. "You did that to him? To your own brother?" "Not once, but twice. Not the running away part. But I did take away both women he was betrothed to, although the first one was such a calf love that my father would never have permitted Paul, his heir and the jewel in his crown, to marry a mere village maiden. So perhaps I actually did my brother a favour with poor Christine." He sounded proud and vindictive rather than remorseful. Phoebe had no words.
"Except this time it would be different," he went on, relentless. "This time the happy couple wouldn't be running toward the Scottish border. Instead, their bodies would be mouldering in one of the hundreds of abandoned adits that litter the area, and Paul would never see them again."
His words echoed in the silence for several moments before she could scrape together the will to ask, "Why would they want to do such a thing?"
"Because they could then sit back and watch as my brother suffered and grew more and more miserable and bitter. It wasn't pleasant for him the 2 times before, but this time it would be so much worse, since the woman in question was also the love of his life."
He laughed, the sound filling the cupboard.
"It is the perfect revenge, my dear. Absolutely perfect."
Chapter 26.
She's not anywhere on the road within 10 miles. She didn't go into town and rent a gig or hack from the inn. Nobody has admitted to giving her a ride anywhere or to seeing her."
The runner stopped speaking, his gaze anxious.
"She just seems to have disappeared."
Paul scowled at Humboldt.
"People don't just—"
The door to the library opened, and Norris hovered in the opening.
"I beg your pardon for interrupting, but Mr. Poundstone is here, my lord. I think you will want to hear what he has to say."
He gestured the butler into the room.
"What is it?"
Paul demanded.
"Mr. Gideon didn't come home last night, my lord." "So? I can't imagine that is too unusual."
"No, my lord, that isn't," he admitted, but then hesitated.
"Speak freely."
"His travelling valise and curricule are gone, sir, but his favourite hack, Dash, is still here."
"What is so unusual about that?"
"He always has Dash sent along after him, sir. He is exceedingly fond of that animal. His groom said Mr. Gideon would never leave him behind."
"When is the last time the groom spoke with Gideon?"
"Almost 2 weeks, my lord. Mr. Gideon had given him a holiday." He cleared his throat and then added, "Mr. Gideon has not been able to pay him for some time, my lord. Grayson said he would have stayed with Mr. Gideon without pay, but he sent him home." Paul considered that information for a moment. This morning was the first time in weeks there'd been no new acts of sabotage anywhere. Paul had assumed that his brother had, somehow, stopped the Knott brothers. Except for Gideon's horse, the information all seemed to point to Gideon holding up his end of the bargain and then toddling off to Bristol.
"Did he leave a message for his mother?"
he asked.
"Not that I found, sir."
That would be like Gideon too. Thoughtless to the end. Paul turned to Humboldt.
"I want you to go to Bristol and see if he purchased passage on any of the ships bound for America."
Poundstone gasped.
"Should I tell Mrs. Temple that is where he has gone?"
"That was his plan," Paul admitted,
"but I'm not sure that is what happened."
His brother might have left without his horse, but only if he'd sold it, not just left it behind. Gideon was skint, so he'd have sold everything he possessed before leaving the country. Paul looked up and found Norris, Mrs. Hodge, and Poundstone all giving him the same look, and he knew what they were thinking. All 3 had known him all his life. They'd been around for both the lesser debacle with Christine as well as the widely known disaster with Ellen. All 3 believed that Gideon had met Phoebe and charmed her the same way he'd charmed his 2 fiancées. But Paul knew enough about his wife to say, with confidence, that Gideon was the last sort of man she'd find attractive. He was far too much like Sebastian Lowry, and he would wager his fortune on that. Besides, last night had been different between them, a turning point of sorts. She'd taken the initiative in bed more than once, welcoming him into her body with eagerness and open arms. Phoebe wasn't a liar, nor was she adept at concealing her feelings. She wore her emotions on her face for Paul to see. If she'd been planning on running away with Gideon today, she never would have laid a finger on Paul last night. His brother was still in the area, and so was Phoebe. Gideon had needed to have one critical conversation before he left. That was exactly where Paul would start, with the knots. "I'll wager that Paul never told you about the 2 women he was betrothed to marry, did he?" Phoebe jolted at the sound of Gideon's voice, and then gasped when she jarred her shoulder. He'd subsided into blessed silence after blurting out his horrifying prediction and his part in contriving it. She had hoped he was finished talking and she could die without having to listen to any more from him. Apparently, that was not to be. The room was stuffy, smelly, cramped. Her shoulder screamed, and she was going to die alongside the most loathsome man she had ever met. At least she could refuse to engage in any conversation with him. "I suppose it is almost 20 years ago now," he went on, evidently needing nothing from Phoebe to continue. "During the Christmas break, when Paul was down from Harrow." Phoebe wanted to plug her ears rather than listen to this man talk about her husband, but she couldn't make herself do it. "Little Christine Fowler was the butcher's daughter." Gideon gave one of his loathsome chuckles. "She was a right comely piece, and virtuous to boot. Paul took one look at her and fell head over heels. Of course, he treated her like a Vestal Virgin, not so much as touching the hem of her gown. He told our father he was going to marry her when he was old enough. If you'd have known our Da, you'd know how humorous he found that. She's the sort you keep on the side, son, not the sort you marry," he said. Paul was furious. He paused, and Phoebe had to bite her lip not to ask what happened next. "By the next Christmas, when Paul was still as staunch as ever, my father began to get nervous. When Paul went back to school, Da offered to buy me a curricule and pair if I could put an end to it." "Good God! What do you mean?" He laughed. "Ha! I knew you were listening." Phoebe didn't care about his mocking. "What did you do?" "What do you think I did? I showed little Christine a bit of charm, gave her a promise or 2, and she lifted her skirts just like any back-alley troll." "You pig!" "Aye, it does make me look bad. But my father never would have allowed his heir to marry a village lass, so I decided, and still contend, that I did my brother a favour." If Phoebe could have seen him, she would have slapped him. "So the second time, well, that was a bit more difficult. After that business with Christine, Paul didn't come home again for years, not until he finished Cambridge." "He went to university?" she blurted without thinking. Gideon laughed. "Ah, that is priceless." "What is?" "You're another one of those, aren't you?" "Another one of whom?" "Those people who underestimate Paul because he's a great, hulking, ugly beast of a man who—" "He is my husband," Phoebe snapped. "I would thank you not to insult him." "He is my brother, and I'll say whatever I damn well choose about him," Gideon shot back. "Although it is adorable that you leap to his defence." Anger and guilt swelled inside her. Anger because she was forced to sit and listen to his cruelty, and guilt because he was only saying what she had, herself, said and thought on more than one occasion. It shamed her that she'd ever been so shallow, and she hated to have anything in common with this despicable man. "I grant you that he has grown into his features now," Gideon went on. his tone musing.
But Lord, he was an ugly sod when he was 15, towering and all gangly knees and elbows, and that nose of his looked positively obscene on his narrow face.
Phoebe didn't know when she'd started to see Paul's nose as regal and distinctive, but she couldn't understand how she'd ever thought it ugly.
I still recall that summer. Forgive me while I digress a moment, my lady, he explained. To the summer before Paul met Christine, when he was still amusing to knock about with. Women, young and old, were lining up for me when I was 15, he boasted. Poor Paul, on the other hand, was not so fortunate. It was almost his 16th birthday, and he still hadn't shed his tiresome virginity. He was so hideous and awkward that not even our obliging kitchen maid, Cora, a girl who'd spread her legs for more men than a jockey does for horses, would consent to give him a jump.
Phoebe gasped at his crudity, but he went on as if he'd not heard her.
I decided that I'd have to take a hand in things, and dragged him to a place in Leeds to get the deed done. Even then the whore wanted double. Not because he was ugly, mind, but because he was so prodigiously endowed.
He laughed.
The old doxy claimed she'd not be able to work the rest of the night after taking him. But then, I suppose the matter of Paul's endowments is old news to you, isn't it?
Phoebe was surprised her face didn't glow in the darkness.
I'm sorry, he said, his voice dripping with insincerity. But it occurs to me that perhaps this story isn't the sort a gentleman should tell a gently bred young woman.
You needn't apologize. I'm not labouring under the misapprehension that you are a gentleman.
He snorted. Ah, touché, my dear sister.
I suppose that imposing on kitchen maids and servant girls somehow makes you admirable.
Imposing? I think not.
Oh, they gave themselves to you willingly? I believe that is a story many masters tell themselves to excuse their behaviour.
He chuckled. Well, let me put it this way, my lady. In the pantheon of the gods, I'm Apollo, and Paul would be Vulcan. Or perhaps Hephaestus.
They are the same thing. One is Roman and the other is Greek, she retorted. Do leave off boasting about your skill with servants and mangling mythology.
He chuckled. I'll move on to, shall I?
He continued without waiting for a response.
Paul came back from Cambridge, where he managed to finish whatever it was he did with honours and...
Didn't you go to school?
Now who is getting distracted?
I only ask because you sound positively green with envy at his lordship's academic achievements.
Oh, do I?
For the first time since she'd been thrown into the darkened hole, he sounded angry. Phoebe suddenly wished she'd kept her mouth shut. She had no way to stop him, nothing to defend herself with if he became violent.
For your information, he continued, raising his voice, I never went away to a fancy school.
Phoebe pushed her back against the cupboard wall, as if she could somehow get away from him that way. Her shoulder ached, and something dug into her scalp, so she pushed her fingers into her hair, most of which had fallen down when Tom had yanked her hat off and jerked her around, and encountered something sharp, a hatpin. Phoebe plucked it from her hair and held it like a dagger. A very small, slim dagger. Still, it was better than nothing. If Gideon laid a hand on her, she would take action.
Don't you want to know why one son would go to Harrow while the other would go to the village school?
He asked a few minutes later. His voice so silky and dangerous, she realized he'd become angrier rather than calmer. Only if you wish to tell me. He was suddenly close enough that she could feel the hot breath on her face.
Because I'm a bastard. That is why.
Phoebe flinched away and hit back a sob when her shoulder twisted. "That is how it was in Jonathan Needham's household," he went on. "My mother warmed his bed at night and scrubbed his house during the day. At least until his wife died. Then she no longer had to work. At least during the day."
Phoebe closed her eyes, not wanting to even imagine such an existence.
"Once my mother took charge of poor old Paul. He had a rather hard time of it."
What do you mean?"
"I mean, Suki was a woman bent on retribution. She couldn't vent her anger on my father, so she punished Paul."
"Do you mean physically?" she asked, nauseated by the thought of beating a child.
"Physically, emotionally, mentally. If there was a way to punish, then Suki found it."
"Why didn't your father stop her?"
He laughed bitterly. "Oh, you clearly know nothing about our father. He cared about two things, money and status, in that order. What went on in the house was a woman's business. Besides, he believed that hardship built character and success. So I suppose Paul owes my mother a debt of gratitude, because he was black and blue by the time he escaped the house and went to school."
Phoebe closed her eyes, but the tears fell anyhow. It was all so dreadful. Her parents were remote and selfish, but neither of them had ever touched their children in anger.
"After what happened to Christine, I didn't see my brother for years. But I won't sully your delicate ears with any more of that."
Phoebe ignored the dig. She didn't want to anger him again. Also, she wanted to know about her husband, and listening to his stories had the added benefit of keeping her mind off whatever was happening with the Knott brothers. She refused to believe Gideon's grim prediction. Being murdered in a sheep barn in Yorkshire was simply too gothic and far-fetched. At least, she hoped it was. But back to the point of this story, which was Paul's betrothal. He came back from university covered in glory. Our father was a very sick man by then, but he clung to life because his precious son was betrothed to the diamond of the Leeds social scene, who was the daughter of an impoverished baron. What mattered to my father, with his shiny new title, which clanked when he moved, was respectability and acceptance. And with his son marrying a blue blood, no matter how poor, he would finally gain entree to those circles that had kept him out, even after the king himself, a temporary moment of lucidity, conferred the viscountcy on him. Gideon sighed.
Papa lived long enough to see them betrothed, but died before they could marry. His final request was that the marriage not be put off. Paul was not to wear mourning. He was to marry and begin the process of getting heirs before my father's coffin, which was made of cast iron, you know, was lowered into the ground.
"Cast iron?" she asked.
"Oh, yes. He was John Iron Mad Needham all the way to the end. To make a long story short, Paul never obeyed our father's last wish, because I swooped in and bore his bride-to-be off to the Scottish border."
He laughed long and hard. "You are despicable."
"Yes, shocking, aren't I? But will you forgive me when I tell you that our union was one of profound love? Indeed, Ellen took one look at me and was lost."
Phoebe felt him shift in the darkness, and then he asked,
"Has Paul ever spoken about her?"
Phoebe's mind raced. If he was asking that, then he didn't know about Paul housing his wife and mistress in the same house. The last thing she wanted to do was expose her shame to this man.
"He mentioned the name once." "I should warn you that he has her tucked away somewhere, although he won't tell me where. But you needn't worry that she's a contestant for his affections. Ellen is too ill to be his mistress,
At least, according to Paul and Ellen's few letters.
Phoebe struggled to put the pieces together, but none of it made sense. Ellen was his wife? If he was still married to Ellen, then Lucy was legitimate, no matter who her actual father was. And why did... Loud, angry voices approached the door, along with the sound of a woman weeping. "Can you hear what they are saying?" Phoebe hissed. Before Gideon could answer, the door shook, and the voices outside grew louder. Phoebe clenched her hand and then winced. She had forgotten all about the hairpin, and had given herself a nasty jab in the palm. Words like whore and liar were shouted beyond the door. Phoebe clutched her feeble weapon, concealing it carefully in her fist just before the door swung open, and 3 figures towered over them. The light was behind them, so their faces were not visible.
"Get up, both of you!"
Phoebe recognized the voice as belonging to Tom. She tried to stand, but her legs had fallen asleep.
"He said, get up!"
Nate, the other brother, shouted, and then grabbed her injured arm and yanked her to her feet. She yelped, the edges of her vision darkening with pain.
"She's gone into a swoon, you fool! Catch her!"
Brutal arms closed around her, and Phoebe's face was pressed hard against homespun that smelled of old sweat.
"You get back, Temple!"
Tom shouted.
"Stay away from him, Lila!"
He gave a gasp of disbelief.
"Good God, Lila! What do you have in your hand? Is that a knife?"
"Stop, Tom! I won't let you hurt him!" The rest of what Lila said was cut off by the deafening cracking of timber. Phoebe's captor's arm tightened around her and dragged her back a step until he bumped into the wall.
"You there!"
A familiar, beloved voice called out, although Phoebe couldn't see her husband.
"Put Lady Needham down right now! Gently!"
Paul ordered.
"Go to the devil!"
Nate shouted, squeezing Phoebe so tight she couldn't even draw a breath to scream.
"Get away from that door, or I'll smash the lamp and set the entire place alight!"
Tom shouted. Fire! The word was like a vicious slap, snapping her from her pain-induced fugue state. If she didn't get away now, she would burn to death. Without a second thought, Phoebe raised her good arm and brought the hatpin down as hard as she could. Nate screamed when the long pin sank into his thigh. He shoved her away, and Phoebe was momentarily free before her shoulder slammed against something hard and unforgiving. White spangles exploded behind her eyelids, and she sank to her knees. All around her there was screaming and shouting, and then a blinding flash and the thick, acrid smell of smoke. "Paul!" she called out, but her voice was barely a wheeze. She pushed to her feet and took a stumbling step when something hard struck her in the head. This time, when she fell, darkness claimed her. Chapter 27. It was the sound of somebody moaning that woke Phoebe. "Darling?" a low voice murmured as a large, warm hand closed over hers. She forced her eyes open and groaned, which is when she realized that earlier groan had been hers as well. "Do you want some water?" Paul asked. She nodded and then winced. "Can you hold the glass, or do you need me to—" "I can," she choked and coughed. "Shh! Don't try to speak just yet. The doctor said you inhaled quite a bit of smoke, and your throat is probably raw. Drink." She tried to raise her hand only to discover it was immobilized at her side. "You'll have the use of the other arm. The doctor said something in your shoulder has been strained, but there is no breakage. He predicted it would be tender for a while." Tender, yes, that was an understatement. Phoebe let Paul hold the glass and greedily gulped the water. By the time she'd had as much as she could hold, her eyes had adjusted to the gloom.
"What?" she swallowed. "What happened?"
she asked in a raspy voice that sounded nothing like her. He frowned down at her, clearly unhappy that she was talking.
"I'm fine. Not so sore. Just scratchy."
"Tea?" She nodded, and he stood and strode to the door, murmuring something to whoever was waiting outside. "Do you want to sit up?" he asked when he returned.
"Yes, please."
"Let me help you." He slid an arm around her and held her against him as he tucked several pillows behind her. "Good?" he asked, after lowering her. She nodded and then wrinkled her nose.
"Smoke."
"That's probably your hair. Mrs. Hodge wanted to wash it, but the doctor told her you needed rest more than clean hair. She had to satisfy herself with washing the soot from your face and combing your hair." Phoebe wanted to weep with gratitude for the woman's thoughtfulness. Even so, she was sure she looked a fright.
"Can I have a bath now?"
"The doctor will be here in a few hours, and will ask if you can exert yourself enough for a bath."
"I can't tell what time it is."
"It is 7, he said.
"How long did I sleep?"
"Almost 12 hours. She hesitated a moment and then made herself ask,
"Your brother?"
A nerve in Paul's firm jaw twitched. "One of the knots struck him hard on the back of the head. He was badly burned by the time I managed to get him out, and he never regained consciousness."
"I'm sorry, Paul."
Phoebe was sorry, for Paul's sake, even though Gideon had been a vicious lout. But she could see from his taut expression and tightness around his eyes that he cared for him. Paul gave an abrupt nod, his features as stone-like and harsh as ever. He was not a man who found it easy to show emotion, and no wonder, given the household he'd grown up in. "Nate and Tom Knott never came out of the fire," he said. Phoebe thought that was just as well for them. The men wouldn't have had much of a life after what they'd done.
"And Lila?"
"She had a badly burned arm, no hair on one side of her head, and she inhaled a great deal more smoke than you did. But Dr. Nicholson says she will be fine." The door opened and Mrs. Hodge brought in the tea tray.
"Oh, thank goodness you are awake,"
she said, as Paul stood and took the heavy tray from her. Phoebe made a subtle, desperate gesture toward her face when Paul wasn't looking. The older woman nodded and turned to Paul. "The magistrate has been asking for you, my lord. There are several questions that only you will have the answer for. I will see to Lady Needham." Paul hesitated, glanced at Phoebe, and then nodded. "No letting her up and about," he ordered.
"Of course not."
"And do not let her tire herself."
"No, my lord."
Once the door closed behind him, the housekeeper gave Phoebe a surprisingly impish smile.
"He hasn't left your side since the doctor went home."
Phoebe's face heated at that information, and she didn't know what to say. Mrs. Hodge went about preparing her tea. When the older woman handed her a cup, Phoebe gestured to the tray.
"There is a second cup. Won't you join me, please?"
she added when she hesitated. Mrs. Hodge sat and poured herself a cup of black tea.
"I behaved rather foolishly yesterday,"
Phoebe said, not sure how to start what was going to be an awkward conversation.
"Oh, I think you probably had excellent reasons. Sabrina Whitton explained what she'd said. She knew you were in your bedchamber."
Mrs. Hodge's face pinkened.
"The whole household knew. His lordship had scolded everyone to be quiet, that you were resting."
"She said all that on purpose?" Phoebe asked.
"She always has been a mischief maker. I wanted to strangle Mr. Norris when he asked the master to hire her. You see, her father, Dick Whitton, grew up on the estate and was a good friend with his lordship when they were lads. Dick is ill and dying, and, Well, Master Paul wishes to ease his concerns by giving Sabrina employment. She had already tried her tricks over at Mrs. Temple's and been sent off for her efforts.
But Phoebe bit her lip. It didn't seem right to tell anyone what Gideon had confessed to her, now that the man was dead. That was a decision best left for Paul. Mrs. Hodge nodded, even though Phoebe hadn't spoken.
Sabrina confessed it all, my lady. How she went there to trick Mr. Gideon, but he turned her game back on her.
Her lips twisted into a scowl.
Those are 2 peas in a pod, although I shouldn't speak ill of the dead.
Gideon admitted the child was his. Mrs. Hodge snorted.
Well, it wasn't.
What?
Yes, the master got the truth out of her. It is Robert Knott's child.
She pursed her lips and shook her head.
And him with a wife and 9 other mouths to feed.
He wasn't one of the men who died in the fire? Phoebe asked, horrified to think of a widow with 9 children.
No, he's the only good one, she barked a laugh. That is stretching it, as he was breaking things like his brothers. But he came running over here last night, just as Master Paul was heading out to question Tom and Nate. After Robert explained what his brothers were planning, his lordship knew to bring all those runners with him. If Robert hadn't come, it is doubtful that you would have made it out alive.
In helping me, he killed his own brothers. Phoebe couldn't help pointing out.
No, that was their own foolish doing. They could have come out of the building, but they chose to burn for their sins. They were rubbish, she said, suddenly vicious. Breaking machinery and putting men out of work who were just trying to feed their families, and all for foolish, stupid pride. Everyone will be better off without them, especially that poor, silly Lila. Now that baby is Master Gideon's. It's clear to anyone with eyes in their head, but people can disbelieve their eyes when they've a wish to.
Phoebe thought about Lucy. She'd never even noticed the utter lack of any resemblance to Paul, but then why would she have suspected he would lie? Why had he lied? Mrs. Hodge laid a hand over hers.
I saw how your pretty face was pinched and worried these past few days, and I wanted to speak, but I didn't feel it was my place to say anything.
You needn't apologize. Instead of assuming, I should have spoken to my husband.
Mrs. Hodge chortled. Or he might have come down from the rafters and explained the truth to his wife.
Phoebe smiled wryly. I'll admit, I wish he had done so.
He's one who'll cut his nose off to spite his face. So busy showing he doesn't care about what anyone thinks that he pushes people toward the worst conclusions.
So, then, Mrs. Hodge smiled kindly.
The master has no children of his own people, my lady. 'Tis not his way. He likes to come the villain, but he is the protector, that one. Even when they were boys, he'd take Master Gideon's punishment for him.
But why?
Guilt, pure and simple.
His brother said that too. But what does he have to be guilty for?
Because everything, down to the last penny, went to him.
That's hardly his fault.
No, you're right. But people don't always make sense, do they?
She inhaled deeply and pushed out a gusty sigh.
This house was a poisonous place. The old lord cared only for himself. He was one who should never have had children. Master Paul's mother might have made things better if she'd lived. She had a strong will, but Suki Temple was Sabrina Whitten all over again, selfish and spiteful and scheming.
Yes, that is what Gideon said.
I went to the old master more than once, risking sacking, and pointed out what she was doing to poor Master Paul, but he would only laugh and say it would make the boy tougher.
Mrs. Hodge turned her cup around and around in her saucer, her eyes vague as she looked into the past.
It was better when Master Paul went away and didn't come back. Better for him. But things grew worse here. Suki became more and more bitter as she realised Lord Needham would never give Gideon his name, or treat him the same as he did Master Paul. She was a foolish woman, and should have realised how things were years before, when Lord Needham kept Gideon home while sending Master Paul to that fancy school. It about broke that poor boy's heart, and it showed Gideon, even then, that he would always be his father's dirty secret.
Phoebe marvelled at people's capacity for cruelty to their own children. To favour one child so much above the others was heartless. At least her own parents had ignored them all equally, perhaps giving a bit more attention to their heir, but they had never purposefully set their own children at loggerheads.
Thanks to growing up with Lord Needham and Suki Temple, Master Paul learned how to hide his true feelings, even from himself. But make no mistake, my lady, he cares deeply for you. I've known him since the cradle, and I've never seen it before. Master Paul is in love for the first time in his life.
Phoebe was torn between joy and disbelief.
Ah, I can see it in your eyes. You don't believe me.
His brother said this was not the first time he was to marry. To her surprise, Mrs. Hodge laughed.
Oh, dear me. Is he still boasting about that, is he?
But he said his brother was in love with 2 other women.
She gave an unladylike snort. It was nothing but calf love with Christine Fowler. As to Ellen Kettering, Master Paul was dazzled by her the same as every other man, young and old. She was a beautiful, dainty little thing, and sweet and mild-tempered as well. Master Paul was determined to obey his father, who is the one who wanted the marriage. But love, no.
She leaned forward, as if to impart her secret.
I'll tell you what he felt when Gideon and Ellen ran off together. Relieved.
Surely not.
Mrs. Hodge nodded. Yes, he was relieved, but then guilty for feeling it. He saw it as a betrayal of a deathbed promise to his father. She scowled. One of many the old lord was unscrupulous enough to demand from his son. The other being to take care of his brother and Suki Temple. What a burden he laid on Master Paul's shoulders. No,
she said, sitting back in her chair and smiling smugly to herself.
He'd lay down his life for you. And he almost did, last night.
Mrs. Hodge shook her head when Phoebe opened her mouth to ask what she meant.
No, no. I'll not tell you how he ran into that burning barn and almost died in the process. He'd be angry at me for doing so. You just take my word for it, my lady. Master Paul is in love for the first time in his life.
If that was true, then what in the world was her husband doing claiming Ellen Kettering as his lover and Lucy as his child? Chapter 28. 5 mornings later, Phoebe was forced to send Spragg to speak to her husband's valet for a second time, as Paul appeared to believe she was so delicate and wounded and traumatized that he should not even come to her bed. This time, Phoebe made the message mortifyingly direct. Lady Needham requested Lord Needham's presence in her bedchamber at 11 o'clock that night. Her face heated just thinking about it. But really, what else could she do to convince the man that she was fine? Besides, she had many, many things she wanted to ask him. The sort of things that were best asked under the cover of darkness, after they'd both lowered their normal defences. Although Spragg had relayed Paul's assent to Phoebe's request, her husband had remained maddeningly aloof through dinner, and in the library afterward, working his way through documents and ignoring her. It was now 2 minutes until 11 o'clock, and Phoebe was contemplating storming through their connecting door and confronting the frustrating man when he came through that very same door. As usual, he did not bother knocking. Phoebe decided that was a battle she would never win. Besides, she no longer really cared that he appeared to consider her chambers his chambers.
"Am I interrupting?"
he asked, as she hastily pretended to sand a letter that she'd only written 5 words of. "No, I am just finished writing to my sister Hyacinth." She hesitated and added, "Neither Hi nor Selina answered my last letter, and Aurelia said she hadn't heard from them either." He leaned against the wall beside her writing desk and crossed his arms over his powerful chest, the action pulling his robe lapels wide and exposing acres of hard male flesh. "Are you concerned that something has happened to them?" he asked. "No, I can't imagine something bad would have happened and nobody told either of us." "We can stop in London on the journey home to Witch House." "Oh, are we leaving soon?" "As soon as you feel well enough to travel." He hesitated and then added with a faint, wildly sensual smile, "We shall see how you do after some exertion this evening." Phoebe laid her palms on her flaming cheeks. "You do that on purpose, don't you?" "I do," he said. He suddenly laughed. "I'll also admit that I find it amusing that you've decided to employ our body servants to exchange intimate messages." Phoebe huffed. "It is what my mother told me is proper." "Why am I not surprised by that? From now on, my dear, I'd prefer if we simply related such details or requests directly to each other." "If that is your wish, my lord." His smile grew a tiny bit broader. "It is my wish, my lady." His silver gaze dropped to the dressing gown she wore, one of the others he'd selected for her. A pale seafoam green, with a nightgown even more scandalously transparent than the black one had been. "Stand up," he said in his typically authoritarian fashion. "I want to see you. All of you." Phoebe marvelled at the sheer, unadulterated arrogance of the man. He spoke as if his wishes should be treated as law. When she opened her mouth to argue, he stepped toward her and took her hand, lifting her to her feet. Once she was standing, he kissed her palm, a simple gesture that somehow managed to make her knees turn to water. "Yes, my lord. Of course, my lord," she said, her tone mocking but also breathless. Rather than look annoyed, he looked pleased. "That is better." She snorted, although it was more of a gasp as he continued to lay soft kisses up her wrist, which he then gently sucked. "You are a throwback to feudal times," she said, in a voice already thickening with lust. He smiled and kept kissing. "That was not meant as a compliment," she told him. He took one of her fingers into his mouth. Phoebe hissed in a breath. His thin lips curled into a wicked smile as he sucked and tongued her finger, the sensation of soft, wet heat exquisite. She would never have guessed fingers were so sensitive. He released her with a soft, crude pop, and then reached for the sash of her dressing gown. "I wish to see you now. If I recall correctly, this gown has an interesting pattern that is perfectly placed to show—" "Yes, yes," she hastily cut in, before her head became any hotter. "It is open-work lace." He smirked, clearly proud of shocking her into blithering idiocy. "Arms down, my love," he murmured when Phoebe tried to cross her arms. Her body tightened, all of the interesting parts, at the "my love." She swallowed and obeyed, and he opened the dressing gown, and then slid it from her shoulders. When he remained silent, she forced her eyes to look up and up. His expression was worth the kink she was likely to develop in her neck. His eyes moved with glacial slowness over her, lingering on her breasts and sex. His jaws flexed, and he inhaled until his chest looked like it might explode. Finally, he heaved a sigh of deep masculine satisfaction before meeting her eyes. "You are exquisite." Phoebe floundered before she could manage to retort. And you look so proud that you might have tatted the lace yourself. She had wanted to come across as wry and sophisticated, but had ended up sounding breathless. Predictably, he threw back his head and laughed. Paul watched his wife as he dropped his robe, hungry for her reaction. It never failed to amaze and please him that she liked to look at his big brutish body. But the swelling of her pupils and the deep pink blush that spread over the pale skin of her chest did not lie. Once he was naked, he took her hand. "Come, up on the bed." She scowled at him in the way he adored, but climbed the 2 steps that led to the high mattress. Her scowling stopped when Paul raised the hem of her nightgown. He'd left it on tonight, spread her thighs wide, and then lowered his mouth over her. Lord, but he had missed her the past 5 days. And it had pleased him that she had been the one to come to Paul. He smiled against her hot swollen sex, lazily tonguing her bud in a way that was too light and teasing to be entirely satisfying. She squirmed and muttered something beneath her breath as she lifted her hips higher. Paul grinned and tormented her a bit longer, not relenting until she grabbed his hair and snarled his name. And then he made her shatter, not once, but twice before he finally released her, moving up to her nipples, which were pebbled and charmingly thrusting through the small holes in her gown. Paul had already discovered that she had the most sensitive breasts and nipples he'd ever encountered. It didn't take much suckling and pinching and nibbling to send her toward yet another orgasm. His own body was shaking with need by the time she floated back down to earth. God, but she looked lovely with her legs splayed and nightgown hiked up to just beneath her breasts. He gave her sex a light swat that made her startle. "Up on your hands and knees, Phoebe." She scowled adorably as she brought her knees together. Before she could turn over, however, he stopped her. "Unless... Wait. Does your shoulder—" "No, I don't hurt. Really," she assured him, and then rolled her shoulder to prove it. Paul studied her face for any sign of pain. When he saw none, he said, "Raise your arms. I'm going to take this off." Once she was naked and on all fours, he positioned her so that they were both facing the large mirror that hung, not coincidentally, at a very convenient angle on the adjacent wall. It took Phoebe a moment to notice their reflection. "Oh!" Paul pulled her bottom up higher, still needing to spread his own knees a great deal to bring their bodies to a matching height. Once he had her the way he wanted her, he reached between her thighs and pushed 2 fingers into her tight heat, watching her expression like the greedy, debauched swine that he was. Because only a swine would use his gently born wife like a harlot, mounting her in beast fashion. But Paul didn't care. He could admit it. He'd been fantasizing about taking her in this position since before their marriage, imagining how her lush bottom would look offered up to him, full and spread, and the way her plump tits would jiggle and bounce as he fucked her. Paul found the slightly rough spot inside her and stroked until she was grunting and riding his hand, begging for more. Their eyes locked in the mirror as she sped toward yet another orgasm. "You look so beautiful, Phoebe." She whimpered and arched her body at his words, thrusting her bottom up at him in a submissive yet demanding way that went straight to his aching balls. "Shoulders down, eyes on me," he growled as she struggled to keep her glazed eyes open. She obeyed without hesitation, her eyes never leaving his. "Good girl." He withdrew his fingers, licking them clean while she watched, red-faced and rapt. "Are you ready for me?" Paul murmured, positioning himself at her opening. When she nodded, he entered her in one long, hard thrust. Phoebe moaned, her tight sheath clenching around him, and her eyelids fluttering shut as he buried himself to the hilt.
"My God, you feel delicious,"
he rasped as he pulled her back against his pelvis, keeping her full and stretched as she squirmed to accommodate him.
"Eyes open,"
he ordered, his voice strained from holding back his orgasm for the last 40 minutes. Her lids raised slowly, and Paul began to pump. Because of the position, he was careful to work her slowly and shallowly at first. Even so, she still whimpered softly after his first few thrusts, her body struggling to adjust. It didn't take long before her eyes began to glaze over, and she forgot to be self-conscious or embarrassed, instead pushing back at him, using her body to beg for more. Paul gave in to his need, sliding in deeper and harder with each stroke, until she was taking every inch, grunting and bucking, and surrendering to her animal side. "That's right," he praised, staring at her wild, lust-filled eyes as he reached between them and stroked the place where they were joined, caressing her unspeakably soft flesh as he slid in and out of her body. God, how he wished he could see her wrapped around him. But feeling her tighten around him as she began to orgasm was even better.
"Yes," he urged. "Come for me, Phoebe."
Her face contorted into an expression that was somewhere between pleasure and pain, and she cried out, her sheath contracting hard enough to hurt. Paul relinquished control and let go, flooding her with hot spend. It was the most intense orgasm he could recall, and seemed to last forever, spasm after spasm rocking his body until he was wrung out, exhausted and limp. Once the last wave of pleasure had washed through him, Paul lowered them both to their sides, his arms naturally sliding around her body. But when he closed his eyes, sleep did not come. Paul sighed. He owed her some answers. Phoebe could feel the change in Paul's big body. 1 minute he'd been as warm and loose as she felt. The next, he was as rigid as a board. And then he rolled onto his back, taking his lovely weight and heat with him. Phoebe opened her eyes and turned her head to find him looking at her.
"I need to tell you something."
It was the first time she'd ever heard any doubt in his voice. "Lucy is not your daughter," she said. His eyes widened, and Phoebe couldn't help laughing. "I thought I was the naive one," she said, when he looked startled by her response. "She looks the very image of your brother, Paul. How could I not make the connection?"
He grimaced. "Is the resemblance really that pronounced?"
"Yes."
He sighed. "Ellen had suggested we keep her away from Middleton for that very reason," he admitted. "I suppose I am willfully blind since I wanted her to be mine. To me, she has always been herself, and not an image of her father."
"Why did you lie?"
"To hide her from Gideon, from her own father."
He raised a hand and squeezed the bridge of his nose between 2 fingers, turning to face the canopy overhead. Phoebe propped her head in her hand. "Your brother told me about Christine and Ellen."
"Did he gloat about how she loved him? Ellen, not Christine," he clarified.
"Yes."
"It was true. The moment Ellen saw Gideon, she lost her heart to him."
"Did you love them?" she asked when he went silent. He hesitated a moment before saying,
"I think I loved Christine. Not that I ever really knew her, but it was so long ago I honestly cannot remember clearly. I recall my hatred for Gideon far better than my love for her. I feel like that must say something about the strength of my feelings." Phoebe wasn't so sure about that, but she kept that thought to herself. "As for Ellen, no, I never loved her."
"What? Then why did you—" Phoebe sputtered, unable to find the words to express what she was thinking. "I don't understand," she finally said.
"Don't you see? Not loving her made everything worse."
"No, I don't see at all. How did you come to that conclusion?"
"I never wanted to marry her. I didn't love her and only agreed to please my father. I was disgusted by my own weakness and grateful when Gideon ran off with Ellen." He clenched his jaws. "I knew exactly what he was, and I let him take her."
"What do you mean?"
"Gideon was like a pendulum that went from sunshine to darkness. When the sun was shining, nobody was more charming. But nobody knew what would set him swinging into the other direction. And then he became vicious and cruel, determined to smash and ruin everything. It was as if two men shared his body."
"Are you saying he was mad?"
"Not all the time, but yes, a sort of madness overtook him. Sometimes not for months and months. Once, when we were younger, almost a year. But then he slashed my father's favourite painting, something expensive and rare that he loved to distraction. My father was enraged, and he took a crop to Gideon. He wanted an apology, but Gideon, when he was in that frame of mind, only laughed and goaded him. Father beat him bloody, until Norris and Mrs. Temple managed to pull him off."
Paul turned to her after a moment, his brow deeply furrowed.
"We lived in a state of constant tension, just waiting for the next episode. My father sent me to Harrow soon afterward, mainly to get me away from him. It took my father years and years to accept that Gideon was dangerous. He had planned to send Gideon to school as well. Not Harrow, but somewhere that would accept a boy with his background. But after the incident with the painting, he feared turning Gideon loose on the world. Naturally, that only made matters worse."
Paul grimaced.
"Coming home during school breaks was nightmarish. Gideon hated me, and his mother just encouraged his bad behaviour, in addition to contributing some of her own. Father insisted I learn to manage them. With great wealth and power comes great responsibility, Paul. You will be head of this family when I am gone."
Paul rolled his head from side to side and snorted.
"I can't tell you how often I had to hear that, or some variation, from my dear father. All the while, Suki believed I was scheming to do her son out of his inheritance. She was a mother protecting her cub. I know that now, but it was unbearable. And so I stayed away for years, not returning until after I finished at—"
He broke off and then cut her a swift look.
"Cambridge?" she asked, cocking one eyebrow.
"Yes, Gideon told me that too, and then crowed when he realized I didn't already know. Why didn't you tell me you'd been at university and took honours, Paul?"
"Do the men of your father's class make that announcement to each other?" The look he gave her was so cold she shivered.
Even a week ago Phoebe would have been offended and hurt by such a look. Now Phoebe knew that expression only meant that he was protecting his tender underbelly from snobs like Phoebe. "I am sorry, Paul," she said softly.
He gave a dismissive snort, and Phoebe could see it would be better to drop the subject.
"Finish your story," she said.
"I came home to see my father, who was very ill, and then I capitulated to his pressure to marry. I knew Ellen feared me and found me repulsive, although she'd been too kind to show it, so I insisted on a long betrothal. It was my hope she would be convinced to break the engagement after my father died. Ellen did not want me, and no matter how beautiful she was, I did not want to marry a woman who loathed me." He gave her a wry smile. "And yet I did anyhow, didn't I?"
Shame rose up in her at his words. "Please don't."
"Shh." He caressed her cheek. "I'm sorry. I should let it go. But you've probably discovered that your husband is a thin-skinned man who bears a grudge. But that was the last time I shall allude to what happened before we married. I give you my word."
She nodded. "Tell him how you feel about him now. Tell him how drastically your feelings have changed. Tell him." But Phoebe couldn't make herself say it. What if Mrs. Hodge was wrong about how Paul felt about her? After all, she had never seen Paul look at her with love. And so Phoebe bit her lip and waited for the rest of his story.
Ellen and Gideon hadn't been married long when she became pregnant. Gideon was delighted, almost alarmingly so, and he came to me and demanded we bury our differences. He also demanded money to support his wife and child. Paul paused, his expression unusually pensive. She lost the child several months later, after falling down some stairs.
Phoebe gasped. "How dreadful!"
He nodded, but didn't look at her. I didn't believe Gideon, so I went to see Ellen. She insisted it had been an accident. They'd been arguing, and she turned and ran and slipped. Gideon was furious when he learned I'd gone behind his back, and the two of them disappeared the very next day. Ellen came to me 6 months later. She had a black eye, a broken arm, and she was pregnant. Paul turned to her. She still loved him. She does, even now. But she knew it was either the child or her husband, because Gideon would never share her. Ellen chose the child.
Phoebe set a hand on his shoulder, and he took it and kissed the tips of her fingers, his gaze distant as he pondered his next words.
So we decided to say that she had lost the child. It was the only way to keep Lucy safe. Gideon refused to give her a divorce. Even as recently as a year ago, he'd denied her request. Because he had always believed that I was in love with Ellen, it was easy enough to convince him that she had come to me and become my mistress. Gideon was too proud to beg her to come back, of course, but if he'd have learned about Lucy, he would have taken her away to make Ellen go back to him, and the law would have allowed it. Even though I only wanted to keep them both safe, it made me sick with guilt to keep Gideon's child from him. It's difficult to explain, Phoebe, but I still loved my brother, even after everything he'd done. That doesn't mean I condoned his behavior, but I couldn't stop loving him, even though I lied to him until the end.
Don't second-guess what you did, Paul. It was a child's life at stake. Lucy's life.
He nodded. I know. And Ellen, bless her, remained staunch even though I know she still loves him.
He took Phoebe's hand and pressed it against his cheek.
I wrote to Ellen and told her what happened. I'd rather have told her in person, but I know Suki will have written too. She will delight in blaming Ellen for Gideon's downfall.
Do you want to leave sooner to go back to Witch House? You could leave me to follow if you want to ride Cole. It would be faster.
He lowered his hand, kissing it before releasing it. No, I don't wish to leave before Gideon's funeral. Nor do I wish to leave you alone on the road.
Hardly alone, with 6 outriders.
I'm not leaving without you, he said firmly.
I am glad.
Phoebe took a deep breath and then reached for his hand. She lifted it to her mouth and kissed his palm the way he'd done to her. He looked startled.
I don't want to be without you, Paul.
He turned on his side slowly, his lips parted, fingers tightening almost painfully hard on her hand. The hesitant wonder in his eyes was all the courage she needed.
I love you, Paul.
Years later, she would still recall the first time she saw the expression, the one she came to know as his loving face, blossom on his harsh features. She took his face in both hands and kissed him the way he'd kissed her so often, soundly and thoroughly.
When she pulled away, he looked dazed. "I love you," she repeated. A delightful flush spread across his cheeks, and, although he did not say the words back to her, he demonstrated in his own way that he loved her just as deeply. Chapter 29. Paul was finishing up the last meeting he'd have with his Hill House bailiff, a phlegmatic man named John Johnson, when the door to his study banged open and his wife stormed into the room. "How could you?" she demanded, waving a crumpled piece of parchment in the air. You vile, odious, lying, sneaking—" Johnson couldn't stand up fast enough and tripped over his own feet in the process. "I'll be on my way then, my lord." "That is probably best," Paul said wryly. Johnson moved with incredible speed for a man in the middle of his 8th decade. Once the door shut quietly behind him, Paul's wife wadded up the letter in her hands and threw it at him. Her aim was true, and it struck him dead between the eyes. Fortunately, it was only paper. "Won't you have a seat?" "No!" She stamped her foot. "No! I won't sit, and you can't make me." "Perhaps you might tell me. Read my mother's letter." Paul bent to pick it off the floor. Before he could open it, the bailiff's notebook, which Johnson had left on the table beside his chair in his haste to leave, came flying at his head. Paul easily ducked the projectile and strode toward his wife. "Don't you touch me!" "I think it might be best, at least until you calm down." She reached for a marble paperweight. "No," he said firmly, seizing both her wrists and holding them in a gentle but unbreakable grasp before asking, "What is wrong, Phoebe?" "You contemptible, sly, sneaking—" "Detestable, despicable, deplorable—" "Reprehensible—" "Unspeakable, revolting, heinous, contemptible." "I already said contemptible." Paul cocked his head. "No, I don't think you did." "I did." "No, I don't think that's right, darling." "Don't call me darling ever again." "But you are my darling." Her nostrils flared, making her resemble a miniature bull that was preparing to charge. "How could you?" she demanded. "I don't recall you'd already said contemptible, or I never would have." "Not that, you swine! How could you plot and plan to steal Witch House from Doddy?" Paul grimaced. "Ah, yes, that." All the colour that had rushed to her face fled so suddenly she looked faint. "You admitted?" "Yes, I did plot and plan to buy Witch House and help your father break entail in the process." She gave a choked sob that tore at his heart. When she yanked her arms away, Paul slid his hands around her waist and held her lightly while she punched and kicked him, not bothering to defend himself and earning a bloody lip, ringing ear, and tear-inducing punch to the nose in the process. "Let me go!" she cried, and then collapsed on his chest. He held her while she wept. "Listen to me," he said quietly. "I don't want—" "Hush." "What did your mother say?" he said sternly. She made a gulping sound. "Some dunning agents came and showed that father had used something, paperwork or a contract, or I don't know what. But she learned about some loathsome thing called common recovery." "Yes, that is the term. And I directed my solicitors to halt all work on the matter the day after we were married." Her body stilled, but she didn't look up. Paul sighed and held her at arm's length before lifting her tear-stained, puffy face. "Don't," she muttered, and tried to pull away. "No. Look at me while I say this." She glared up at him, her lashes spiky with tears. "I saw the error of my ways almost as soon as we were betrothed, Phoebe. I only waited until after our marriage to stop the process,
because I thought your father might forbid the wedding. I'm sorry I ever contemplated the action to begin with. But to tell you the truth, your father was dead set on doing the deal with me or somebody else. At least now that I know about his plans, I can make sure he doesn't succeed." She had stopped squirming, so he risked releasing her to wipe the tears from her cheeks and then hand her his handkerchief. She snatched it from him.
"That was very underhanded."
"Yes, I know," he agreed meekly.
"I hope you've not done it to anyone else."
"No, I haven't, and I shan't in the future."
She frowned at him. "You are not just condescending to me?"
"No, never."
"Don't lie. You find my ignorance of business matters convenient."
"Perhaps I do on occasion." She gave a watery, disbelieving snort and then sagged against him, laying her head against his chest.
"I was so disappointed when I read her letter," she finally said. "I thought I could trust you, and that you cared for me."
"No." Her head whipped up, her eyes wide and shocked.
You don't care for me?"
Paul smiled down at her. "No, I don't just care for you. I love you, Phoebe." Her jaw dropped. Paul smiled smugly, pleased with the effect of his declaration. He would have to use it sparingly in the future, but not too sparingly.
"You do?"
she asked, her voice adorably squeaky. "Yes."
"Since when?"
"I think for a while, although I was not familiar enough with the emotion to recognize it." He kissed her softly. "But I was fairly sure it was what I was feeling the other day when you told me your own feelings." She coloured prettily, and he knew she was recalling the very erotic evening in question.
"When you didn't say anything, I thought perhaps—"
"That I was a coward?" She gurgled.
"No, not that. Just cautious."
"No, cowardly is the correct word." He kissed her again and took her hand. "Come and look at something." He led her to the desk and unlocked the drawer where he kept papers of importance. Not too far down the stack was a letter from his solicitor. He handed it to her.
"What is this?"
"Read it," he smirked. "Or would you prefer I ball it up and hurl it at your forehead?"
"I'm sorry about that,"
she muttered, unfolding the letter. A few short seconds later, her head whipped up.
"You bought Queen's Bower? But why?"
"I thought it might be the only way to keep your father from losing it and leaving your mother and sisters and Doddy homeless. Keep reading, darling."
After a moment, her head whipped up again. "They are living there without having to pay rent, and you, not my father, are paying for all the roof repairs?"
"Yes, and any other repairs that might need to be done in the future."
She smiled mistily up at him. "Oh, Paul."
"Please don't cry again." She shook her head. "If you are compelled to think me heroic," he said, "which I can see from your expression you are, I want you to recall my more, odious, domineering, dictatorial—"
"Bossy?"
he nodded. "Bossy, feudal, and so forth characteristics."
"Oh, I'm sure you'll remind me of them soon enough. But right now, just let me appreciate this rare, gallant, sterling—"
"Yes, yes, yes," he said dismissively, his face heating in a most mortifying way. "Now, up on the desk," he ordered. "Quick," he barked, when she gazed up at him slack-jawed.
"But it is the daytime."
"Indeed, and it is ticking away as you disobey your lord and master."
"Oh, right away, my lord."
"Good girl. Now, up." He took her by the waist and lifted.
"But there are papers, and I'm sitting on—" "Oh, my lord, that is most naughty. And it tickles. Not there. Lower. Yes, almost.
For a feudal conquest, you certainly dictate your terms, don't you? He asked, nuzzling behind her ear.
She hummed, and then slipped her hands down to his breeches, and then did some conquering of her own. Epilogue. Witch House. A short time later.
You've been frowning at that letter for 10 minutes, Paul said, glancing up over his reading spectacles. He'd taken to wearing them more often now, an impulse which had occurred, not coincidentally, after Phoebe had won a wager and then demanded, as her spoils, that he make love to her wearing nothing but his glasses.
"It is the oddest letter from my sister Hyacinth," she finally admitted.
"Oh? What has she to say?"
"Well, that's the thing. There is nothing." She held up a sheet of writing paper only a quarter full. "I cannot believe she would abuse my uncle's Frank so grossly by sending a letter that is scarcely worth writing. And she answers none of the questions I asked in my letter. Nor does she mention our visit to my aunt and uncle's house while she and Selina were at the country house party. Do you imagine my aunt forgot to tell her that we visited?"
"Well, she did seem rather, scatterbrained. But you left a letter," he reminded her.
Phoebe shook her head. "It is the oddest thing. I feel as if she isn't getting any of my letters."
"Perhaps London has distracted her. Perhaps they are both having such a jolly time they don't have time to write."
"I might believe that of Selina, but Hy never gets excited or carried away. At least not about balls or parties or fancy dresses."
"Do you wish to pay another visit?" he asked.
"I can't. Not now that Doddy is coming to stay. He will only be here a month before going off to wretched Eton." She chewed her lip. "Are you sure we did the right thing by bringing him back from his crammer early?"
Paul chuckled. "Judging by his last letter, I think we did the only thing."
"Yes, I fear so. He was quite bitter about having to study all summer. In any event, I want to spend as much time with him as I can before he goes to school. I wish he weren't going, Paul."
"It will be good for him."
"Will it?"
"Yes, and remember that we shall have him on the holidays," Paul pointed out. That was true, since Phoebe's father showed no sign of leaving his lodgings in London any time soon, and her mother was just as entrenched in Bath, where Paul had leased a house for her, complete with servants and a handsome allowance. "Trust me, it is worth every farthing to keep her there," Paul had said when Phoebe had protested the expense. Phoebe didn't mind her parents' absence so much, but she missed her sisters and brother dreadfully. Suddenly her family was so scattered. "I wish Katie had agreed to come home. I cannot believe she prefers a trip with Aunt Agatha to staying here at Witch House." "She just wants to stretch her wings, darling. She is 17, and a trip to the continent is an adventure for a girl who has never been anywhere."
Phoebe knew he was right, but it was disturbing how spread out they all were. Aurelia wrote regularly, but her letters were so distant and guarded, it was difficult to know what was happening with her, and she'd refused Phoebe's offer to come live with them. "I am content here, Phoebe. I find the work stimulating and the environment interesting." Whatever that meant. How could a draughty castle in rural Scotland be interesting? As for Hy and Selina, well, who knew what was happening with them? A shriek shattered the quiet morning, and a loud crash of glass followed it. They looked at each other and both said, "Silas." "I told you he would be a problem," Phoebe said mildly.
A smile pulled at Paul's lips. "Well, he's turned out to be quite a mood lifter for Ellen, so I can't really be that angry."
It turned out that Ellen Kettering, as frail and dainty as she looked, was delighted by the little rodent. On Phoebe's daily visits to Ellen's chambers, which she'd begun making as soon as they'd returned from Yorkshire, Phoebe more often than not found the squirrel reclining alongside Ellen, "It's not fair," Lucy had complained. "Mamma is fattening him horribly. Just what will Doddy say when he finally sees him? Not only that, but Silas likes Mamma better than me." "I think he might like her better than Doddy," Phoebe had shot back. The two of them had shared a snicker at that thought. As for Lucy, she had settled into the house and neighbourhood so quickly and easily, it was as if she had always lived there. Phoebe had been relieved to learn their neighbours had decided to treat Lucy as if she were truly a daughter of the house, no doubt afraid to anger Paul if they did otherwise. Paul and Ellen had decided it would hurt Lucy more to learn the truth at this point, that Lucy wasn't Paul's daughter, nor was she illegitimate, than it would to help her. "Paul can tell her one day, when she is grown," Ellen had said. "I've written some letters about Gideon, so that Lucy might know the best about her father when the time comes." Now that Phoebe knew Ellen wasn't in love with Paul and had never been his mistress, she quite liked spending time with her, and the two of them were becoming close. Not only did she enjoy her company, but she found it amusing to scandalize the neighborhood with the unconventional friendship. Ellen had stunned Phoebe by confessing that she'd been relieved by Gideon's death. "He was a lost soul, wandering from place to place, but never happy. Even when we were together, he was looking to the horizon. I regret that he is gone, but he would have ruined Lucy's life if he'd known about her, and he was a terrible weight on Paul." Phoebe had silently agreed. She had been amazed by how much of her husband's dour, stern disposition had been due to his worries about Gideon. He was so much happier now, and his love for Lucy was a joy to behold. "I'm sorry I was so suspicious of you when you visited me that day," Ellen had confessed to Phoebe a few days earlier. "I felt torn between guilt and shame for what you must think of me, and fear that I wouldn't allow Paul to care for Lucy when you were gone," Phoebe had cut in quietly. "Yes, and I must admit that knowing that is not true has made me far easier, which, I believe, has made me stronger." But she was still failing rapidly. Phoebe privately prayed that Ellen at least made it until after Christmas, which was Lucy's birthday. But she knew that whenever the other woman died, Lucy would be positively devastated. "She will grieve," Ellen said, "but at least now she will have you to help her through it, as well as Paul, Doddy, and, of course, Silas," Ellen had said when Phoebe had voiced her worries about Lucy. Phoebe knew the other woman was right. There was no way to protect anyone against death. The best they could do was love Lucy, who was very easy to love. Another crash came from the corridor, pulling Phoebe from her grim musing. The door flung open and Davis, white-lipped and vibrating with anger, stood on the threshold. "What is all that racket out there, Davis?" Paul demanded, cutting Phoebe a quick wink. Oh, how he loved to rattle his proper butler. "That creature is loose in the dining-room and is savaging the 15th century epergne from the 4th Earl's sojourn to India," Davis said tightly. "Oh, no, not the epergne," Paul said, a look of unholy glee in his eyes as he prepared to tease the poor servant, who believed, like so many, that an inability to trace one's lineage back to the conqueror meant a lack of intelligence. What is that exactly, Davis? A fruit of some sort?" Phoebe choked back a laugh and got to her feet. "I will be there in a moment, Davis." The butler cut Paul a frosty look and shut the door soundlessly. "You are a total beast to taunt him," Phoebe chided as she strode past him. Or at least she attempted to stride past. But Paul caught her hand and then pulled her into his lap. "Yes, but I am your beast, darling," he murmured, claiming her with the sort of deep, languid kiss that she would never grow tired of. "You are my beast, Paul. All mine," Phoebe murmured against his lips when he came up for air. "And I am grateful for that fact each and every day, my love." And then Phoebe commenced to show him some of that gratitude, ignoring the sound of breaking glass and shouting, and kissing him properly, or improperly, rather, even though it was broad daylight. This concludes Phoebe by S. M. Laviolette and Minerva Spencer, narrated by